I'm pleased to say hello to you on this day 13, May 9th, 2025, of the Karen Reid and John O'Keefe retrial. Now watch Little Towel come and say hello to you all on the screen. Yes, it was quite a morning. Hello, I'm a towel. Okay, Brooklyn Rules. I think this was the first thing we wanted to talk about. That you would be, I think, one of our first non-Karen Reid is guilty believing mods. Now, I am okay with this. I am going to make Brooklyn Rules an honorary towel. They have been very kind. Karen Reid and John O'Keefe retrial. Now watch Little Towel come and say hello to you all on the screen. Yes, it was
if you're wondering,
morning. Hello. Why were we listening to that? I like to do an audio check of my own feed and make sure that the sound is okay. But yes, I think we will make Brooklyn Rules an honorary towel. I think Brooklyn Rules has lived up to the values of the towel fold, even if they disagree about Karen's guilt as to John's death with the majority, if not the entirety of the towel fold. That said, okay, I've done that. I'm ready. And ladies and gentlemen, so great to see all of you. Def Otter, Macy, Lisa Cox, Ange Whittick, my dear friend Jezebel Star. I think that's a wonderful username. You can be an honorary towel as well. I saw my dear friend Jewdrops, the towelette of all towelettes, in the comments. And then I also saw Bina this morning. It was great to see you. Christina, my dear friend, it's great to see you, you honorary towel reporter. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is a towel chat. Eva, it is great to see you. Nancy from the 508, Mary, MJ Baker, and Paula. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, God bless all of you, and welcome to Friday. We're going to get through this. Who knows what Hank Brennan has in store for us? But more so than that, ladies and gentlemen, we have two things to do. First, we have updates from the venerated reporter towel, Christina. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have an update about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you know this, but during the course of the Karen Reid trial, Alan Jackson himself, out of nowhere, extemporaneously, brought up the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. And you might be saying, sir, it is 7:30 in the morning and I'm tuning in to watch today's 9 a.m. coverage of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reid trial. Why are you talking about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man? Well, listen, folks, listen. It's very important for you all to understand that this is a big update. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man managed to obtain a paper airplane and escape the courthouse. Now, you might be saying, ladies and gentlemen, or you might be saying, Mr. Towel, or Grant, or whatever horse racer announcer towel, are you sure that Chewbacca, who is actually a dog named Chloe in a wig, and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man can fly on a paper airplane? They seem a little bit heavy. Macy, you might want to check your speakers because I just checked the audio on my own feed and it is coming through fine. That said, ladies and gentlemen, I am absolutely blown away at the fact that the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca, who's actually named a dog named Chloe in a wig, managed to build a paper airplane, then managed to get it off the ground, and then managed to use it to escape Alan Jackson and David Yannetti. Now listen, you might be saying, sir, what reason would Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man have to need to escape Alan Jackson and David Yannetti? I will explain. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see on your screen, David Yannetti deployed his infamous David Yannetti spaghetti trap when he was trying to get the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca to, well, mostly the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man to testify, but the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, was trapped in David Yannetti's spaghetti. Now, okay, first of all, how in God's name? First of all, we don't allow anti-cannabis towels here, so you tread lightly. If Mr. Rogue treads even 1 inch over the line as to anti-cannabis sentiment or anti-towel sentiment, or if he is discriminatory, derogatory, or engages in sea lioning, then we shall utilize the towel wrenches. It is a wall of towels, ladies and gentlemen. But do not distract towel. The venerated reporter towel, Christina, who is not Christina Rex, spends a lot of time and effort trying to get on the ground information about Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. And you know what? Now I have to prove a point. ladies and gentlemen, I have to prove a point because we had some rogue or rogue element come in here, former Karen Reid fan who turned on Karen Reid and is friends with Natalie, and Natalie's on the witness list because Karen Reid wouldn't let him sit in the courthouse, and then there was all sorts of stuff that went down. Overall, antiquated rogue, provided some good information, on balance, strange politics, definitely is not the kind of person that will be able to chat in the towel chat for long, because antiquated rogue tends to be a little bit discriminatory and a little bit abrasive, and this is an environment based on universal love, compassion, and towels. But yes, I must make a point, ladies and gentlemen. I must make a point that I did not bring up the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. No, ladies and gentlemen, no, I did not. And I will not stand here and have my towel credentials and Christina's towel credentials besmirched by this man in the towel chat who's trying to claim that I am responsible for the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man being involved in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reid trial. No, ladies and gentlemen, that was Alan Jackson. So if you want to take out your righteous, vengeful incredulity, you may not take it out on towel. Absolutely not. And I will prove it to you. Do you know why you can't take it out on towel? Because of this. Do you see this clip, sir? Do you hear what Alan Jackson had to say during cross-examination of a police officer?
Not to get too colloquial, but a puffy coat is like, it's got down and stuff in it, right?
Correct.
Looks kind of like Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Now, I don't need to replay it. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it there. Yeah, well, listen, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, antiquated rogue is anti-Karen now, but did you know? And listen, I think that this message from Karen is actually incredibly telling because it explains why Aiden Kearney and Karen also had a falling out. So let me just bring this up on the screen. I have a video clip I want to show, but our morning update got interrupted, ladies and gentlemen, by an interloper. I feel like Andrew Mellon talking to the guy in Boardwalk Empire. An interloper. And now I shall bring up the text. That text from Karen Reid. You know exactly which one it is. Now, this man, Mr. Rogue, goes by J. Roberts on Facebook. And let's see what Miss Reid had to say, shall we, ladies and gentlemen? Shall we indeed? Towel keeps an extensive archive of primary sources so that I can do things like this. What is that? What does that say? Yeah, this is Karen Reid on March 4th, 2024. Yeah, the J. Roberts stuff is insane. Hold on, let's read it. The J. Roberts stuff is insane. He was at every hearing from the jump, way too invested. I remember he asked Natalie to ask me to save him a seat, and I said I couldn't. Then he asked me to ask my parents. Like, this isn't a pep rally. We are overwhelmed on hearing days and can't save random strangers a seat. The courtroom is hostile as it is. I know Jay and Natalie were annoyed when I said no. What a weirdo Jay is. Then, listen to what Karen says about Aiden. Aiden is a risk. Aiden Kearney. This was on March 4th, 2024. This is a text from Karen Reid, ladies and gentlemen. Aiden is a risk. I have been so careful to lay low, and he blows it all up. Last month, they took my phones that I've had for 2 years. It has tons on it, and that's all from the Lindsay mess. I can't expose myself to that anymore. I mean, Karen Reid might have been wrong about all this, but listen, that's Karen Reid's own words. I know, Christina, I know. I said on balance, I think Joe has provided extensive informative commentary on various developments surrounding this case. But I also have said, and that's why when Joe started this stream by insulting you and I, Christina, for our insightful reporting about Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, it immediately turned into towel going down this rabbit hole. You know what? I forgot. I am just a towel. I will not stand for this distraction and sea lioning. Goodbye. Ladies and gentlemen, I have exercised my towel powers. I waited. I swungeth the towel, the non-lethal, peaceful towel. We may as well now plant the flag and send antiquated rogue to northern France. All right. Let's get back to it. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, before we were so rudely interrupted, all I wanted to talk about was how Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man were escaping from the courthouse. Now, someone asked, who is Jay Roberts? Jay Roberts is a man named Joe Warren who goes by Antiquated Rogue, and Joe Warren used to be on the Free Karen Reid side. He knows Natalie, who is the intermediary between Turtle Boy and Karen from April of 2023 until June of 2023, when Natalie and Karen had a falling out because, and Natalie's now on the state's witness list, because Natalie called Karen late at night to talk about something, and Karen was mad that Natalie called her about it, and then they had a falling out. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that then leads to Aidan Kearney continuing to talk to Karen directly and her lawyers between June and December of 2023, but then Aidan Kearney has a falling out with Karen because Aidan Kearney leaks information in November and December of 2023 to Lindsay Gattani, who was like I would call her a reporter, but she was also close to Kearney. Kearney leaks information to Lindsay Gattani about Karen Reid speaking directly to former U.S. Attorney Josh Levy, who's now suing President Trump, and the pretextual, now confirmed, disclosed investigation into John O'Keefe's death. And then for some reason, the Mass State Police think that Lindsay learned information, I think, about although she didn't, about the August 2023 transition in the federal probe from John's death to Sandra Birchmore's murder and its subsequent cover-up by the same MSP unit who investigated Karen for John's death. So then Aidan starts freaking out because he was charged in October of 2023 with Aidan was charged in October of 2023 with 16 counts related to witness intimidation, picketing court officials and witnesses or something, and conspiracy related to tormenting witnesses in the Karen Reid trial. Those charges get bound over by an indictment on December 20th of 2023 by a grand jury. The very next day, on December 21st, 2023, Lindsay Gattani gets a subpoena. And that subpoena, in Aidan's mind, in my opinion, could only have been about Karen and Aidan Reid. Aidan Kearney and Karen Reid. Why would, after Aidan just got indicted, a new grand jury be starting up? Why would Lindsay get called to testify? So Aidan has a back and forth with Lindsay. Eventually, after Lindsay agrees, and then Aidan doesn't come over, and then Aidan wants to come over to see the subpoena and learn more about what's going on with Lindsay. She says no, and then eventually Aidan pressures her, and they eventually meet up on December 23rd, 2023 in a conference room at Lindsay's apartment. That's how it starts. Now, in that meetup, what it starts with is Aidan trying to find out information about what Lindsay Gattani had been talking about with people in the orbit of the prosecution of Kearney and Karen Reid. Self-admitted PI named Cape Mafia Masshole Peter, who used to work for a PI firm run by a guy named Marty Kraft, and what Lindsay was going to talk about at the grand jury. In one of the affidavits, there's allegations that Kearney told Lindsay not to cooperate with the grand jury, to say she didn't remember, to accept a lawyer from Kearney. Kearney then took notes of the conversation allegedly between Lindsay and Kate Peter on Lindsay's phone, on Lindsay's own notepad or something she had out on the table. Lindsay took her notepad back, put it in her shirt. Aidan tried to take it. She got pushed over a couch. Aidan ended up allegedly illegally wiretapping Lindsay without her consent, and then as a result of those actions on Friday night of December 23rd, 2023, there was a bolo with PC to arrest out for Kearney because he picked up new charges. On December 26th, 2023, Aidan shows up at court, turns himself in, gets his bail revoked. His lawyers desperately try to mention the FBI. I have reason to believe Aidan was calling around trying to get an FBI agent's cell phone number who was assigned to not really the John O'Keefe and Karen Reid case, which had ended, but the probe of Sandra Birchmore's murder. There's an particular trooper that I have reason to believe that is the specific target of that probe, multiple troopers actually. Now, what's more interesting, ladies and gentlemen, is right in the weeks leading up to Kearney getting his bail revoked, I have good reason to believe the state police were using their official positions to try to find out what the federal probe was about, starting in August 2023 after the John O'Keefe probe winded down. And I have real reason to believe that that there was some very concerning behavior, and there's way more to come about that. But anyway, that ties it all up, and that explains that text message from Karen, because Karen was getting this special treatment by the old DOJ in Boston. We've talked about this on this stream before, because the old power structure in the DOJ in Boston really came out of this woman named Rachel Rollins. Now, Rachel Rollins used to be the Suffolk DA and district attorney in Massachusetts. And she was extremely progressive. She wouldn't prosecute low-level offenses. She wanted to not incarcerate people under 25 for life if they committed murder on the grounds that their brains weren't developed enough. And so as a result, Rachel Rollins had a long-standing political grudge with another DA, well, multiple other DAs, but one of them was Michael Morrissey, the Norfolk DA. Now, so keep that in mind. The old U.S. Attorney's Office in Boston, run by Rachel Rollins, starting in 2022 or so, maybe a little bit before. Now, what's even more interesting, ladies and gentlemen, is another person in that office, Dustin Chow, one of the head prosecutors in the Public Integrity Section, which looks into public corruption, also had a long-standing grudge dating to 2015 against the Norfolk DA, Michael Morrissey. And the same, similar set, not really similar, but Chow's wife was passed over for a promotion in the Norfolk DA's office in 2015. And allegedly Chow went around at the time saying he'd do whatever it took to burn down the Norfolk DA's reputation. Now, keep in mind, that's the old power structure. But don't forget this. Rachel Rollins got forced out of office by the Department of Justice Office of the Inspector General in May of 2023. And why did Rachel Rollins get forced out of office in May of 2023? Because, completely unrelated to the Karen Reid, John O'Keefe, and Sandra Birchmore probes, Rachel Rollins launched a pretextual probe into another DA she had a political fight with named Kevin Hayden, who beat Rollins' ally, Ricardo Arroyo, for Rollins' old Senate seat, DA seat in Suffolk County in a primary. Rollins got caught saying to Arroyo that Hayden would pay for beating Arroyo in the primary. Rollins launched a pretextual probe into Hayden, leaked it to the Globe and Herald, and then got forced out of office as a result. Now, so keep all that in mind, right? Because Karen Reid definitely gave the powers that be at the DOJ what they wanted, which was a reason to go after Morrissey and his unit at the MSP unit detailed to the Norfolk DA. It just turns out it wasn't the Reid case that was had anything concerning, really. It was the Sandra Birchmore investigation that was concerning and wasn't done right. The investigation as to Karen causing John's death for sure was done right, if not for some inappropriate text messages. But the investigation, the collection of evidence, that was all solid. Now, one more thing to keep in mind. Ladies and gentlemen, do you know why I think Rachel Rollins got appointed U.S. Attorney by the Biden White House in 2022? A woman who almost immediately, or 2021, who almost immediately got forced out of office for launching and leaking pretextual probes? Ladies and gentlemen, did you know in a 2020 Senate primary in Massachusetts for a federal Senate seat between Ed Markey and Joe Kennedy Jr., Rachel Rollins had contact with a certain blogger who is named Aiden Turtleboy Kearney. And did you know that Aiden Turtleboy Kearney himself was talking to a woman named Rayla Campbell, a Republican candidate in that race, who would show up to Joe Kennedy Jr. events in a way that kind of helped Ed Markey win that Democratic primary? Ladies and gentlemen, why would Rachel Rollins, an ultra-liberal prosecutor, be working with Aiden Kearney to send Rayla Campbell to Joe Kennedy Jr. events to help Ed Markey win a Senate seat? Why would the Biden White House in 2020 be potentially thinking that Joe Kennedy Jr. going into JFK's old Senate seat at such a young age would pose a primary challenge for Biden going into 2024? Senate's a great place to get foreign policy experience, and if you go right from the federal House of Representatives, like Joe Kennedy Jr. was, representing the Massachusetts 4th District, I think, and then go right up to the Senate, you could run for president from that seat. And I think the Biden White House but I think Rachel Rollins, because she worked with Turtleboy to have Rayla Campbell sabotage Joe Kennedy Jr.'s Senate primary against Ed Markey, Rachel Rollins got appointed to the position of U.S. Attorney by the Biden White House. Do you see how it all ties in, ladies and gentlemen? Now you might be saying, Grant, this is a lot of background and context. How did we get there from that text message? Well, you have to understand, ladies and gentlemen, it is because of that background that Karen Reid and the DOJ had incentive to give each other a wink and a nod, and that's why that ARCA situation's so explosive. Now, Bill Reid has just been saying very weird things after court. Also, ladies and gentlemen, did you notice that Bill Reid left court for a prolonged period of time yesterday? We were all asking why Bill Reid potentially left court yesterday. And I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I have some potential insight for you. I think it was because, and this was shared on social media, I think it was because there was the video that played of Bill Reid and inspecting Karen's broken taillight, which would mean Bill Reid was a potential accessory after the fact and things like that. It has huge implications. But ladies and gentlemen, something else I want to do is we had a request. For those of you who are just getting caught up, it is day 12. It is early. It is 7:50 in the morning. Bill Reid yesterday mysteriously disappeared right before the taillight video played. We have had some requests to take a look at that moment. We'll do that later in the pre-show. For now, ladies and gentlemen, we have had a request from an honorary towel, a new towel friend earlier today. Would Little Towel put together all the clips of Karen Reid that have been aired, the unaired clips that Hank Brennan has put together? And oh, yeah, maybe he did go to Baku. We all like Baku, Azerbaijan here. We're going to use it as a base to overthrow the strongman leader of Turkmenistan. Don't tell that man he will find us. The leader of Turkmenistan is quite intense, but he won't see us coming. Towels on the march. Good morning, Alley 90211. Shannon Lamar, great to see you, dear friend. Yes, it is all political. I agree with you. But yes, okay, ladies and gentlemen, to start the morning, if you've been wondering, Grant, I can't watch all this. I've missed some of the Karen clips. I've tried to read your feed, but you write so much, and there's so many articles, I don't even know what's going on anymore. Well, listen, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a lot. The jury knows what's going on because they've been watching every minute. Some of the towel friends, the washcloths, the towelettes, the paper towels, the hemp towels, the flannels, the soap dispensers, the beach towels, the microfiber towels, and the washcloths, I probably already mentioned them, or otherwise are updated. But to catch the rest of you up, Hank Brennan lets testimony happen that's very devastating, and then he plays clips of Karen Reid's own interviews that are even more devastating. Now, as a result, we have a montage. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have a towel montage. Thank you. Let us all give thanks to the wonderful honorary towel who made this request, and that was, who made the request? It was Skylar, the South Park fan. God bless you, Skylar. The towel friends celebrate your existence. They celebrate the day you decided to ask Towel to make this wonderful clip. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? 20 minutes of Karen Reid clips played for the jury over the past 2 weeks as compiled by Towel. And guess what? There's an even more special part of this clip. I put Karen's reactions to the media in some of the clips. It's a special treat. Here we go.
Absolutely more than Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe, it's me or her. Either I'm going down, Jen, or you are. I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him? Could I tag him in the knee and incapacitated him? He didn't look mortally wounded as far as I could see, but could I have done something that knocked him out and in drunkenness and in the cold didn't come to again?
In this particular moment, you would run them all the party.
Yeah, would have had to.
Your Honor, I have keeper record certificates I'd like to mark for identification. Okay. May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
There's a series of them, Your Honor. Sure. And these are all for identification. For identification. Calls Charles Ray.
You saw him go in the house.
I saw John go in the house.
Can you describe him going into the house? Which door and how and when?
No, I have, though, and I'm sure the prosecution will play it.
John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
Thank you. We'll
The comment?
that.
Thank you.
All right, your next witness.
One more, please, Your Honor. The Commonwealth moves into evidence and seeks to play clip number 17, please.
Okay.
I gave an interview with ABC with Matt Gutman. I think this was whom I gave the interview to, and I said, he asked why was I saying, could I hit him, did I hit him? And I said, yeah, my first thought was I'd been out late, I'd been drinking, and he's in the general vicinity of where I last saw him. I mean, they talk about the left side of the property and the right as if it's, Hammersmith Farms. It's a postage stamp. It's 50 feet. So he's in the front yard to the left of the front door, and no one's coming out of the house. Jen's telling me nobody's seen him. So I'm thinking, Jesus, was I starting to pull away and I ran over his foot? Like, he's roughly where I left him. So yeah, when I found him, I was thinking, did I like clip him somehow?
Okay.
Thank you.
So in order, it has 18 and then 17, or are they in the reverse order on the clip?
If I may see the exhibit. This one exhibit contains clip 12, clip 12A, clip 16, clip 17, and clip 18, all which were previously introduced.
Okay. And it's exhibit number what? Thank you. All right, thank you. Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Commonwealth call Mr. Robert Gilman to the stand.
Okay.
Can you say what's in that clip? More to say about the clip that was played today?
No.
Anything more to say about the clip that was played today?
No, thank you.
What about the clip that's inaudible? Can you say what's in that clip?
I'm sorry, Matt.
How about the, do you remember making those phone calls, Sam?
Yes.
What was your emotion?
All right, Ms. Roberts, please. Okay, thank you.
We'd like to play this first and then call Ms.
Oh, okay,
Roberts.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I remember it, but I question, do I remember it because it's been relived so much? I mean, when I see the video of me driving from the waterfall, like what I just described, tapping the brakes when I crossed the intersection, Washington over Sherman Street, do I actually remember that I kind of slowly proceeded through that green light? No, I don't actually remember that. But I've seen the video so many times that you then question, did I remember it on my own? Or was my memory jogged? But I also wondered, did I say, could I have hit him? Or was it told to me that I said I hit him? And I knew I never could have said that, so the closest I must have said was, did I hit him? I know I said I hit him, but did I really say it as many times as law enforcement's claiming I said it?
Thank you. I now call Kelly Roberts.
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I had probably about 4. And not 4 that I completed either. I didn't drink maybe more than a few sips at the waterfall.
And 4 drinks you felt fine to drive?
Yep.
Clip 8, please.
Okay.
which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest vodka tonic. It tasted just like old soda water with lime. Not that I needed to be a martini, but it might have had a splash of vodka in it. So I said, John, this drink tastes like it has no vodka in it. He said, just get a shot and mix it yourself. So each drink was being counted as a double. So I would get a vodka tonic, and then I would pour a shot into it, so that would count as 2. Frankly, it just felt like a regular cocktail. It was just a really weak pour, so I asked for a shot. So for my taste, it just tasted like that's the normal strength of what a drink should be. So I had maybe 2 or 3 that are being counted as 4 and 6. And I don't know. I felt fine. I felt like I was buzzed. And then there was one drink, the last one that was given to me, which I would have counted as 3, but they're counting as my 6th cocktail. The guys that we were with brought around shots, and they gave me one that I didn't drink, but I poured it in my drink. So that's now my 5th and 6th drinks, with the 7th, which is a shot that all the men did, and I poured it. So that one glass that I'm holding, that I go into the waterfall with, has 3 drinks in it, a vodka tonic and 2 shots. And which is why John said to me, you're not leaving that drink here, like you haven't touched it and just poured a bunch of vodka. He's like, just take it with you, which was something he always did. So then I go into Waterfall, and I put that drink down, and I would socialize most of the time. So that would have been my 5th, 6th, and 7th drinks. Then John orders me a drink at the Waterfall that I don't drink, that he takes with him. And then there was a round of shots that Chris Howard bought that I did take. So that would have been the night. But I did not consume 9 vodka martinis or take 9 shots, depending on how you count it. And the last 2 drinks I didn't touch.
Clip 10, please.
And I'm not as clear as I would be if I hadn't been drinking. I mean, I had drank, so, and that led me to question, like, could I have hit him? Did I run over his foot or hit him in the knee? Did I incapacitate him? I mean, I always drive with my music blasting ever since I was 16. And I know when John got out of the car to go into Fairview, I know my car was blasting because when I got in it the next morning to go look for him, I had to immediately turn it down. And I don't know, it's stormy. I have had a few cocktails. I didn't black out, but I wasn't as lucid as I would have been if I had gone to bed at 9 and drank a tea. But so I was fuzzier than I would have been if I had had no alcohol.
Clip 11, please.
How did you feel after that many drinks? When you got in the car, did you feel like you could drive, and did you feel how done?
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see it on the videos. And I was going, you know, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow. So I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving. But I don't think I was driving. I know I wasn't driving recklessly. I mean, I've got plenty of video of myself driving all over the place. I put my car in John's garage, which is incredibly narrow, and I had a very oversized SUV. You see me, there's a video of me driving through the intersection when we leave Waterfall to go to Brian Albert's, and I was always taught by my father, even when you have a green light, you always should tap the brake. You don't know who's going to run red. And I see me doing that multiple times between 12 and 1 and 5 and 6 a.m. So I know I was driving safely, not as safely or as alert as I would be if I had no alcohol. But I was not driving recklessly by any measure.
Thank you.
Heard it, folks. There, you heard it. That was the moment. That was the moment Karen Reid was forced to watch videos of herself admitting, first of all, evolving stories about how much she had drank in that night, but admitting she shouldn't have been driving, admitting she was under the influence of alcohol. 9 drinks over 3 hours. You heard it in Karen Reid's own words from the unaired footage, from the ill-advised 400 hours of interviews Karen Reid did with the ID Discovery and HBO Max documentary. That footage has now come back to haunt Karen Reid. You saw it in real time right there, folks, with Hank Brennan playing clip after clip after clip after clip for the jury to crescendo into the end of the half day of today's presentation of evidence in the Karen Reid and John O'Keefe retrial. My name is GrantSmithEllis. I'm clipping this to upload. You can watch more of this Karen multicam fascinating coverage in the future for the trial at youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. And after I clip this, I'm going to go back to talking to all the towel friends. So thank you for your patience.
10 seconds.
I'm sorry.
All right, you can play them now.
Okay. May I proceed?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 12, please.
There was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids who lived very close to the outlets. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the outlets when I was driving, she said, it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John were hooked up prior to John and I dating. There was a woman...
Well, hold on. Hold on before you play it
We've
again.
already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
12A, please.
Two things. Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own home with children. Or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
We'll backtrack later to the time let's start at 34 Fairview. So who are you with? Pull up and what you see.
I'm with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, and Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front 2 seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I describe this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling, I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And finally, clip 17, please.
We need to see the court before this one's played.
All right, hold that, please.
I believe in any. We watched closely. Hard left John to die. All right, towel friends, now listen. There's one more thing. Not only do we see that full compilation, but there is one more thing we have to talk about. There's more clips coming, clip 13 and 15. The Reid defense objected to them on the grounds of the rule of completeness, which is 106, saying they wanted to play parts of Reid's statement themselves for context. Now, let me explain a few things. One, the Reid defense is not actually allowed to do that normally. The state is allowed to give evidence in the form of statements by Karen Reid, but Reid cannot normally introduce her own statements. However, there is an exception, folks. Now, of all the clips we just saw, I want to show you why two of them weren't played. We did get to see 17. We have not seen 13 and 15. Now, something very, very important here, very important for folks to keep in mind. What we're talking about when we're talking about the rule of completeness, we're going to watch the interaction now. Hank Brennan had two more clips he wanted to play about the argument involving Karen and John about Bella's mom. Now, here's the context of this. On the drive over from Fairview, from the bars in Canton to Fairview, Karen Reid was obviously drunk, BAC 2 to 4 times the legal limit, 0.14 to 0.28. Karen and John didn't know where the house they were going to was, so they called Jen McCabe, or Jen McCabe called John, and Jen was relaying directions. Jen said during that, oh, it's near Bella's mom's house, which is an area that John would have known. And so Karen then admitted John and Karen got into an argument, right, while they were sitting in the car outside of the house. And clearly, Karen also told Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts at around 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. when they went back to Fairview to find John, eventually, that she thought John was out cheating on her. So clearly there's motive there. Karen thought John was cheating with her, with a woman named Bella's mom, even though that was nonsense. It made no sense at all. Karen was just overreacting in the moment. And furthermore, remember, folks, the relationship between John and Karen was breaking down. John asked Karen to leave her house. She wouldn't do it. She wouldn't go. Karen was telling people she was single. Karen tried to cheat on John with his friend to torment him. John's friend ended the affair when he realized Karen had lied to him and was just using him to hurt John. Karen was saying John's adopted niece and nephew were putting a strain on their relationship. Ladies and gentlemen, let's listen to what Hank Brennan and Alan Jackson and Elizabeth Little were arguing about related to these further clips. And the reason this keeps coming up is folks keep asking, okay, why were two of the clips when Alan and Jackson objected not allowed, but one allowed? And why did Judge Cannoni say she wanted to spend time reviewing them? And why haven't we had a ruling? Well, I'm going to show you right now, folks. Now, these clips, remember, these clips could be even more devastating, because if Karen and John were really in an argument, Karen had all the reason in the world, if she saw John get out of that car with, quote, her cocktail glass, walk towards the house alone, to be angry, back that car up to 24.2 miles an hour with 75% pressure on the acceleration, crash into John, break her tail light, have John stumble up the berm, hit his head on the lawn, suffer a traumatic brain injury, die from hypothermia over the next 5 hours because Karen left him there, as John's phone data confirms, because he never left that spot on the lawn after 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds. Now people are asking a lot about the ARCA stuff. Okay, folks, that's compliance. That's discovery compliance. Gets turned over. It has to go to both sides. There might be a filing, an updated notice of discovery, but normally it just gets handed over to both sides, and then at ARCA's voir dire, we'll hear about what got turned over. That's the normal procedural posture, okay? So a compliance deadline can have an updated discovery filing, but it's not guaranteed. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us continue by watching what clips we might see going forward from Hank Brennan, because this was the substance of the debate. And just to explain this again, Hank Brennan can play all the clips that he wants of Karen Reid giving statements to media via media interviews. The reason he can do this is because of an exception to the hearsay rule for statements by a party opponent. Okay, so Karen Reid is the defendant. The prosecutor can play her statement. There is no exception unless you get on the stand. If Karen Reid's not going to do that, there is no exception for a defendant to play their own statements. Okay, normally. There's no exception. You are not allowed to play your own statements given to the media. Oh my God, it's Murder by Maestro. I'm doing my best, my Murder by Maestro, but Towel had surgery on his stomach a long time ago, and I get pulled down like this. It is a natural condition. However, I'm working on it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we got thrown a little bit off there. Oh, okay, so listen. Karen Reid normally cannot play her own clips unless she takes the stand. You might say, why? The reason is if a defendant could just play their own media interviews, all defendants would do this to avoid being crossed, okay? going on cross-examination. But here's the one exception to Karen Reid not being able to play her clips, okay? Now, the one exception, and we will talk about the ring footage in a second, but the one exception, ladies and gentlemen, is if Karen Reid makes an argument under what the Federal Rule of Evidence 106, its corollary is the Massachusetts Rule of Evidence 106. I'm not a lawyer. I'm a lay towel. Nothing in this is legal advice. Get a lawyer if you have questions about the law. Get a towel if you want to reaffirm Towel's belief that universal love is still possible. I'm out there. I'm a towel. I don't always do the right things because I am a little bit emotionally underdeveloped, but I'm a towel. The rule of completeness, MRE 106, says that Karen can make an argument to Judge Cannoni that because Hank Brennan has played a clip, Karen should be able to play parts of the same clip that maybe Brennan didn't show for context. It's a very narrow exception. It's not a very strong rule. The ball's in Judge Cannoni's court. Let's listen to why. Hello, friends. My name is GrantSmithEllis. If you're wondering what other updates do we have heading into next week's Karen Reid trial, day 9, which will start up on Monday, May 5th, I believe it is. Ladies and gentlemen, Judge Cannoni was going to allow Hank Brennan to play clips related to Karen Reid potentially confessing to being in an argument with John O'Keefe in the moments leading up to Karen striking John allegedly with her car with a blood alcohol level between 0.14 and 0.28, 2 to 4 times the legal limit, at 12:32 and 16 seconds a.m. on January 29, 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, Reid's team vociferously tried to stop these videos from being played for the jury, and all they got was a potential hearing next week when there's more time. Hank Brennan has been methodically deconstructing everything Karen Reid is trying to present on cross by showing videos of Karen's own words, Karen's, quote, testimony to the media used against her in court with no opportunity to rebut. Will this force Karen to take the stand in a few weeks? We will find out. My name's GrantSmithEllis. Let's watch the update. It is coming up on 4:15 p.m. on Friday, May 2nd, and my name is GrantSmithEllis, as I mentioned, and I'm a towel.
All right, so counsel wanted to see me here or at Sidebar?
I have no preference.
All right, if it's something to be done in open court, go right ahead.
So we had mentioned earlier at the end of Ms. McCabe's testimony, I have clips that I would like to play. There is a dispute regarding 2 of them. And I've given previous notice to the defense. They've would like different content in than I would. And I would hope to have a court's ruling before I played them.
All right, so I received an envelope, court copy, clip 17 was the only one I was given that was in
That's a new one. The other one was
dispute.
previously turned over to the court.
Okay.
The ones we have a dispute on are clip 13 and clip 15.
Okay. So I viewed the other clips. There's an objection to 13 and 15? There's an objection to them? All right. Let's play them. They're quick, right?
Yes, they are.
Play them very quickly.
It's not that we object to playing them, it's that they're incomplete. So she didn't finish her answer. So we're just asking that it be extended so she can actually complete. So we produced alternative clips. So there's 2 for each, 13 and clip 15.
All right, so the Commonwealth gets to play what they want, and then you can play yours at some point, too.
Well, if we don't have time, I can wait to have a hearing on this. I don't think the defense can play in self-serving statements because they think it's
okay. I haven't seen it. All right. I saw clip 17. I have no problem with clip 17 coming in.
I don't think they have an objection to 17. The ones that are objectionable, I know we're pressed on a Friday. I can hold them till next week until the dispute becomes more clear for the court.
Okay.
It sounds like this is going to take more time than I thought.
All right, so I need what you have, Ms. Little. I need that to review this weekend. All right, anything else?
The second issue is I should approach the side.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it right there. Heading into next week of the Karen Reid trial, Karen Reid. All right, little towels, I'm back. Listen, Murder by Maestro has brought up an excellent point. Murder by Maestro has pointed out that it's possible Karen Reid deleted these videos back at her parents. Yeah, I mean, I know what you're talking about, Murder by Maestro. It's just the direct was really long. So there are 2 ways that we can do this. It's going to take me a little bit longer, but I can pull up the stream from yesterday. So hold on, let me do it. I can pull up the stream from yesterday, I can bring up the transcript, and I can search for the word laptop, and then I'll be able to find it. It's just going to take me a second. If I had the timestamp in EST, I could just cross-reference that with the stream, and then I could jump right to it. But let's do it this way, because I remember them talking about when they arrived and they searched her devices, and they found her on her laptop. I just don't remember the exact moment that Hank Brennan mentioned Ring. But what we can also do, ladies and gentlemen, I remember what you're talking about, Murder by Maestro, but that's like to actually get this, there's a process that I'm going to have to go through, as I'm sure you know, so I'm going to have to go over to the feed, which I'm doing now. I have to bring up the stream. The transcript is God knows how long, because it's 9 hours and 11 minutes of video, but then I have to wait for it to load. I've paused the video. Now I go down into the description. I click it has 4,020 views. I have to take a screenshot of that. That's a towel sign, I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, 866 towel members. All right, so I click show transcript. Now I wait for this very, very long. What did Lily Girl say? Yeah, I can't follow that. But hold on, I'll look at that in a second. I have to bring up this transcript now, because the only way for us to actually watch this is for me to find the moment. There's no way we're sorting through 6 hours of Yuri Buchnick's testimony. We are going to bring up the transcript, and we are going to search the transcript. It's just there's so many things being loaded. The poor towel computer is struggling. What do you mean it was not mentioned in court ever? What are you talking about, Murder by Maestro? The police officer was are you talking about in the... Hold on. What, Murder by Maestro, what court document are you talking about where Hank Brennan mentioned Karen being on her laptop? There's a lot of filings. I know them pretty well. You're going to have to be a little bit more specific. It's only in a document. Hold on one second. Let's just see if they brought it up during testimony. Sorry. Nope. Laptop didn't come up. What about Ring? Let's see. I use the word monitoring a lot and during. Oh, by the way, folks asked if the Ring Keeper of Records was subpoenaed the first trial. No, only the second trial. And there were 17 videos during the operative period that would all be very damning to Karen that were deleted. Hold on. Let's just listen to the audio for now. No, that was just the Commonwealth's Ring motion yesterday. What Murder by Maestro? You might have to actually do a search. I know they seized her car that day, Murder by Maestro, but I don't know what document you're talking about. So just saying, I remember an officer saying they saw her on her laptop doesn't... Yes, but Murder by Maestro, the word document here is the problem. You're going to have to narrow this down in scope a little bit. Was it court motion, a search warrant affidavit? Anyway, we might not be able to find this because I don't know what you're talking about. Like, yes, it's possible an officer noted that Karen was on her laptop, but that's a very small detail, and it could have been an motion, an affidavit, a search warrant. Oh, goodness. But anyway, maybe we'll find it eventually. But I'm going to keep looking to see if Ring came up yesterday. I think it did come up. But just briefly. But we'll see if there was anything we missed during the discussion of Ring. I have now realized that the word ring is very common in the English language, both as part of other words and also as its own word. And then we'll also watch a little bit of the testimony from yesterday and get caught up on the recap. All right, hold on. So now they're talking about the 508 footage. Let's see if it comes up again. Yes, well, that's what I'm saying. It might not even be testimony murder by maestro. We got to narrow this down. I can definitely find it in my records. It's just your Boolean terms that you're feeding Towel Computer are not precise enough to render the result that you're looking for. Okay. All right, now let's just listen to the part of yesterday's testimony about the ring footage, okay? I think that's the best way to do this. I think that that's, even though it's not directly related to Murder by Maestro's point, I just think that's the most effective way to at least get caught up on this part of yesterday's testimony. So let me bring this up for you. All right, you see little towels. I have things all ready to go. Then I grabbed the part of yesterday's testimony from Towel Stream that was about this issue. Now let's listen. Got to unmute it. Hold on.
He's home at Meadows. I want to go back to the evidence that you reviewed in this case.
Okay.
Did you get to look at the ring video for John O'Keefe's home at Meadows?
Yes, I did.
Did you review the video over a period of time of January 28th and January 29th?
I did.
What were you looking for?
We were looking for activity to get a timeline. During investigations, different sources provide you information that can develop into leads. It also helps verify witness statements. It helps verify information's coming in. We always trust, but we always verify the information that we take in from individuals we do not know. So although it could be a cooperating witness, you still have to verify that their information is accurate. Not that they might be intentionally misleading you, but 3 people can watch the same event and observe it differently. So it's good to talk to individuals and pick up on different facts that they remember, giving you a whole picture of what took place.
Did you review ring video for January 28, 2022 and January 29, 2022?
I did.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of segments of the video from January 28, 2022.
Okay, the one that's already in evidence?
It is. It's Exhibit 6.
Okay.
Thank you. When you reviewed the video from the ring that Ring provided for Mr. O'Keefe's home on Meadows for January 28, 2022, did you review it from the morning time at about 7:18:55 throughout the evening?
On the 28th?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. If I could have video 119.
Folks, Towel here. Folks, listen. We're going to actually watch right now to see if this is the moment where Bill Reid gets up from court. Remember, this is where he's about to inspect Karen's broken taillight. It might actually, I think it's either this time, a little bit later. Just remember, folks, Bill Reid eventually arrives at Fairview Road. Let's watch it together. Murder by Maestro is going to post something on Twitter for us that's going to help us learn more about that court document. But until they do that, the Murder by Maestro, the genius towel that they are, let's keep watching. Folks, this could be big. Do you see Bill Reid in the bottom corner there? Do you see Bill Reid? Folks, tell me if Bill Reid moves. Because I swear, if Bill Reid moves, ladies and gentlemen, that right before video of him inspecting Karen's taillight plays, that's a huge deal. Folks, that is a huge deal. All right, let's watch together.
Thank you. After that video, did you have an opportunity to look at video at about 5:05 p.m.?
I'm sorry, there was a noise coming from a bag over there. I apologize.
Not a problem.
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. On January 28th. Do you know who's in that video? Could you stop that, please? Do you know who's in that video?
I believe it's Mr. Paul O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe.
Could you please? Did you? Could you stop that video? Do you know who that is?
I believe that's the defendant.
Continue, please. Could you stop that? Do you know who exited the car?
I believe that's Mr. Reid.
Okay, continue, please. Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway?
Yes.
During that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who?
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, GrantSmithEllis here. That was the moment the pool feed went down. Whoa. Is this when Bill Reid actually leaves?
And
so we pick up the pool feed. Hold on a second. It picks up. Whoa. No way is this when he leaves.
And 175.
The volume goes down here, folks. Is Bill Reid actually going to get up and leave, folks? Let's watch. He's there with his daughter. They're about to take the murder weapon back to Dighton. No, but Murder by Maestro, look, that is a ring video of Karen and her parents leaving Meadows that morning with the car. So we're looking at Bill Reid in the background. Folks, what we're really watching for is does he get up before the next ring video plays from his house?
Did you look for further video to see if there was any video for the time around when the Lexus was taken from Meadows that morning?
Yes.
Was there any video that was produced that shows the time around before and the time that Lexus was removed from that driveway that morning?
There was no video, no.
Hold on. Are you saying this murder? It's quiet, but let me repeat what he says.
Did you look for further video to see if there was any video for the time around when the Lexus was taken from Meadows that morning?
Yes.
Was there any video that was produced that shows the time around before and the time that Lexus was removed from that driveway that morning?
There was no video.
Okay, so I think Murder by Maestro, I think I see what you're saying. It's there, yeah, I think, wait, hold on.
When you were at the Sallyport, did you get...
No, yeah, no, Murder by Maestro, he didn't actually say some of it's missing. The question was, did you look for further footage of the time it was leaving? Yes. Did you find it? No. Now, I get that. I agree with you, Murder by Maestro. She might have deleted part of it, but we don't have enough from that clip to get your documents you post on Twitter. I know he's saying that, Murder by Maestro. I know. She may have altered this clip too. That is very interesting. So it happened at 12:27. Here's what we can do, actually. Let's go to yesterday. All right, let's go to the we'll go to the law and crime coverage from yesterday. We'll go to the coverage from yesterday where the audio was better, and then we'll superimpose one over the other, okay? YouTube law and crime. Now stay with Little Towel, because have you ever wanted to see Towel be a little towel in real time? Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. Hank Brennan has definitely showed that there was something manipulated about that footage. So here's what we're going to do, Little Towels. We are going to go to Law and Crime's coverage of yesterday's Karen Reid trial. I'm going to go, it should be under the live tab. Then, as we wait for court to come into session, Little Towels, I'm going to bring up the exact moment from yesterday, which was 12:27 and 54 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to bring that up on the Law and Crime feed. I'm going to superimpose it, because they don't actually show the Karen cam. I'm going to superimpose it on our screen in a small little window, and we're going to be good little towels as I get this ready. So, oh, don't tell me it doesn't have timestamps. Oh, you don't use a running clock? That's okay. We should be able to figure this out. That is so unhelpful, Law and Crime. Why can't you put a clock? Everybody loves a clock. Hold on. Now we got to find the moment when the ring footage was discussed. I think it was after that presentation. Yeah, all right, I got it. Hold on. No, wait, that was their lunchtime break. Was it after lunch? Then do we start looking at the ring footage? No, was it before lunch? No, it was before lunch. It was 12:23. So it was somewhere. Oh, I got it. Little Towels, I got it. Little Towels. I think I have procured the moment that we need to see, but it's not that moment. It's the moment where Karen's parents arrive. Is it right here? No, that's the Dighton video. Yeah, okay. So we got a little bit more to go before the Dighton video. Now that was one of the ones we just looked at. Where is the one where Karen comes and takes the SUV with her parents? Hold on there. Did he show them a little bit out of order? No, that was the day before. That was that morning. Now, where's the one before they go to Dighton? I know that's the one where they go to Dighton, but okay, so that's that one. When did this air? All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am frustrated because Law and Crime did not put the kind of timer that I need on their feed. This occurred at 12:37, so that's 4 hours in. Okay, so was it just a little? No, it was before that. It should be right here. Where is it? Oh, the feed. Did their feed actually cut out? I wonder if that's why we lost that part of the footage. No, I found it. So this is Karen coming back. Stay with me, Little Towels. We're about to figure out if this is actually if this is what we've all been expecting. Here we go. I got it. All right, here we go. Now watch this.
Hey there, Karen Reid trial.
Oh, we're about to get started. Hold on.
Remind me of that the world.
We're also going to check in for Karen Reid's arrival. But look at this, Little Towels. Look what I'm going to be able to do for us here. So I have the moment that Bill Reid, I have these two things together. It's going to be a little hard to sync them, but I've managed to put it together. So give Little Towel a second here. Here is the moment that Murder by Maestro is talking about. I'm going to add this right here. Day 12. Okay. So, what? No, that's not the one that I wanted. Give me 1 second. This is actually very interesting. This may be the missing piece of evidence here, ladies and gentlemen, in the sense that if Karen Reid deleted things on the Ring after this video, then that is very damning for her indeed. Very damning indeed. Here we go. Okay. So look what I've done for you, little towels. I obtained, because the cam feed, the court audio did not make it through yesterday, but we have the updated pool feed here. Now watch what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this, okay? I'm going to superimpose this down here. And that's the one we're actually going to watch, but we're going to play the Karen cam in the background to see if Bill Reid leaves at some point during this video. So here we go. Let me grab this for you all. That's the updated pool feed. I have to sync them, so give Little Towel a second. Okay, now I have to mute this one, and then I have to get to the exact moment where where we were watching that first clip. So hold on, because we lost a little bit of the pool feed right as the clip started playing, which is the most unfortunate thing possible. And it's right as he's pulling up, right? All right, so when does it actually start? Hold on. Okay, ready? Now watch this, Little Towel. So we have the back feed muted, and we watch this. All right, let's do it.
Thank you. Did you later see video at 10:36:28?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 161, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you know who's in that video?
I believe it's Mr. Paul O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe.
Could you please play? Okay, thank you. Did you later look at video of 12:04?
Yes.
And could we please play the 1 minute segment of video 165? Could you stop that video? Do you know who that is?
I believe that's the defendant.
Continue, please. Could you stop that? Do you know who exited the car?
I believe that's Mr. Reid.
Okay, continue, please. Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway?
Yes.
During that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who? Could you stop, please? Do you notice anything about the right rear taillight in that video?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's
Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway?
Yes.
During that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who?
Oh, wow. Murder by Maestro. How weird is this? Are you seeing this? The Law and Crime feed cuts out Yuri's response. The feed really did go down. It cuts out Yuri's response where he says, where he clearly says that there wasn't more video despite other videos showing that there was more. Whoa, Murder by Maestro. Listen, you may really be onto something here, and I think people I don't know if that was an accident. I don't know why the feed cut. The only audio during that part was from that other feed with really poor audio. Oh my word. What is going on here? What is going on? This is something very odd has happened, ladies and gentlemen. Something very, very odd indeed has happened. I'm not really exactly sure what to tell you all about this. Hold on, I have a plan. Let's try the Court TV feed. Whoa, that was unexpected, Little Towels. There is something going on about this. I think Karen manipulated, so that means the deletions had to have occurred at her house. I think Karen really did, and with her parents' knowledge, delete video from John O'Keefe's feed. Now, we have a few minutes until court goes into session. Let's check in on what's going on here. Do we have video from outside the court? We do. We have no arrival from Karen Reid. You all watch that a second. Let me go over to the court TV feed to see if even their feed cut. I think... So I don't know if it's even complicit or if that was just a weird, that is very, very, very weird timing, though. It's almost uncanny how weird the timing of that cut was. And as you notice, folks, like that was legitimately not correct. Who's that? Is that Hank Brennan? Nope, Adam Lally. Hello, Adam Lally. Good luck today. You got this. All right, now stay with Little Towel. We have more work to do. Okay. Now I'm going to go on to the court TV feed. I can't believe we have had to use this many resources to just get that. If the court TV feed doesn't have it, Little Towels, I promise you folks, Little Towel is going to be very, very, very concerned. So it should be about the 3 hour 41 minute mark. So let's get out of there. Now let's go back to yesterday. So now I got the court TV feed up. Let's go to the 3 hour and 41 minute mark. Give me 1 second. All right. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Let's see if Court TV's feed cut. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Little Towel is going to be quite perturbed. Now, I got the exact moment. I think that, oh no, that's Peggy and that's the officers. No, here we go. Is this the Bill Reid clip? Hold on 1 second. Yep, this is Bill and Karen, so stay with Little Towel. I have to get a little bit further in the clip. Okay, hold on. So I think it did stay on the Court TV feed. Hold on, Little Towels. Let me bring this back up. Okay, now let me bring the Karen cam. Oh, this is a lot of work. Now let me bring the Karen cam over on this one. No, how did you do that? That is not what I wanted. That's okay. I have a plan here, Little Towels. I have a plan. Oh, it's because I didn't actually need to move that. I need to keep this on a separate window. Stay with Little Towel. All right, so now we have that moved, and then I actually want to keep this one in the background. Thank you. And then I'm going to change that top one. Stay with me, Little Towels. You can see there's almost 200 Little Towels watching. Oh, you Little Towel friends are wonderful. Here we go. Now, look at this, Little Towels, as we wait for the feed to load up. Hold on. Oh, do we have an arrival? Yep, Karen Reid might be arriving. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reid is at the intersection. It's going to take us a few minutes, about 10 to 15 minutes after Karen Reid arrives for court to start, but we are going to watch Karen Reid's arrival. My name is GrantSmithEllis. We wait. We will watch Karen Reid never has anything to say in the morning, and then we're going to catch the part that was cut out of the broadcast yesterday. We constructed it all together, the Towel friends. We're now just waiting for Karen Reid to arrive. I also want to get this tab to load up as we're waiting for that to happen. Stay with Little Towel. Come on, Little Towel, you can do it. You can do it. We have faith in you, Little Towel. We have collective faith in you. We'll continue to watch Karen Reid's car at an intersection. I know, Little Towels, that's exactly what you wanted to do with your day. You wanted to watch Karen Reid at an intersection. All right, the light is turned green. Oh, yes, these are the moments. You all clearly turned in to watch a car drive by a set of railings. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are watching Karen Reid arrive at court. Now she's going to take a right, and then her lawyers are going to walk with her into the courthouse. My name is GrantSmithEllis. We will put this ring video together more at the first break, maybe. And, well, we have 10 minutes. Maybe we'll do it.
I just want to get her go upstairs. That'd be perfect.
All right, who took the beauty shot today?
Second shoot over you, no problem.
Oh, it's Hank Brennan. Hank Brennan, right as Karen Reid arrives. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do it. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is 8:50 a.m. We're coming up 10 minutes away from the start of the presentation and evidence in day 13 of the Karen Reid and John O'Keefe retrial, where Karen Reid stands accused of drunkenly backing her car up into John O'Keefe, causing him to suffer a traumatic brain injury upon hitting the ground, and then Karen left John to die in a blizzard, allegedly. Prosecutor Hank Brennan arrives on the scene. Let's watch the moments. It is Hank Brennan himself.
Video is great.
the man, the myth, the legend, Hank Brennan, ladies and gentlemen. You tune in today, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Catch the Karen Cam and all the action. Hank Brennan walks like a man with firm conviction on the way to holding Karen Reid accountable for John O'Keefe's death. You can see the towel friends in the chat celebrating Mr. Brennan's abilities and his trial strategy, which has been brilliant. Brilliant, Mr. Brennan, they say, ladies and gentlemen. Tune in today. Watch with us, the Towel Friends. Chat live, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Towel Friends, you got in the clip. I repeat, Towel Friends, you got in the clip. Now we shall post about the clip. We shall post. We won't even watch Karen walk in for the next minute. You know why, ladies and gentlemen? Because we are going to write the following post. As we begin day 13 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reid retrial, prosecutor Hank Brennan arrives ready, calm, cool, and collected. The man who has captivated the attention of the world and the towel universe alike is ready for Friday's bombshells. Ladies and gentlemen, prosecutor Hank Brennan has arrived at today's John O'Keefe and Karen Reid trial, and you saw it happen in real time. Yes, the benefits of watching a man who thinks he's a horse racing announcer provide commentary regarding ongoing developments. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. I'm a towel, and I'm thrilled that so many of you have been tuning in to watch the Karen Cam. I know you enjoy Towel's erudite and informative and engaging and entertaining commentary, but what you're really here for is the Karen Cam. Don't kid yourself. Towel is just the voice that keeps you entertained during lulls in the Karen Cam. I know what's really going on. Great to see you, Gina. Pleasure to have you with us. Happy to have you as a honorary towel. Thank you for being among the towel fold. Okay, now the moment you didn't want to watch, but we'll do anyway. Lady, the man who thinks he's a horse racing announcer. Oh, thank you, Lisa Cox. Yes, the Hank Cam is also a big attraction. I'm well aware. Oh, thank you, Allie 90211. Karen Reid standing around like a non-towel. Yes, she is not a towel. I repeat, Karen Reid is not a towel, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, now we shall do our clip. Everybody ready for the Karen clip? Listen, if you have things to say about Karen, ladies and gentlemen, now is the time. We are going to do our Karen clip. Everyone get ready. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Round 2. After Hank Brennan's arrival like a man on a mission to hold Karen Reid accountable for John O'Keefe's death while Karen was drunk with a BAC between 0.14 and 0.28, which is 2 to 4 times the legal limit, when she allegedly at 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds on January 29, 2022, backed her car up with 75% force on the acceleration to 24.2 miles an hour, reducing to 23.7 miles an hour in a millisecond upon allegedly striking John with a 4.7 degree steering wheel correction to the right, thereupon causing John to hit the ground, suffered traumatic brain injury, and then Karen left John to die allegedly from hypothermia, as indicated by reddening of John's pancreas on that lawn over the next 5 hours, and as confirmed by John's phone data showing he never moved from that lawn after 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reid arrives at court. Hank Brennan's on his way to obtaining a conviction, and I'm a towel. Let's watch the moments.
My mother will know us.
You know, you're right.
It is. Good morning.
It is. That's right.
You're good. We're gonna bounce now. We're good. Keep me posted. Let me
You heard it from the cameraman. We're going to bounce now. We're good. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reid, someone finally carried her giant suitcase up the stairs. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reid's having a tough day, but she didn't have to carry the giant suitcase. Chivalry is not dead. My name is GrantSmithEllis. I'm not actually a horse racing announcer. I am a towel. Tune in live. The Karen Cam is about to go on. Today's morning session is about to start. Yuri Buchanan will continue with his cross, then redirect, then recross. Then I'm pretty sure Hank Brennan will have bombshells to end the week. My name's GrantSmithEllis, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Join us. Tune in. Karen Reid is about to be held accountable, and Hank Brennan is an unstoppable, brilliant legal force. All right, towel friends, you all got in the Karen clip. Everybody's pleased. The only thing we didn't get to do was do the ring analysis video. But you know what? Murder by Maestro, our brilliant 24-year-old hexadecimal speaking, Boolean operating genius of a towel. We will do that at first lunch break, my dear friend. And we'll compare it. We'll do a full analysis. I will be a towel. But yes, okay, ladies and gentlemen, you know what it means. When the Karen Cam turns on, that means it's almost time to start the day. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, now watch this. Watch, little towel. You know what I'm going to do. I'm going to transition you over. And here it comes. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, your favorite moments of the day. I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, the fan. The fan is spinning. The countdown has started, and I am a towel. And you may say to yourself, sir, you are not actually a towel. You just think you are a towel. And I would say, okay, well, I also think I'm a horse racing announcer, and I've taken on the intonation of a horse racing announcer. Therefore, I am a horse racing announcer and a towel. And you may say to yourself, sir, that makes absolutely no sense. I want to watch coverage of a trial. And I would say, listen, if you don't understand moments of levity, you are not going to have a fun time on Towel Stream. In fact, you will be utterly baffled most of the time because we talk about Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man in the intonation of a person describing horses running around a track with some kind of monetary stake on the line. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I have put it all together. This is what the public wants. The towel-waving public wants horse racer announcer style coverage of criminal trials. I don't really know why. I can't explain to you why the people have demanded this. I simply am fulfilling a role as a conduit to engender cogent participation in our representative form of government and ward off insidious usurpation of the democratic process, in particular the justice system, by way of being a horse racer announcer. What is so hard to understand about that? I think it's perfectly clear. My word, people's incredulity at me being a horse racing announcer towel is completely misplaced. There isn't actually any incredulity at towel for being a horse racing announcer towel, though. I am just saying that. Yes, I know you all are thrilled. You are ready to take on the challenge that is being a supporter of a horse racing announcer towel. I realize how much that means, and I will not let you down. Ladies and gentlemen, court has not started, but look at that on your screen. The Karen Cam is ready. The Hank Cam is ready. We have reached the starting line. Ladies and gentlemen, this can only mean one thing. The horses, the foals, they have been at the park overnight. They took some time for a sidebar. They grazed with the sheep. They ate some grass of some kind. And now we are ready to come into session. And you might be saying to yourself, does this mean Judge Cannoni is a horse racing official? Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Judge Cannoni has the horses who are actually lawyers standing at the starting gate. Now the plan is for them to hopefully go in circles and reach the finish line. Unfortunately, this is a little complicated for the defense, and occasionally Bob Alessi, Alan Jackson, and David Yannetti end up standing in the infield grass lecturing people drinking Coors Light about Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Meanwhile, Hank Brennan seems to understand the point of this horse racing thing, which is to go around in a circle and reach the finish line. And you might be saying, sir, I understand the analogy now. This trial is like a cohesive recursive circle, as if James Joyce himself were penning Vico's beautiful framework into prose, and Hank Brennan is using themes to tell a recursive circle of a story that reinforces Karen's guilt over and over. Yes, but explaining that is what ruins the fun. Comedy's supposed to exist somewhere between what we say and what we mean. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't force me to explain the ethereal, non-temporal space between why horse racing is an analogy for Hank Brennan's brilliant trial strategy compared to Bob Alessi, David Yannetti, and Alan Jackson lecturing people on the infield grass about Chewbacca. That takes away the brilliance of the insight. I think Karen Reid's going to be convicted, Francesca. That's my prediction. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you also may be saying, Grant, are we now in the mode where you expected trial to come into session, but we're waiting for trial to come into session, so are you just yelling things into the mic about how you are a horse racing announcer towel? Yes, by God, ladies and gentlemen, I will not be deterred from embracing my full potential as a horse racing announcer towel. Now, I agree. Hank Brennan is like a magisterial cult circling the horse racing track, layering beautifully recursive themes and establishing Karen's guilt. Every time he laps Reid's lawyers, he looks at them and says, those are not very intelligent men, or in this case, horses. Why are they standing in the infield lecturing people about Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man? And yes, ladies and gentlemen, I think overall, in the grand schema, Hank Brennan would win a horse race. That is the insight we've taken from today's Towel stream. The erudite, the prescient, the omniscient insights from Towel himself is that Hank Brennan would win a horse race. Now, yes, Hank Brennan is Secretariat. We put it all together. All of the insights, the primary source documents, the federal corruption with Karen Reid and her defense, all of the nonsense with this trial, the turtle blogger hybrids, it all was leading us to this one conclusion. Hank Brennan is Secretariat. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. The load and weight that has lifted off Towel's shoulders, I put it all together. This trial is actually a horse race. Hank Brennan knows what he's doing. He's going to win the Triple Crown, and we should invade northern France peacefully. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to come into session. No, we're not. It was just the camera focusing more on the fan. Oh, no. Oh, God, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry. I don't know what to do. I don't like the fan whatsoever. Oh, no. Well, listen, I may actually have a plan. I know this is going to be shocking to you all, but I have thought through what to do in a situation whereupon we have to stare at the fan. And as such, this is Reporter Towel Christina's solution. Really, I don't think we can take credit for it, though, because as you will see, it was actually the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca who managed to stop the fan. Now, you might be saying, how did they manage to do that? Well, ladies and gentlemen, these two individuals, they have superfan powers. Even though the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man could probably easily get cut to pieces by the fan, he sacrificed himself for us. Ladies and gentlemen, look at that. The Stay Puft Marshmallow Man has saved us from having to look at the fan. Oh, it is a glorious day. They put their lives on the line, Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, and now you all do not have to look at the fan. And also, yes, God bless John, we will not use John's picture to cover the fan. I think John sitting on the corner of the screen is more apropos. However, ladies and gentlemen, we're coming into session. I'm a towel. I'll see you at the break. Oh, God bless you, Lisa Cox. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Towel Stream. We'll see you at the break.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do with honorable, federally known just as the Spirit Court, now sitting at Dedham, within for the Commonwealth, draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and when the sitting of this court's in session, please be seated.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reid. Good morning, jurors. Happy Friday. I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Could we bring Sergeant Buchanan in, please? And Mr. Jackson, are you ready?
I'm ready, Your Honor.
Okay.
Follow me.
Sergeant, I'm reminded you're still on the road.
Thanks. Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
Yesterday, when we left off, we had been discussing one of the trips you made out to 34 Fairview, specifically on an occasion in which you met Chief Berkowitz. I want to ask you a couple of questions to follow up on those questions that I asked yesterday. Did Chief Berkowitz ever talk to you about his communications with Brian Albert and or Brian Higgins, either at that time or afterward?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated one way or the other without telling me anything that they said? Did you learn whether or not Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Higgins?
No.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Albert? And I'm talking about in the days before you were at 34 Fairview, which was February 4th, from the 29th to February 4th.
No.
You returned to the scene, you indicated on direct examination, on or about February 10th, 2022, to conduct yet another search, correct?
Yes.
And on that particular occasion, you recovered some 6 pieces of red and or clear and or black plastic. Is that how you testified?
There was numerous pieces. The exact number, I don't know. You'd have to refresh my memory with a report.
Okay. There were several pieces. The exact number, I'm not really worried about. There were several. There's more than one.
Yes.
Okay. There were also some clear glass pieces, correct?
Again, I don't know exactly, but if a report can be presented, it would refresh my memory.
Okay. Let's do that real quick. May I approach Your Honor?
Yes.
So you can actually let me give you the front page of that as well. Just familiarize yourself with it.
Thank you.
Let me know when you familiarize yourself with that report. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to take a look at this report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection as to the items generally that you recovered on February 10th?
Yes, it did.
Did you recover approximately 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic and 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You would obviously consider that to be an incredibly important part of the investigation, recovering physical items at the scene of the incident, correct?
Every piece of evidence is important.
Can you describe for the jurors exactly where each of the, let's take them one at a time, where each of the 6 pieces of plastic fragments were found?
All items recovered that day were found in the general vicinity where the other items were also located. The area had been excavated. I've been to that location several times, and it was all located in the general vicinity where it was initially excavated, but also where I was told Mr. John O'Keefe was found on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
So, other than saying in the general vicinity, did you seek to actually document where each item was found? In other words, by cross coordinates or some other such manner?
The exact location where each item was recovered from was not documented with a picture or GPS location. It was still within the general vicinity of that 40 to 50 square feet or so, by my approximation, near the flagpole, between the street, the flagpole, and the fire hydrant. It was all the same general vicinity.
So 40 to 50 square feet would be a 10-foot by 5-foot square, correct?
Generally speaking, 50, yeah, okay. 5 by 10, general area.
If I may, Your Honor, if I may approach this a little bit, would you agree with me? I'm not going to pull out a measuring tape. Would you agree I'm about 10 feet from you right now?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. And from the jury bar, probably about 5 feet from there?
Yes.
So we're talking about a relatively broad area for small pieces of physical evidence to be found. You would agree with that?
I would, again, estimate it was the general area, maybe 10 feet in one direction, 10 feet in another, and 5 feet out, maybe 3 feet out. They were the general area where it was initially excavated and then expanded with the snow melting, and all the pieces were within that general area.
But you were working on an assumption, at that point, on an assumption that there was some sort of an impact at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You were working on an assumption or a presumption that there was an impact of a physical item, in your view, an SUV, with a human being, correct? That was your presumption at the time.
The evidence was pointing that impact took place because there was damage to the taillight. Large chunks of it was missing. And we were locating pieces that were consistent with texture, color, and size fragments from that SUV on the lawn. So I wasn't assuming anything. The evidence was speaking to us.
You weren't there, correct?
I was there recovering the evidence, yes.
You weren't there at the time of the incident?
No, of course not.
So you were utilizing assumptions and presumptions based on information that was provided to you. Yes or no?
We work by learning information, collecting evidence, and getting that evidence to suggest what happened. That evidence is tested, and then it's all put together into the case.
You use the word to suggest what happened, correct?
Yes.
Another word for a suggestion is if something is suggested to you, you then receive it and assume certain things based on that suggestion.
What we do with suggestions, we corroborate them. A witness statement is, I guess you can say, a suggestion. And then we corroborate it through evidence.
And of course, you make assumptions based on those suggestions, correct? Yes or no?
We have theories.
Another term for a theory is an assumption or a presumption, correct?
I guess in some respect you can say that,
Okay.
but I'm not.
Yes.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Well, you'll agree that words matter, right? I mean, you're testifying, so words do matter.
Words do matter. That's important.
So, working off of your, as you put it, your theory, you theorized that there was an impact spot at 34th Area, correct?
Based on the statement I hit him, I assumed that Mr. O'Keefe was impacted with something. Initial hours of the investigation, we had those statements, I hit him. We had the statements that, oh my God, did I hit him? So utilizing that information with the evidence at that point that we had was a broken cocktail glass. So a theory would be, why is the cocktail glass broken? Because it came into contact with the victim. So that's why my information communicated to the ME's office was a possible domestic involving a glass strike to the victim. As a result, we had to go and see the victim's body and the injuries. So Mr. O'Keefe's injuries presented a certain way, and we learned more information. So the more information that comes in, the more information that we are able to corroborate statements and collect evidence that further corroborates other information is helpful in the investigation. That's how investigations develop. If we knew everything we knew from day one, there wouldn't be a process of developing investigation.
So the answer to my question, Sergeant, is you were working off of a theory, correct? Yes or no?
We were working off a report of an injured male party, and then we developed the information, collected the evidence, and developed the investigation.
Do you know what the word theory means?
I'm sorry, English is like a third language for me, so if you can bring up the Webster's Dictionary, I can read it out.
You want me to pull up the Webster's Dictionary? You want to take a break real quick and pull up the Webster's Dictionary to define a word that you used in an answer about 40 seconds ago? We're working off of a theory, quote unquote. You said it, not me. You want me to go get a dictionary so we can figure out for the jurors what that word means?
Objection.
All right, sustained. Let's move along, please.
You would agree with me, Sergeant Buchanan, that if your theory was that there was an impact, the site of that impact would be incredibly important, correct?
Very important, yes.
And on February 10th, you went out to the scene and you indicate that you found 6 pieces of black, clear, and red plastic material and 14 pieces of glass material and some other plastic material as well, correct?
Yes.
You didn't photograph it? Is that
no,
right?
I did not.
You didn't do any plotting of cross coordinates, which would have been easy to do to determine exactly where each piece was found, correct?
It would not be easy for me. I don't know how to do that.
You've never learned how to plot cross coordinates?
I don't have the tools to GPS coordinate an item.
You take 2 points that are stable. You know what cross coordinates are? Take 2 points that are stable, like for instance, I don't know, let's pick something, like a flagpole that doesn't move. And you draw a line, pull a string directly over the item that you find. Then you take another item, another stable item that's perpendicular to that, pull that straight, put it down. That's exactly, you measure the distance between the two, that's exactly where that item, where those 2 strings cross, that's exactly where that item's found. That's cross coordinates, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
You ever heard of that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know what cross coordinates are?
No.
Do you know how to plot cross coordinates?
You just demonstrated it to me.
Does that sound reasonable and easy?
What you explained sounds easy, yes.
And you didn't do that.
I did not.
You also didn't, by the way, you had your cell phone when you went out there on February 10th, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Your cell phone has a camera built into it, correct?
Yes, it does.
You indicated on direct examination you didn't think it was necessary to call out a forensic photographer to photograph and photo document where these items were found. Is that right?
That's right.
But you could have pulled your cell phone out and taken photographs of them, right?
I guess I could have, yes.
But you didn't do any coordinates and you didn't take any photos.
I did not know.
Can you show us a report that memorializes where you supposedly recovered these items?
Yes, the report you showed me, number 83, that documents that they were all recovered at 34 Fairview Road.
Right. So that's correct. There's a report after the fact that establishes that they were recovered generally at 34 Fairview Road on February 10th. But is there a report that describes exactly where on the property at 34 Fairview or off the property at 34 Fairview these 20 items were found? That's a question I'm waiting.
Oh, I didn't realize. But
do you need me to repeat the question?
Was there a question? Go ahead, please.
Sure. Is there a report that documents exactly where at 34 Fairview on the property these 20-odd items were found exactly?
The report documenting where they were recovered from is number 83 that you've just presented. Exact location is the same general vicinity. If it was something different, if we located these items across the street, a different section of the yard, that would have been documented.
What's documented in the report that you just referenced says bullet point 2/10/22, meaning February 10/22 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Buchanan secured 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, period. That's what it says, right?
Same general vicinity. If there was a different location...
That's what the report says, isn't it? That's all I'm asking. That's what the report says, what I just quoted.
That's the description of the items
So
recovered.
the answer is yes. That's what the report says.
That is part of the report. That is the description of the items recovered on that date.
And the bullet point beneath that says February 10th, 2022 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Buchanan secured 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments. Correct?
That's correct.
There is no further description of where those items were found, is there?
There is.
What's the further? Where's the report with the further description of exactly where they were found?
It might not be in the report. It might be on the description of the bag, describing that it was 34 Fairview Road. The report indicates and encompasses itself where those items were recovered from. Clearly, the same general vicinity the initial items were recovered from. If there was a need to document a different location, it would have happened.
But you didn't see the need to document the exact coordinates where those items were found, did you? You didn't see the need?
It did not happen.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Take a look at that photograph. Tell me if you recognize it. What's depicted in it?
Yes, I do.
What's depicted in that photograph, just generally?
It's the side of evidence bag that items were secured in. It documents the case number, the date, time, who recovered it, and general description of the 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
I'd like to have that marked and moved into evidence, John.
Okay. Is there any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 111.
May I approach, John?
Yes.
You indicated that the evidence bag would help determine where the exact location was that these items were found, correct?
The general location where they were recovered from.
Will you publish this, Your Honor?
Okay.
Does this look like the photograph that you were just reviewing?
Yes, it does.
That's just been marked as evidence?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Wool, can we make that a little larger so it's more legible? Can you read that from where you are?
I can.
Moving past the date, moving on to the date. What date is that?
Date collected is 2/10/22.
So that's the date that we've been talking about, correct?
That is correct.
And this indicates collected by, and who's that?
That's myself, Sergeant Buchanan.
Description of evidence. This is where the description of the evidence is located on this evidence bag, correct?
General description identifying what's inside.
And what does that description read?
6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic.
And that's all it says about the description, correct?
Yes.
And it indicates location where collected. And there's several lines that are available to fill in, correct?
Correct.
On that first line, what does that read?
34 Fairview Road, Canton, MA.
And that's it, correct?
That's all that was put, yes.
And you didn't fill this bag out, did you?
No, I did not.
Who did?
I do not know.
Who did?
I don't know.
You don't recognize the handwriting?
No, I do not.
You don't recognize the handwriting of your partner and subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware that Michael Proctor filled this out?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you with Michael Proctor when this was bagged?
No, I was not. I was by myself.
Did you give the items of evidence to Michael Proctor to bag?
No, I did not.
Who did you give it to bag?
I bagged it myself.
Whose handwriting is that?
I do not know.
If you bagged it yourself, why didn't you fill out the evidence envelope?
I bagged it and turned it over, and I told him exactly where it was and what time, so someone else wrote the information.
You just said, I bagged it and told him.
Turned it over.
No, sir. No, sir. What you just said was, I bagged it and turned it over to him. And you don't know who it is that you turned it over to? Who's the him?
Turned it over to them.
Who's
them?
Okay.
Whoever wrote it. Whoever wrote it.
So we're just in a circle here. We can turn the lights
Objection to the commentary.
Yeah. So, Mr. Jackson, no comments, okay? Just
Understood.
questions.
I apologize. Ignore my last comment. You had items of evidence that you've already described as being incredibly important, correct?
Those are your words. I actually changed. I said every piece of evidence is important.
Okay. Since this is part of every piece of evidence, do you think this evidence was important?
Every piece of evidence is important.
So was this evidence important? Yes or no?
Yes.
So you had the evidence and turned it over to someone whom you don't know and can't identify. Is that what we understand?
It was a member of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to our office. It wasn't just a random person. I can't specifically identify who it was or who wrote on that bag. I know it was a trusted member of our unit and part of the investigative team.
How do you know it was a trusted member of your unit and a part of the investigative team if you can't tell these jurors who it was? How do you know that?
Because I wouldn't have turned it over to a random stranger.
Okay, so let's figure out the possibilities. Who are among those to whom you would have turned this stuff over? Who are among them?
There was 4 troopers in the detective unit at that point assigned to homicide.
Let's name them. Who are they?
It was Trooper DeChico, Trooper Kakowski, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Mike Proctor.
As you sit here today, do you believe or do you recall turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
Objection.
We're going to go through each person?
Every one of them. There's only 4.
I'll allow this question.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
No.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Pikowski?
No.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper DeChico?
No.
Do you remember turning it over to Michael Proctor?
No.
So it might have been just a random stranger. Right?
That's a ridiculous suggestion.
Have you ever seen Trooper Proctor's handwriting before?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you've seen it, I'm guessing, not dozens, maybe hundreds of times, correct?
Not hundreds of times, no.
Dozens of times?
Sure.
Over the years?
Sure.
On evidence bags, on logs, on notes, things of that nature?
Some evidence bags, some notes.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Can you take a look at that document and tell me if you recognize it?
The whole thing or just the front page?
No, just flip through and tell me if you recognize generally what that is.
It appears to be a bunch of handwritten notes from possibly witness interviews.
Handwritten notes by whom?
Well, you labeled it Proctor. I don't know who it is. Based on the individuals interviewed, might suggest that these are Michael Proctor's notes.
Okay, so you're testifying that I labeled that Proctor?
I don't know.
Right, so you don't know.
Well, you provided the document to me, so.
Right, I know. And then you just testified that I labeled that Proctor. How do you know I labeled that Proctor?
Well, I got it from you.
You didn't see me write that note.
Objection.
Sustained. Questions, please.
Sure. That appears to be Michael Proctor, a series of Michael Proctor's notes, correct?
That's what's suggested, yes.
Okay. Can you turn to the first tab? There's a purple tab.
Some of these came off.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm just interested in the purple tab. Do you see a series of handwritten notes that appear to be from Michael Proctor? Not worried about the content.
Sure. If these.
Highlight?
Yes.
what's the word that's handwritten in that highlight?
Objection.
So why don't we come to sidebar with this document, please?
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we have a sidebar. But while we're at the sidebar, did you all see what just occurred, ladies and gentlemen? Ladies and gentlemen, did you all catch the moment? I have to bring it up on Towel Stream. All right, stay with Little Towel. Did you catch the moment that just occurred, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, my word, I think Karen Reid's parents just got scolded by the court officer. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow towels, bear with Little Towel. Watch this. Oh, my word, ladies and gentlemen. Little towels, I repeat, little towels, we may have just had a moment during sidebar, little towels. Oh, my word, I'm going to try to get this up as quickly as possible. Little towels, you just saw it happen. I am a towel. Oh, my word, Karen Reid's parents, what has just happened? We caught it live on the Karen Cam. My name is GrantSmithEllis, I'm a towel. And you might be saying, sir, you are not actually a towel. Yes, I am a towel. How dare you say I am not a towel? Watch this, ladies and gentlemen. Watch this. We're going to pull up the moment live, hopefully during the sidebar. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reid's parents may have just gotten scolded. I have to jump to the live part of the broadcast. Stay with Little Towel. You may hear a little bit of Towel's own voice over the speakers for a second because I am a towel. That was not what we wanted to see. Please go back to the other clip. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we need to scroll back just a few seconds here. We are live on Towel Stream. What did we just see? Little towels? Oh, my word, what did we see? Come on, Towel Stream, you can do it. We're still not back in session, little towels, but we are going to watch the playback right now. Was this the moment that Karen Reid's parents just got scolded at the sidebar? Ladies and gentlemen, watch this. Watch the moment. What happens here? What happens with Karen Reid's parents? Let's watch closely. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on. We got to see the court officer get up. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis, and we have just had a moment in the Karen Reid and John O'Keefe trial. Watch the top right corner of your screen. Watch Karen Reid's parents get scolded by a court officer during a sidebar. We are waiting for court to come back into session. Watch it live. Ladies and gentlemen, watch the court officer. She's seated next to Bill Reid between Bill and the jury. Watch what happens, ladies and gentlemen, as the sidebar begins. What do we see? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we see the court officer get up. She walks over around the railing, and watch what happens next. It's subtle, ladies and gentlemen. Watch. She comes over and reminds Mrs. Reid and Mr. Reid not to do something. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the sidebar's over. We're coming back into session in just a few minutes. YouTube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Watch the Karen Cam and chat with the towel friends. Okay, towel friends, we got that clip. Okay, now ready for this, towel friends. I'm getting us ready to come back into session. I am a towel. Stay with Little Towel, ladies and gentlemen. We should be coming back into session.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
In the ordinary course of business, is it normal standard operating procedure that the person who recovers items of evidence fills out the evidence bag contemporaneous to the recovery of the item?
It's possible you can do that if there's a reason that you have to leave, an emergency or weather conditions you can't write on the bag. You can fill it out later if you have the time and you know where you recovered it from, which is like, in this instance, if it was a general vicinity where all the other fragments of evidence was collected from, it's known that it was within the general area of that section of the lawn near the flagpole between the street and the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
Well,
so
it's the person that filled out that evidence envelope wasn't with you.
Well, I passed that information along to them.
I see. So now it's hearsay information that's being passed along to someone else to fill out the envelope.
Objection.
Sustained.
It's secondhand. Let's use that word. Secondhand information to the person that's filling out the evidence envelope, correct?
No, it's firsthand information. I passed it along to them.
So it went from you to a person filling out the envelope who wasn't there. Let's at least agree on that.
I was by myself, so yes, I told the individual what time, what location, the case number, the date, obviously.
How do you know? How do you know that you told the individual to whom you passed this along the time, the location, the date? How do you know that as you sit here?
Because that information was then put on the bag and documented.
But you can't even remember who you talked to.
I do not remember specifically who I talked to, no.
If you can't remember who you talked to, you don't remember what you said. Goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
That's not true. I might not remember now, but the day that it was bagged on February 10th, 2022, I remembered. And that's why the accurate, detailed information is on the bag.
A bag you didn't fill out, correct?
That's correct.
And information provided to someone you can't remember.
Today I can't remember, no.
You're aware that that particular bag, that evidence bag, was not booked until March 14th, 2022, correct?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Those pieces of evidence were never booked into evidence until March 14th, 2022.
Those particular pieces of evidence were collected on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you know the difference between collecting a piece of evidence and booking it into evidence? Creating a booking label, creating an evidence log, things of that nature? Do you know the difference?
I understand the difference, yes,
okay.
But you claiming that it wasn't booked into something doesn't mean that it wasn't properly handled in custody and under our control.
Sir, I'm not claiming anything. You're testifying. I'm asking questions. Was it booked into evidence on February 10th?
If you show me a document, I can tell you what
sure.
It might be suggesting.
By the way, the evidence, I have the actual piece of evidence.
I'm sorry, which one?
The photo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay. Can we move on and come back to this, Mr. Jackson?
I think I just gotten the documents that
okay.
the sergeant needs. There are two documents here.
Did you show Mr. Brennan?
I'm sorry. You can take a look at those two documents and tell me whether or not you recognize them. I'm going to leave those up there with you. Does one of those appear to be the log sheet for the crime lab?
One is a chain of custody report for the crime lab of all the evidence that was processed, received, processed, and returned. Yes.
And the other document?
The other document is simply a receipt of evidence being submitted on a certain day to the lab.
And both of those documents indicate that the first time the evidence was submitted to the crime lab was March 14th, 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I will have to take a look. It's going to be some time, please.
Well, you can look at the top. Well, let me ask you, ask it in a question form. If you look through the log, it's in chronological order, the chain of custody log, correct?
By item, I believe, but I didn't take a deep dive into it. I have to take a look.
Right. Do you see any item, especially focusing on item 712 or items 712, you see any item being booked into the crime lab before March 14th, 2022?
All right, I'll take a look.
Sure. Did that refresh your recollection as to when the items were booked at the crime lab?
According to this document, yes, there were items booked at the crime lab prior to March 14th. In particular, to answer your question, completeness here, particular, that one item does indicate that the first time the lab received it for processing was March 14th.
So they were booked at the lab March 14th, correct?
The first time the lab received these items for processing, according to this document, is March 14th.
And there's no indication on any document as to where those items were before March 14th.
There is. We displayed the bag, me collecting them on February 10th, and they were in our possession at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Whose possession?
The Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Your possession? Specifically?
At one point, they were in my possession, and I turned it over.
Right. After you turned it over on February 10th, it was the day that you claimed to have found these items. After February 10th, they were not in your possession anymore, were they?
No, once I turned them over, they're not in my possession. No.
When you say turn them over, you're talking about turning them over to someone whom we don't know, correct? As we sit here.
Right now, I don't have a memory of who I turned it over to, but it was a member of our homicide team.
So the next time, Sergeant Buchanan, the next time there's any documentation about those items is March 14th, nearly 6 weeks later, 5 weeks later, correct?
I don't know that to be correct, no.
But you can't point to any documentation. You're looking at the logs. You can't point to any documentation indicating the chain of custody of these items between February 10th and March 14th. Is that right?
This is simply a log from the lab.
Yes or no? Can you point to any documentation?
Ask the question.
Can you point to any documentation indicating where those items went, whose possession they were in what circumstance, between February 10th and March 14th? Can you point to any document?
I know that it was collected on February 10th.
Right.
It's documented that it was collected. It was at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office before it was logged into the lab for processing.
You keep answering the same question that I'm not asking, sir.
Objection.
Sustained. No comments, Mr. Jackson.
Attorney Buchanan, do you understand my question? I'm asking, can you point to a single document for these jurors as to where those items went and in whose possession they remained, specifically between February 10th, when you lost sight of them, and March 14th, when the crime lab received them?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach?
Yes.
No, I'm sorry, Mr.
Just
Brennan.
for the evidence.
Just for the evidence. False start. As the supervisor, you're generally aware of the evidence in this case, correct?
It depends, but very generally on most cases, yes.
As a matter of fact, as the supervisor, one of your duties would be to make sure that evidence is collected and processed appropriately and properly, correct?
That is the standard, yes.
You're also aware that all of the physical evidence that was booked eventually at the crime lab on March 14th, 2022, was done so by Michael Proctor, correct?
I'm not sure exactly who delivered it or who booked it in, but if you have a document, I will reflect on it.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Take a look at that. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
May I approach?
Yes.
What is this document you just looked at?
It's the receipt of evidence submission to the crime lab.
And who submitted, based on that document, who submitted all of that evidence to the crime lab?
Michael Proctor.
You're also aware that Michael Proctor eventually submitted a total of some 46 or so pieces of taillight material that was claimed to have been recovered at 34 Fairview on since January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know the total pieces, but we didn't claim to recover it there. We recovered it there.
You're testifying that they were recovered, but you didn't recover all of them, did you?
I did not recover all of them, no.
As a matter of fact, Michael Proctor, according to you, recovered some of those items, correct?
Some of those items were recovered by Michael Proctor, yes.
And you're also aware that he submitted pieces of taillight material that he indicated he recovered as late as February 18th, 2022, correct?
I am aware that there was items recovered on February 18th. I am not sure exactly if it was him or someone else that recovered it.
You indicated, I think in direct examination yesterday, that as of February 3rd or February 4th, the weather had broken, generally, correct? It was getting warmer.
Yes, the weather was warmer. There were rainy days following the 3rd, I believe. No, the 4th it was raining when I picked up that piece of evidence. So, yeah, the weather had warmed up.
So it was raining and somewhat storming on the 4th?
There was precipitation when I recovered that item. I mean, I don't know if it was storming, if there was a low pressure cell coming through. I have no idea.
Okay, but that's the same day that you were told that Chief Berkowitz was driving by and saw the records.
The day I picked up the single piece with Can PD present, it was raining.
So he would have been driving by, windows up, water on the windows, in the rain, and saw the red piece?
Gotcha.
Sustained.
You indicated that on February 10th, when you did your final visit, made your final visit to 34 Fairview, you indicated yesterday during testimony that there was quote-unquote very little snow still present, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant, that's a 2-page document. Could you familiarize yourself with those 2 pages, please, and let me know when you're finished?
Okay.
Thank you. Sir, what do those 2 pages purport to reflect? What are they pictures of? Just general, an evidence bag, something else?
The first one's an evidence bag with
Can
some...
you tell me the date, just so we can cut to the chase, the date of that evidence collection according to the bag?
On the bag, the date is 2/11/22.
Okay, and what's the
On the sticker, there's another date. There's a sticker March 9th of 22.
Okay, what's the...
There's also a date at the...
I'm just interested in the 2 pages, just generally. I need to mark up for evidence. What's the second page look like?
Second page is a large piece of red and black taillight plastic cover, and it's identified by a lab number, I believe.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. So there's 1 page is an evidence bag. The other page purports to be the item that was in the evidence bag, correct?
I don't know that, no.
Okay.
It's just one's an evidence bag with information on it, and then there's a photograph of a piece recovered. I don't know.
I'd like to have this marked and introduced as next in order A and B.
Is there any objection from the Commonwealth?
No objection.
Okay.
Exhibits 112A and B.
Your Honor, request to publish.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Taking a look at this item, can you describe for the jurors what they're looking at, please?
This is an evidence bag. It is labeled with case number, date collected, time, who collected it, description of items enclosed, the location it was recovered, and the victim's full name. It also has a to scale ruler for the photograph and some identifying marks from the laboratory.
Can you indicate for the jurors who was it that collected this item according to the evidence bag?
According to this evidence bag, it was collected by Trooper Proctor.
And can you show the date, or tell the jurors the date that it indicates the item was collected, or items were collected?
I believe it says 2/11/22.
February 11th. So that would be the day after you were at the location, correct?
It would be the day after, yes.
Can we have the full screen, Mr. Woke? You see the designation at the bottom beneath the measuring ruler?
Yes, I do, yes.
Is there a case number or case designator starting with 22?
Yes, I believe. I'm not sure, but I believe it's a LIMS number 22-02184.
And do you see an item number listed right next to that case number?
Yes, this indicates it's 7-15.
And there's another set of initials beneath that, it appears, correct?
That's what. I mean, there's letters. I don't know if there's someone's initials.
Okay.
I don't know what it is. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. This appears to be something that was filled out by the crime lab. The black lettering and numbering, correct?
I would assume. I don't know for sure, though.
Okay, and obviously there's a date down here, 2/17/23, a year later, correct?
Yes.
And then it says Canton at the bottom.
Yes.
If we could have the full screen, please. Okay, you also indicated that there was a label up at the top, correct?
Yes.
All right. If we could go to the second page, it would be page B of this. Can you look at first of all, look at the bottom and tell me if that number designator appears to be the same as on the evidence, as on the previous page?
The limbs or the item number? The item number is 715.
Okay. And that comports with what we just saw in the previous page, correct?
That is the same number.
All right. This would be an exemplar, one of the items in that evidence bag labeled 715, correct? There were several items, but this is one of them. Is that right? It's how the crime lab keeps them separate?
I believe so. I don't know their procedures. I believe so. I know they use alphanumeric identifiers. As I can't testify to their procedures, why they do it, how they do it, or the sequence in which, or the choice in numbers or letters. I have no idea about any of that.
We can have the lights up with the court's permission. We can leave this up. If you could leave that up, Mr. Wolf. All right. You can still see that on the screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went out to 34 Fairview on February 10th, 24 hours before February 11th, right? To pick up a piece of, to look for additional items of evidence, correct?
I collected, I believe, 20 pieces in total, 6 and 14, the day prior, yes.
You see the size of this, according to the ruler. Generally.
Yes.
How big is that? The widest part, that thin.
At the widest part, it appears, if there's no optical illusion with the ruler location, 6 inches.
Okay. That's 6 inches is the size of a dollar bill, right?
That's correct.
Okay. It also looks like it may be more than that from top to bottom, 6, maybe 7 inches, top to bottom. Did you give us an estimate?
Possibly a little bit more, yeah.
Okay. You didn't see this item on February 10th when you were there, correct?
If I saw that item, I would have picked it up.
Right. Wasn't there, was it?
That's not what I'm saying. I said if I saw it, I would have picked it up.
But you didn't see it, did you?
I did not see it, obviously. No.
According to the information that we just presented, this item was found the next day by Trooper Michael Proctor. Right.
Based on the information presented, that's what it says, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
We can take that down. May I approach one more time?
Okay.
Thank you. This is a 3-page document. If you
Did
could
you show
familiarize
Mr.
yourself
Brennan?
with that.
I didn't see it.
You showed it to me earlier. Thank you.
I did previously. Are you familiar with that document? When I say familiar, that's a bad question. Let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize what's generally in those 3 pages?
I got to take a look.
Sure.
I must have missed your first
Sure.
request.
Sergeant, can you describe generally, just very generally, so I can either mark it or not mark it, do you recognize what's depicted on the first page, the second page, and the third page?
The first page depicts an evidence bag from labeled date of collection 2/18/22. Second page is a red piece of plastic, and third page is also a photograph of a longer red piece of plastic with a little bit of black molding on it.
Your Honor, I would ask that that be moved into evidence as A, B, and C subordinately.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Exhibits 113A, B, and C.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sergeant, same couple of questions, if we could. Do you see a date of collection on this evidence envelope?
Yes, this photograph indicates 2/18/22.
And collected by whom?
Trooper Proctor.
Full view, Mr. Wolk. Thank you, sir. And then if we could highlight the lower portion that appears to be by the ruler. Do you see the same, I think you called it a lens number?
Limbs, L-I-M.
Okay. The LIM number is the same number, the 22-02184, correct?
Yes.
And the item number in this one is handwritten as what?
716.
Okay. If we can go to the second page, please. Do you see it, first of all, on the bottom, the same item designator number?
Yes, 716.
And what is depicted in this photograph?
A red piece of plastic.
That would be a piece of plastic according to the item number that would be contained in that evidence envelope, one of the pieces at least.
I would assume. Yes.
Okay. Is that a similar 6-inch ruler that's being photographed with that red piece?
Yes, it is.
And how long at its longest point would you estimate that piece of plastic to be?
It's more than 6 inches. I mean, probably 7, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe 7.
I know this is a little bit of a challenge, but how from top to bottom, what would you estimate the distance to be at its longest point?
3.5 inches, I guess.
Okay. And then the next page, please. The final page, which would be sub C. Do you see the same designator on the bottom right?
Yes, I do.
That's 716. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Appears to be out of the same evidence envelope. Is that right?
That's what's suggested. Yes.
And how long would you estimate this item to be?
7.5, 8 inches.
And maybe, what, 3 inches tall? 4?
Yeah, 3.
3. Okay, we can have the lights up, Your Honor, with the court's permission. Again, the last time you were out at the location with very little snow on the ground, you collected certain items of evidence on February 10th, correct?
February 10th was the last time I collected. I said there was still snow on the ground, maybe in piles where it was excavated. There was very little, but there was still snow on the ground.
You indicated that you obviously looked around the area. You talked about the general area. I think you used the word general vicinity, right? When
Yes.
You collected your items.
Yes.
You didn't see this, and you didn't see the one before it either, did you?
If I saw any of these items, they would have been collected. We did not excavate anything. We simply allowed the thawing and natural recession of the snow to reveal additional items.
When you were there on the 3rd, February 3rd, there was still some snow on the ground, but you did excavate, correct?
Yes, there was a lot of snow on the ground. Yes.
By February 4th, that snow was dissipating some, correct?
It was, yes.
And you were excavating through that as well, correct?
Mm-hmm. On the 4th?
On the 4th?
No, we did not excavate on the 4th.
You didn't.
The item revealed itself, and I collected it.
That was it. Okay, fair enough. Then on the 10th, you didn't need to do any more excavating because there was, quote unquote, in your words, very little snow. Very little. Right.
Those were my words. Okay. Compared to the first day, there was very little snow on the ground.
And in fact, you did not see any of the items that were collected or claimed to have been collected at 34 Fairview by Michael Proctor on February 11th, the day after you were there, correct? Did not see that item?
Did not see that item, no.
And did not see any of the items that you've seen that were claimed to have been collected by Michael Proctor on February 18th, a week later, correct?
Those items were not observed by me, or else I would have collected them.
We can take this down. I want to change gears for a second, Sergeant, if it's okay with you, and switch to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. You indicated that on direct examination, you reviewed video evidence and you had information that John O'Keefe and Karen Reid arrived at the Waterfall after leaving C.F. McCarthy's, correct?
That is correct.
I'd like to ask you about who your investigation revealed was there at the Waterfall when they arrived. What about Brian Higgins?
Yes, the investigation revealed Brian Higgins was at the Waterfall at their arrival.
And you learned that John O'Keefe and Karen Reid arrived at the Waterfall together, not separately, correct?
That is correct.
About what time did, according to your investigation, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reid arrive at the Waterfall?
I believe it was 11:03, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
When they walked in, you've reviewed the video, correct?
Yes, we played it yesterday, yes.
When they walked in, Brian Higgins was already situated in the Waterfall, standing or sitting at a sort of a high top bar table, correct?
Brian Higgins was present. I don't know his exact location. The video would depict it.
You did learn that Brian Higgins, on January 29th, January 28th, going into January 29th, 2022, had what could be generally referred to as a romantic interest in Miss Reid?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive certain text messages from Brian Higgins during the course of your investigation?
I received extraction of his text messages. I did not receive any text messages.
Did you actually receive an extraction from his phone, or was it simply text messages that he supplied to you on his own?
It was extraction of text messages on a CD and also printed out the same document.
Did you perform that extraction, or was that extraction performed at your request by Massachusetts State Police from his phone?
It was not performed by me. and it was not performed at my request.
Okay. So in fact, when you met with Brian Higgins, he simply provided you something that he said had been extracted from his phone.
Objection. Sustained.
Did he provide you something?
Yes.
Did Brian Higgins indicate that he had taken those off of his phone?
Objection. Sustained.
What was your understanding about what the items were, the pages of text messages that you received? What was your understanding about where they came from?
From his device and his communications with the defendant and Mr. John O'Keefe.
But you did not have a forensic extraction performed, correct?
That's correct.
And Brian Higgins never gave you his phone to perform a forensic extraction, correct?
That's correct.
So the items that you received were directly from him and him alone. Is that right?
He handed me the items. I don't know who else was involved. You said him alone. He handed me the items.
That's what I mean. You reviewed those text messages back and forth, correct?
It's been some time, but yes, I had.
And those purported to be, I think you already said, those purported to be two strings, I'm going to call them strings of texts. Some string text messages between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And some string text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reid, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe the text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reid that he presented to you as flirtatious in nature?
Without having recently reviewed them in detail, I don't want to label it something without having complete understanding of the content. I'm not comfortable putting a label on something.
Well, how would you describe them? I mean, were these business texts?
No, these were, friendly communications. Again, I don't want to put a label on it. There were communication between acquaintances or people that know each other. There was text message communication. As far as flirtations, I would have to take a look at the content of it for certain terms that would support that label.
Well, do you remember a text message exchange about a kiss that was shared?
Objection. Sustained.
Do you remember any text message between the two of them that suggested a romantic interest, either one of them may have had, based on the text messages?
Objection. Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Hello, Sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a sidebar. I repeat, we have a sidebar. My name is GrantSmithEllis. It's almost morning recess. Look at Bill Reid. Bill Reid's head is in his hands. Ladies and gentlemen, something is going on with Bill Reid. He has a court officer monitoring him. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the court officer has gotten up for a second, but we have situations developing. Alan Jackson is redder than a 200-foot tall Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. I am a man who thinks he's a towel, who also thinks he's a horse racing announcer. I'm thrilled you're with us for this exclusive Karen Cam coverage. Look at Bill Reid. He doesn't look like he's doing well. He can barely keep his head up. I, as a towel, sympathize, but that also could mean he's not doing well. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the horses, they are down the park. The horse children, we're not really sure why lawyers are horses in this analogy, but the horse children are in the gallery. And we, ladies and gentlemen, it might have been called the gallery. Ladies and gentlemen, did you know back in the day they'd call it the gallery down the Boston Garden? That's what you get on Towel Stream, Sidebars, Boston Garden, and people in the gallery. We should bring this back. Listen, I am ready to start calling the court gallery the court gallery. And people will be like, what are you talking about? And I will think it is hilarious. Ladies and gentlemen, We might have to watch Bill Reid. This man looks like he might collapse. I'm a little bit concerned for him. Ladies and gentlemen, if Bill Reid collapses, I believe there is medical staff somewhere in the vicinity. I think he will be in good hands, but I'm a little bit concerned for this man. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Alan Jackson is a horse because he runs in circles. I said horse like a Boston accent, but I did not say circles, correct? That sounded a little bit English or British. Ladies and gentlemen, Alan Jackson is a horse. You heard it from me. I believe Alan Jackson is a horse who likes to run in circles. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, you will watch in real time as we both compare Alan Jackson to a horse and also monitor Bill Reid and make sure he doesn't fall over. And then you're going to say, sir, I tuned into this because, first of all, I thought this was coverage of a trial. And then second of all, I saw all of these people in the chat referring to themselves as towels, so now I'm intrigued. But then, during the sidebar, you started speaking in a Boston accent about a horse race. Now I am very intrigued, but also confused. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the kind of erudite, informed coverage and analysis you get while watching GrantSmithEllis' towel stream. I also am apparently known as Grant Howard Cosell, David Attenborough, Towel Smith Ellis. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, if you realize now, it's not that the WWF Attitude Era just had great wrestling. It was that JR and Jerry the King Lawler used their voices to make the mundane interesting. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for the horses who are standing at Sidebar. They are at Sidebar eating their oats and grains and whatever it is else that horses eat. And the horse children, the foals, are frolicking in the park. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are monitoring very, very closely. If we go to morning recess, we're going to get a clip for D-Nice, 3 hours and 13 minutes in, I believe you said, of Karen Reid laughing. We also are going to continue to talk about other moments, like when Yuri Buchnick said to Alan Jackson, that is a ridiculous statement or premise. I enjoyed it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we monitor the Bill Reid. We need to get him some kind of bracing structure. I don't think this man can sit up very long. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I do not know what's going to happen if Mr. Reid falls over. Yes, I will be deeply concerned as a towel. It will be worse than the time Richie fell over the fence, microdots, and I said, oh my God, he fell, and Murdered by Maestro thought it was the greatest thing in the history of America. I can't say the world because it's happened in America. I guess something that happened in America could be the greatest thing in the history of the world. But I don't think Richie falling over a fence, the guy Microdots who knows Karen Reid and does PR for her, I don't think that is the greatest moment in the history of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't understand why I am so excitable at this moment. I cannot put it together. Ladies and gentlemen, all I can do is continue to be a towel. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're waiting for court to return into session. I am a towel. All right, come on now. This sidebar is a little excessive. Sidebar! Can someone please call an end to this sidebar? I am being tormented. All I want to do is go get lunch, and I can't do that until after this sidebar and then the morning recess, and then we come back into session, and then I can go get lunch. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is almost towel lunchtime. We are reporting live from Towel Downs, which is, of course, part of now peacefully occupied northern France, which is now called Norman Towel. Yes, we have reclaimed northern France for its rightful people, the Nordic Towels. And you might be saying, Grant, are you telling me that the shores of Brittany are actually based on a Viking conquest of northern France? Yes. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's why it's called Norman France, and there's a very long and convoluted history. Did you know that there was a time when the British king, I think it was Richard the Lionheart, his actual court was in northern France? He only spent 6 months of his entire reign in England. Ladies and gentlemen, if Richard the Lionheart can rule England from northern France, then I say we too can set up a homeland for the towel people and rule from northern France. Okay, we're going into morning recess. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish Ellis Park in Kentucky was connected to me. I could then go there and say, I am your namesake. Allow me to commentate your horse races. I swear it will be fascinating. Ladies and gentlemen, there is so much action going on. It is a fan on the screen. Get ready for the announcement of morning recess, and then we will make a clip for D Nice to send to their mom about Karen laughing. Yes, all of us together will make a clip for D Nice, and we'll say hi to D Nice's mom during the clip in the comments, and the clip will be wonderful, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Towel Stream brings you those type of endearing moments. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, I think we just got the announcement that we went to morning recess without even coming into session, so stay with Little Towel. Are you not even going to show the announcement? I'm a towel. Are you a towel? Sir, you are a towel. I'm aware of that. Thank you for letting me know that I am a towel. I truly appreciate your informative and cogent commentary. Oh, hold on. Here we go.
I want to make you wait here, so we'll take our morning break now. We'll take a half-hour break.
Half-hour break. Morning recess. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the morning recess. I repeat, we are in morning recess. You know what that means. Ladies and gentlemen, we haven't actually gone into morning recess. I need to wait to see if we are going to come back and do more of a sidebar without the jurors. But ladies and gentlemen, we get to make our clip for D Nice's mom. It is going to be a wonderful moment for all of the towel friends. It will be a true celebration. Now, the other thing, firstly, God bless all of you towel friends. We have new towel members. We have towel donations. We have people being nice to their fellow towels. As I said that, this random guy on the stream started counting money. I'm going to let that roll because Law and Crime is doing a great job with the court pool feed. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think we're back into session. I need to wait a second. We need to figure out what's going on. Stay with Little Towel.
Stay for just a second, please, Sergeant. So how are we going to get, I know.
Hold on, folks. This is not you. Oh, they went into another commercial. Hold on, folks. So we do have ongoing developments in the Karen Reid and John O'Keefe case. Stay with Little Towel. I'm going to grab the court TV feed for today. Stay with Little Towel. And we're about to go into morning recess, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to go into morning recess, but before we do, let us get caught up. And Towel has the Court TV backup stream, and we will watch the last 20 seconds. We don't even have the Karen Cam because jurors are exiting the courtroom. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, for some reason, Law and Crime went into 2 commercials in a row, and so we lost audio in the middle of Judge Cannoni announcing what was about to happen. And ladies and gentlemen, I have found the backup feed, which will hopefully allow us to look at Karen Reid. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, there is so much going on. There are so many developments. Towel is waiting for the Karen Cam to load up. The Karen Cam might not come back on during morning recess, but before we make our clip for D Nice's mom, Court TV's feed is loading up, and we together will get to find out what just happened. And as you know, you are watching Towel Feed, which is the only place that you can see the Karen Cam. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to roll back. We are going to roll back the footage. It's like Walmart in the early 2000s, ladies and gentlemen. We are rolling back the footage, and we are going to see what just transpired before we went to morning break. And you might be saying, Grant, have you been finding that some of the court pool feeds are randomly not covering things? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, and that's why we have to switch feeds.
I need you to stay for just a second, please, Sergeant. So how are we going to get, I know you're very careful about not talking to witnesses when they're on the stand. So you're to give Mr. Brennan copies of everything that we talked about, and somebody's got to give them to Sergeant Buchanan to review.
I have no problem with Mr. Brennan providing report number 11 and text messages.
Okay. And I need copies as well. So if you can get them to Mr. McDermott so I can have them, that would be great.
I'm sorry?
No, that won't save time, actually. No, so Mr. McDermott will make copies. Thanks, Jim. All right, so we'll see you back here in half an hour. If you need me before then, let me know.
30 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, 30 minutes. I am a towel. Oh, look at that moment between Alan Jackson and Hank Brennan. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, let's watch it. Oh, we only got a few seconds of it. There is the moment. Look at Hank Brennan and Alan Jackson, the two foes. Oh, Alan Jackson puts his hand on Hank Brennan's arm. Oh, the two legal titans have a moment. We saw it, ladies and gentlemen. Hank Brennan has bested Mr. Jackson at every turn, and I am a towel. Okay, let's go into recess. Let's talk a little bit. We have things to do. We have a request from D Nice. If someone says to me, Little Towel, I want to show my mom a clip of Karen Reid laughing during court inappropriately, by God, ladies and gentlemen, we together as Little Towels will do that for D Nice. Yeah, Paula, but it just shows respect in the courtroom. And truly, I believe Hank Brennan has the respect of Alan Jackson. Hank Brennan is, in my opinion, a better lawyer than Alan Jackson. Alan Jackson's more bombastic and he's a better actor, but Hank Brennan's a better lawyer. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. We are slowly coming back. There I am. We're waiting for the court's recess to conclude, and I am going to appear on your screen any second now because I am a towel. And you might say, sir, you have told us that 7 times, and I cannot just stop telling you I'm a towel. Why would I have spent so much time figuring out that I'm actually an anthropomorphic towel who also should commentate horse racing if I were just going to stop talking about me being a towel? No, ladies and gentlemen, the world demands that I continue to reference the fact that I am a towel. Plea deal odds, my dear friend New Hampshire patient, I am not sure at this time. All right, hold on. There I am. I'm a towel. Look at me in all my towel glory. I am a towel. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will not deny D-Nice their request. So pardon me while we go into the stream. It was about 3 hours and 13 minutes into the stream. So that was, wait a minute, D-Nice. Are you talking about yesterday? We need D-Nice for this because today's stream hasn't been going for 3 hours and 13 minutes. It has only been going for 3 hours. So Karen was Karen laughing today? Was Karen laughing yesterday? I am going to need some more information. We are going to have to page D-Nice and ask them exactly what they were talking about. Hi, 5EMO DMT. No, I don't have any Turtle Boy updates. I do, however, have updates from this morning's session in the sense that Bill Reid and Janet Reid got scolded by the court officers, and we have the clip. It was a very strange moment, ladies and gentlemen, to watch. We also are going to watch back the footage from yesterday of Karen Reid and her parents very clearly potentially editing ring footage, or at least the testimony about it. The testimony that for some odd reason didn't show up on all of the pool feeds, but we found one where it did. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a look. We had a request from D-Nice to see a moment of Karen Reid laughing. It might have been yesterday. It might have been today. Let's watch together and see if we can find it. If you see D-Nice in the chat, let me know. In terms of people being towels, this is the fabric of the towel universe, and we have washcloths, we have hemp towels, paper towels, towelettes, all sorts of different towels, flannels, soap dispensers. You might be asking, how can a soap dispenser be a towel? Try not to think too much about it. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed a towel-based universe, and the fabric of this towel universe is strong. Okay, now, furthermore, I think D-Nice has taken a break, but that's okay. We can do other things on the break, even though we might not get the clip for D-Nice's mom of Karen laughing if we don't know exactly when it happened. Now, it could have been that D-Nice was talking about yesterday, and did you know? I have yesterday's footage up as well, which means all we have to do is wait for that to load, and then we can take a look at that as well. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for court to come back to session in the Karen Reid and John O'Keefe trial. And while all that gets loaded up, I'm not going to make you watch the fan. Do you know what we'll do instead of the fan, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, I am a man with the plan. We can put up our favorite image. Do you know who stops the fan from spinning? Oh, Court TV showing the light. Oh, thank goodness. Praise the light, ladies and gentlemen. But no, we are going to cover the light. Nope, I don't want to use that. I want to use, oh, my fan. Oh, you think it was today, Deb H? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special request from D-Nice for us to go back through today's footage, and we're going to do it together, and find the moment when Karen was laughing. It was about Yuri not being the one to book the evidence. Does anyone remember roughly the timestamp during today's hearing? It can't have been 3 hours and 13 minutes in, because the hearing hasn't been going for 3 hours and 13 minutes. So maybe it was 2 hours and 13 minutes, but if someone knows, we are going to make this clip for our wonderful honorary towel, D-Nice. And it was right about when Yuri was was it this moment? Ladies and gentlemen, hold on.
Describing that it was 34 Fairview Road.
I think it was a little later than this. We're looking for a specific moment where Karen was laughing while the evidence was being discussed. Clip. Was it after the Bill Reid moment? Was it around here? We need a timestamp Eastern time, ladies and gentlemen. D-Nice's mom deserves her clip.
Can we move on and come back?
I think I just...
Let me know, folks. Was it before this or after this?
Does one of those...
Evidence turned, yes.
And the other document?
The other document is simply a receipt of evidence being submitted on a certain day to the lab.
And both of those documents indicate that the first time the evidence was submitted to the crime lab was March 14th, 2022.
Might have been before this. Hold on. Hold on, little towels. I am not one during the morning break to... Hold on, was it this?
Procedure that the person who recovers items of evidence fills out the evidence bag contemporaneous to the recovery of the item.
It's possible you can do that if there's right on the bag. You can, the other that it was, and the well, I passed that information along to them.
I see.
Sustained.
Correct?
No, it's firsthand information. I passed it along to them.
It went from you to a person filling out the envelope who wasn't there. Let's at least agree on that.
I told the individual what time, what location.
How do you know that you told the individual to whom you passed this along the time, the location, the date? How do you know that as you sit here?
Because that information was then put on the bag and documented.
But you can't even remember who you talked to.
Might have been earlier.
Remember turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
No.
You remember turning...
Okay, it was earlier. It was right around here. We're going to get this.
Take a look at that photograph. What's depicted in that photograph? Just
were and recovered from.
Is there any objection?
Yep, I agree, Susan. We're watching for Karen smirking in court. We're making a clip for D-Nice's mom. Hold on. Let me get rid of this Chewbacca. Sorry, I didn't realize you weren't watching. We're looking for the moment that Karen smirks. No, my
the evidence bag.
Hold on, my broadcast wasn't going for 3 hours and 13 minutes either.
Don't determine where the exact location was that these items were found, correct? Publish this, Your Honor? You just... Is that? So that's the date that we've been talking about, correct?
Okay, it's probably this.
Description of the evidence. This is where the description of the evidence is located on this evidence bag, correct?
General description identifying what's inside.
And what does that description read?
6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic.
And that's all it says about the description, correct?
Yes.
And it indicates location where collected. And there's several lines that are available to fill in, correct?
Correct.
On that first line, what does that read?
34 Ferry Road, Canton, MA.
And that's it, correct?
That's all that was put, yes.
And you didn't fill this bag out, did you?
No, I did not.
Who did?
I do not know.
Who did?
I don't know.
You don't recognize the handwriting?
No, I do not.
You don't recognize the handwriting of your partner and subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware that Michael Proctor filled this out?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you with Michael Proctor when this was bagged?
No, I was not. I was by myself.
Did you give the items of evidence to Michael Proctor to bag?
No, I did not.
Who did you give it to bag?
I bagged it myself.
Whose handwriting is that?
I do not know.
If you bagged it yourself, why didn't you fill out the evidence envelope?
There it is. Oh, we did it, towel friends.
I bagged it.
Oh, towel friends.
Exactly.
D Nice's mom is going to get her clip. Oh, towel friends. We did it. Oh, praise towel friends. Oh, it is a glorious day. What a moment. You all saw it happen. Hold on. Let's get it again. Let's get her looking ridiculous. No, I think we can do even better than that, can't we? What is the most ridiculous moment of that situation? Is that it? Is that what we want? Is that one it? It should be a little more smug than that, I feel. How about that? Yeah, look at that. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Lady Ann Dwiddick, it's great to see you, dear friend. I'm holding up the best I can. Here we go. The clip for... All right, folks, so this next clip, we're going to start in a few seconds. D Nice's mom has asked for a clip, or D Nice asked for a clip to send to their mom. We spent 15 minutes of the morning recess. We were productive towels, and we found the clip of Karen smiling. Now, we are going to send this clip onto Twitter, and then D Nice is going to send it to their mom. So if you want to be in the clip and say hello to D Nice's mom, it's going to start in about 5 seconds. That D Nice, we found it. Thank you, dear friend. Right as you showed up, we had a fun adventure. Here we go. Get ready to be in the clip with D Nice's mom. Hello, my name is GrantSmithEllis. I'm a towel. Now, we have had a wonderful request from the honorary towel D Nice. Yes, D Nice has asked, and they have been so kind to provide the timestamp from 9:30 a.m. and 40 seconds today in the Karen Reid and John O'Keefe trial to send to their mom. So hello, D Nice's mom. There are a bunch of people around the world who think they're anthropomorphic towels and washcloths and soap dispensers and flannels and towelettes and beach towels and microfiber towels. We can't really get into that, but they're all thinking of you, and we were pleased to spend the time collecting this video for you of Karen Reid laughing in court. And know that not just D Nice, but all of these towel folks had you on their mind as we made this clip for you of Karen Reid laughing in court inappropriately just minutes ago. Yes, my name is GrantSmithEllis, and it's a pleasure to meet you over the internet, Mrs. D Nice's mom. Okay, let's watch the clip together, friends. Let's send our well regards and good wishes to D Nice's mother.
Give it to the bag.
I bagged it myself.
Whose handwriting is that?
I do not know.
If you bagged it yourself, why didn't you fill out the evidence envelope?
I bagged it and turned it over, and I told them exactly where it was and what time. So someone else wrote the information.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. You saw it right there. You saw it in real time. Karen Reid laughing entirely inappropriately in court. Oh, there's well wishes from every towel to their moms, to D Nice's mom. It is a very strange moment to talk in this kind of inflection. D Nice's mom, the other thing you have to know is sometimes I think I am Howard Cosell announcing a horse race. It's a little uncanny and out of place in the context of coverage of a criminal trial, but if you get it explained to you, it will make sense, mostly because Alan Jackson runs in circles like a giant 200-foot tall red and Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. There you go. D Nice's mom's getting all sorts of wonderful comments. We'll let those comments run for just a few more minutes, which I mean is actually a few more seconds, because we need to close this clip and get ready to come back into session at 11 a.m. on youtube.com/GrantSmithEllis. And I will use this as an opportunity to also do the morning recess update for the Towel Friends on Twitter. God bless you all. Happy Mother's Day, truly, to D Nice's mom, all the moms out there. It is a truly celebratory moment when someone's mom gets a clip made for them in front of all the Towel Friends from Bosnia-Herzegovina, from Germany, from the UK, from Latin America, from South Africa, from Zimbabwe, from every corner of the constituent fabric of the towel universe. We'll see you if you choose to join in. And also, happy Mother's Day from me, Grant Smith Ellis. It's almost 11 a.m. I'll see you shortly. All right, Towel Friends, we made a wonderful Mother's Day clip for D Nice's mom. I am sure that it is going to be utterly baffling to anyone who does not watch this stream, but my word, did we have a good time doing it. Look at me gesticulating subordinately like Alan Jackson. I combined multiple words of the day. I am clearly drinking an energy drink that has those chemicals in it again. Someone should keep these away from Little Towel. Yes, prayers for Mrs. O'Keefe this Mother's Day. Absolutely something we should keep in mind. And you know, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know exactly how we'll do it. I don't know maybe we can do it digitally. We will find a way to express our towel support for Miss O'Keefe on Mother's Day. Now, we need to do this in a way where we can show the support without necessarily overwhelming Miss O'Keefe during a difficult time. So I think we should think about how we want to do this. Do we want to write a bunch of comments on an online card and send it to Miss O'Keefe? I'm sure we can figure that out. Do we want to maybe we could fly? I don't think we should fly a plane over her house, but we could do some kind of thing where we demonstrate no advertising, just something about John and Miss O'Keefe and her being a mom. We could find some way to get Miss O'Keefe flowers and do it very privately and not just facilitate it without talking about it. I don't think people should be promoting themselves when they do acts like that. But anyway, let's think about it, Towel Friends. We all have a network of support here, and we can channel it on different days and different ways, and supporting Miss O'Keefe on Mother's Day is one way we can do that. Now, don't deploy any plans here as a collective unless we can come to terms with, one, what we want to do to show support for Miss O'Keefe. Two, how can we do that in a way that doesn't bother or burden Miss O'Keefe? We don't need to overload her with anything. We just want to convey our messages of support in a way that's, expressive of the support that's out there that she may not know about. So how do we do that? We'll have to think about it. Maybe we can put up, John really liked the Red Sox. We could potentially figure out a way to put up something for John at the Red Sox game and, have Miss O'Keefe and John shown on the screen. I think we can accommodate something like that for Mother's Day. Whatever you all think is a good idea. And, we could even, no advertising, but we could even send at the bottom, we could put at the bottom something like, however we want to identify ourselves. I guess towel isn't actually a brand, so we could just be from all of the towels who love and support you. People will be very confused, but it will mean something to those who are in the know, which makes it even more endearing. But okay, towel friends, when is Mother's Day? Is it this weekend? Towel, I'm not saying I lost track of Mother's Day. I lost track of literally what day it is. So we'll figure out when Mother's Day is coming up. If we can accommodate this and we think that this is a good idea. Yes, well, Grandpa Munster, if you had perhaps watched South Park or read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy or just understood the concept of absorbency in general, then it would make a lot of sense to you. But it's also this, it's a new generation. So people are anthropomorphic these days. They tend to, take on forms like Dewdrops is a towelette. There are people that are paper towels. We have a flannel from Sheffield. Congratulations, by the way, to the Blades, who won 3-0 in the first leg of their playoff and are heading to Wembley and promotion in the English football pyramid. One day, Mother's Day is Sunday. Great. One day, if Towel manages to become a towel industrialist, I intend on investing in Sheffield United. And like Ryan Reynolds did with whatever club he supports, we will take Sheffield United to the Premiership again. We will bring them to the Champions League, and we will crown the Blades as the rightful champions of the football pyramids in both Europe and in England domestically. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, how we went from talking about giving Miss O'Keefe a banner to then discussing Sheffield United, it was mostly because someone asked a question about towels. Now, going back to Miss O'Keefe, going into Sunday, friends, we absolutely can do something for Miss O'Keefe. Let's think about it. Like we can do something, whether like it's a public show of support on, like I said, a screen at Fenway, or whether it's a private show of support. We will think about this. We will be responsible towels, and we need to remember this is a solemn moment of remembrance, but also a chance to show support for someone who may not feel like they have it. So let's put our collective towel minds together. Let's think about it. Let's figure it out. We only have a day or two, so maybe by the end of the stream we'll come up with an idea, and we will act on that idea, ladies and gentlemen. We are a rapid mobilization towel force. Def Otter is the leader of the Towel Expeditionary Force. We will send Def Otter into Northern Europe, and he will somehow strategize a plan from Norman Towel to honor Miss O'Keefe. Def Otter, I realize this is a lot to put on you, but being the commander of the Towel Expeditionary Force in Europe has its benefits and its detriments. All right, so we have like 6 hours. What can we put together? We'll think about it. I think first of all, we have to come to terms together as a towel group with what do we want to do. I don't think we should send a bunch of video messages. That's like a big production. I think people already have done that. I think we can do something that is just very quick, very short term, but also effective. Is there a Red Sox game on Sunday? That is probably the first question to ask. The second question to ask is, can we call people at the Red Sox? I believe I can probably figure that out. The third question is, how much does it cost to put a banner? Oh, absolutely. I'm sure I could ask Julie Grant, but what if we put the banner up at the Red Sox game and then we told Julie Grant? I bet that would be wonderful. Okay, hold on. First of all, I need to pull up my towel device here to determine if there is a Red Sox game on Sunday. Red Sox schedule. It ideally needs to be in Boston, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. No, they seem to be away right now. Oh, this is not good. Are they going to be home by Sunday? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this might not align. We may have to think about another plan. Because if the Red Sox are not actually playing at Fenway, they are going to be away. Oh, wait, they are home. Folks, they are home. Red Sox are home on Sunday. Okay, listen, ladies and gentlemen. I have a plan. I think we should call the Red Sox. We can do it. Yes, let's do it right now. We need to rate. We're going to have to put a GoFundMe up. Listen, don't donate any more money today to Little Towel. We need to come together. Now, I think this is okay because it's a billboard to honor John and Miss O'Keefe. It's not really a billboard. It's more of a Mother's Day message. Now, I think we need to, before actually putting this plan into action, I should contact an intermediary and confirm that we can do this. But if it is okay, then in the latter half of today's towel stream, we hold your donations for now. Don't send towel any more donations. if this is what we are allowed to do, then we will fundraise in a few hours during the luncheon break and after, and we will put a billboard up at Fenway to honor Miss O'Keefe on Mother's Day and John, and there will be no branding, no advertising. It will be about John and Miss O'Keefe. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we can do it. Okay. Well, yes, Paula, so I think an e-card is a great idea as well, and I think we can combine these two ideas. So we'll put up a, first of all, I need to do some things, and then I'll come back at lunch and we'll talk about this. But if we can get permission to put up this billboard or put up this Mother's Day tribute at Fenway, and if we can find out how much it costs, which I probably can do in the next hour. And if we can get a picture of John and Miss O'Keefe together. And if we can get a GoFundMe up, okay, which will just pay for this. Don't donate more because it's going to be an exact amount, and we need to pay the exact amount. I'll deal with the fees. We just need to pay the exact amount. Do not donate more than the amount. Okay, then we pay that amount. We send them over the picture of John and his mom, and then they put it up on the board on Sunday, and we need to decide what the message is going to say, and then simultaneously in the GoFundMe link, we can put the e-card. Okay, I'm seeing May 18th, May 7th. Oh, that's right. Oh no, I got the weekend wrong. I got excited for no reason. The Red Sox aren't home till next weekend. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, of course, I was looking at the wrong date. Okay, that plan may not work out for Sunday, but that's okay. We will think of another plan. Maybe the Celtics are playing at home. Aren't they in the playoffs right now? That might be expensive. Let's see. There's a Celtics game tomorrow, but is it at home or is it away? Let's see. Is it in New York? It might be in New York. Yeah, I know. You know what we could do? I think what we could do is, so John really liked the Red Sox. And instead of being ham-fisted about this and trying to make it work on Mother's Day when they're not home, what if we give it a week? And what if we, no, Paula, I think we can make it happen because I'm pretty sure it's only a couple $100, and Towel has some friends, and I can make some calls. Let's just say Towel knows people in places, okay? Yeah, let's do it for next weekend. That gives me even more time, and we can raise the funds. We'll do it in like a day, I imagine, next week. But let me figure out the price, and then you know what else we might be able to do? I guess it's during trial, so I don't know if she necessarily wants to go out or stuff, but I'm sure they'd have her at the game. I'm sure I could talk to some people. But anyway, let's think about it. She probably doesn't want that. This is very stressful. At the very least, if we can get permission to put the billboard up next week at the game at Fenway, maybe Saturday or Sunday when they're playing the Braves at home, we will do that. Okay? And we'll think about other things. It doesn't need to be like a very public spectacle. Yes, we're going to have to come together and publicly, if we get permission, raise the money to pay for this thing to go on the Fenway screen for a little bit. But on the whole, we don't need to like make this a big spectacle. It's supposed to be about John and Peggy, so let's focus it on that. We'll have someone there to take a video of it. They can send it to Julie Grant. She doesn't need to say who did it. She can just focus on the fact that it ran. In fact, no, Ed Jobs, we are not directing anyone to a site that has no disclosed corporate transparency that is tied to Kate Peter and stuff like that. No, that's the very advertising that I don't want to engage in. I don't want it to say, like, go to GrantSmithEllis YouTube. I don't want to go to some site that I pretend isn't me. No, I want it to just be about John and Mrs. O'Keefe. And that's what I think it should focus on. So I understand what you're saying, Ed. Maybe you just didn't know the background, but no, I don't want to do that. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. And but that's the other thing. Like, we can't get too, as much as we're waiting for court to come back into session and we're excitable about this idea, we really have to be, we have to be a little bit careful because we can't overburden the O'Keefes in the middle of trial. So maybe they probably don't want to go to a Red Sox game. You know what I mean? So now, of course, if they were like, oh, I want to go to a Red Sox game, yeah, we could make that happen. But let's not go overboard. Oh, yeah, no, exactly. And I'm not talking just about this. This is great what you found, LA Connection. And I actually, this is definitely possible. We might be able to put a billboard outside of Fenway, too. We can, we absolutely can do something inside Fenway though too, because Towel can just talk to some people, and first of all, you can just do this. Anyone from the public can put a message up on a Fenway screen. We are going to do a special message, and I don't know if they'll do what I'm proposing, but let's just say Towel is good with people. I know people there. I love the Red Sox. I went to the Red Sox for the first time in like 1994 when Troy O'Leary and Brian Daubach were playing on the Sox. I have been going to the Red Sox my entire life. But anyway, I also know people. I'll talk to some people. I can't guarantee anything. But if I was just a member of the public and called them up and said, we want to do this, right, they are very private. I agree with you, Linda. If I called them up and said, listen, we want to put up this banner, we're not advertising. It's just to honor John and his mom. And we had permission, I think we could do that, folks. But all right, this is Towel just going in circles now. We got our clip for D Nice's mom. I'm going to share that on Twitter. That was the whole point. I think a Sidebar. Hi, everyone. Good to see you, Sidebar. The average cost, I don't think it's more than $500. Yes, absolutely. We can send when it plays. And listen, I'm not guaranteeing where this will go, but what I'll pitch to them is like, you do these ads anyway. So John really loved the Red Sox. I think John actually worked the Fenway detail a little bit. So, will you do like a read, like just a quick Mother's Day read about him? And I'm sure like they do this as a service. So I'm sure if we pay them, they will do it. Yes, okay, we're waiting for court to come back into session, folks. You didn't miss anything. The biggest moment of the morning was Alan Jackson turning red and Karen laughing and us making a clip for Karen, for D Nice's mom. And then, great to see you, Sidebar. We're pleased to have you as an honorary member of the Towel Fold. I think I have to eat, by the way. I think my stomach is starting to hurt from not eating. My muscles are like, I have more muscle than like body fat, and it's starting to hurt to laugh. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have to make this post for D Nice's mom. That was the whole point, ladies and gentlemen. So let's do it. Court isn't back in session. You know how I know we would have the Karen cam, but just to be double and triple sure, and since we're only looking at the light, I will bring us forward. Oh no, it's the fan. Oh dear God. Oh, what have you done to us? What have you done to us, camera pool operator? Why must you torment us? Oh, there we go. We don't have to look at the fan because we have Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Look how happy that little Marshmallow Man is that not only are we close to done with break, but ladies and gentlemen, he stopped the fan. He stopped the fan, ladies and gentlemen. He might look like the fan would cut him in half, but he is strong enough with his Marshmallow Man powers to have stopped the fan. Now you all don't have to look at the spinning fan. Oh, it is a glorious day. I'm going to go eat as soon as we come back into session. The clip of Hank Brennan coming into the courthouse was glorious. I'm a towel. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to put off our Miss O'Keefe plan until next week. So for those of you who are just listening, we had an idea that we were going to try to make happen today. We are going to put that on pause. I need to talk to some people. We'll come up with a very simple, nothing, very understated, very respectful tribute for John and John's mom after Mother's Day. And we will put that together. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was the update. It was a wonderful series of thoughts. The Towel universe came together. We will think more about it. That was your morning recess update. Let's post this clip for D Nice's mom as we're waiting for court to come back into session. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, Superman and Batman will send up the signal saying, Peggy O'Keefe, you are loved and supported by so many of the Towel universe. Ladies, gentlemen, fellow towels, and D Nice's mom. If you missed this morning's session of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reid retrial before recess, this was the only highlight. Karen, other than Alan Jackson being a red marshmallow man. Karen Reid laughed inappropriately during testimony. Oh, yes, no, there were 2 highlights. Why is inappropriately such a hard word to spell? Inappropriately. There we go. Got it on the 3rd try. I should say I at least got it close enough to where the spell check could get it right. I'm so bad sometimes at spelling. The spell check is like, Grant, we don't know what you're actually trying to spell. It seems to be some kind of convoluted word. Karen and was smirking at jurors. Earlier in the morning, reports circulated that Reid's parents were scolded by court officers as seen on Karen Cam for looking at jurors, and due to a reported interaction between Mr. Reid and the O'Keefe family on Thursday. Watch that moment here. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, D Nice's mom not only got a clip, but, ladies and gentlemen, we also were able to tell people about the other crazy things that happened during today's testimony in day 13 of the Karen Reid and John O'Keefe trial during the morning. And my name is GrantSmithEllis, and we are still not into session. The 30-minute recess, ladies and gentlemen, it has now gone for over 40 minutes. Yes, your little towel, your faithful, dedicated little towel is at the point where he is struggling and breathing as much as possible. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have accomplished so much, but I can only talk like a horse racer announcer towel for so long. I think that's actually what causes me to, I think I'm getting stronger stomach muscles because of the way I have to control my breathing. And so it's just so interesting to me how, I'm literally getting a 6-pack. I looked at the mirror the other day. I was like, what the hell? I have this, very defined core now. And I think it's because I'm speaking, not necessarily just using my lungs, but my core muscles are actually allowing me to speak in this way for this long. That's fascinating. I'm technically working out while talking to you all. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, look at all the benefits that Towel gets from this stream. Not only do I get to meet all you wonderful Towel friends, not only do you make me less nervous about where my next meal is going to come from, but I also get better abs. Now, I don't really care about my abs at all whatsoever, but that must be why I am constantly feeling like my core is in pain. It's because of how I'm speaking. All right, well, maybe this can be some kind of new exercise routine. You just have to sit and talk for hours on end, ladies and gentlemen, and then you can develop strong core muscles. We will call it the Towel Exercises Program. The Towel Exercise Program, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, forget about talking about Alan Jackson as a Redden Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. You really come to this stream for exercise advice and to hear me talk like a horse racer announcer towel. I know the truth. You cannot hide it from Little Towel. I am aware. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I have close to an 8-pack because my core needs to be strong for talking for this long. It is the strangest thing in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, in the comments, here is the post for D Nice's mom. Yay, towels. There you go. D Nice, your mom got her post. It is a glorious towel day, and I am still talking like a horse racer announcer towel. Yes, I'm going to have an 8-pack of abs by the end of this trial due to the fact that my core needs to be strong enough to force air out of my mouth while I speak like this as a horse racer announcer towel. Oh, my word. Yes, Modelo Macy, I actually have a very weakened abdominal structure because I stupidly, after losing 130 pounds naturally while I was in undergrad between September of 2007 and May of 2008, got a surgery to remove skin, and it induced a series of complications. But now, ladies and gentlemen, Towel doesn't eat enough, and Towel apparently has very strong core strength, and I have abs. But yes, my myofascial tissue around there is all messed up, and generally I don't recommend cutting yourself in half, or even with the doctor's help, I do not advise cutting yourself in half. It has serious side effects that will make you a very, very painful towel. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Towel in some sense, although I can't do anything about my colitis, Towel in some sense absolutely should not have got that surgery, and if they had told me that the condition I developed after getting surgery was a possibility, I never would have gotten the surgery. I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, what this has to do with the fact that I now have a six-pack of abs, I don't know. I do not know, and I don't really want to think about it. We're still not back in session. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know. Listen, there can only be one reason why we're not in session. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I know the reason. I think I know the reason. It's because Chewbacca had to come in his Marshmallow Man lawyer defense role. He took the bar. He's coming to save Marshmallow Man from Alan Jackson. That's the only reason we're not in session. Someone asked more about my surgery. Well, I don't know. I lost a lot of weight naturally. I went to BC undergrad and grad school. And back in freshman year, I was taking a full course load, and I used to, with my roommates, we would, drop my water bottle. My roommates and I, we would run down, we lived at the top of Heartbreak Hill. So we would run down Heartbreak Hill, we'd go down Lake Street, we'd run like another mile, we'd get to the intersection there, down past St. John's Seminary, past that like playing field, past the seminary, and there was a gym there. It was a Beacon Hill Athletic Club at the time, and I would either do like 800 floors on the Stairmaster, or run as far as I could, or weight lift. I eventually got a personal trainer, but I started Boston College at like 310 pounds, and by spring of 2008, so during my freshman year, while taking a full course load, I was down to 180. It really messed me up in the head. Like, yeah, I did the weight loss naturally, but I started to think like people would only be interested in me because of what I looked like, and like it was not healthy for Towel. It's actually why, like, so people are always like asking online, like, Grant, why don't you like pursue people or do this or that? First of all, I'm a very private person, and I don't really want to talk about that. But the other thing is, there have been lots of people in my life in the past, especially after I lost 130 pounds and was going to Boston College. But it was like I couldn't understand the distinction between like what I was before and after the weight loss. It was very hard for Towel. So like I was like, what does it mean for someone to be interested in me? Like, there was also one person who was like who I was interested in before I lost the weight, and who was kind of interested in me, and then we didn't really start dating until after I lost the weight, and that really messed me up, because I was like, oh, so really it was just like a physical thing. She didn't like the way I looked, like, and so for my whole life now, I'm like, I'm just not going to deal with that at all. I don't want to even think about that, because I can't understand someone, like, it's hard for me to understand why someone would look at me and be like, oh, that person's attractive. Like, I'm just like, what the fuck? I can't, sorry for cussing, but I just cannot understand it. So anyway, but needless to say, that whole thing caused Little Towel to get skin removed, because I lost so much weight so rapidly. I had to get the skin removed. Yeah, there's definitely some dysmorphia there for sure. And, but getting the skin removed was a big mistake, because it really like messed with my abdominal like viscera, and all the scar tissue really messed with the fascia, and it caused Little Towel, because of how it affects my posture, to end up having my throat and airway collapse. It induced optic nerve issues and facial neuralgia. Oh, it was horrible, friends. I never in a million years would have got that surgery if I knew those type of complications can happen. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, Little Towel did lose that weight. It was a very proud moment in Towel's life. There were times when I was literally 310 pounds, and Towel is now a Little Towel. Oh, thank you. I think I'm a nice Little Towel too, but I definitely have lived a lot of lives, friends, even in my short time on this planet. I don't know. Some people, I think, sense that I'm a little bit of a wise towel. And I have been through a lot. And my body, my physical vessel, is definitely breaking down for a number of reasons. Genetic, because of my colitis, induced by that surgery and its complications. But my brain, ladies and gentlemen, my brain is strong. And I will say, ladies and gentlemen, it does mean so much to me that so many of you keep Little Towel's health in mind. As long as I sit, as long as I continue to eat, although I do forget sometimes, I will be okay, at least until my body gives up. But it hasn't given up yet. It has not given out yet. Oh, Ed Jobs, no, we're way past that. Towel has lived a lifetime. Towel has lived so many lifetimes, my friend. I have been to Prague. I've been to Paris. I lived in England. I went to Oxford for a little bit. I spent time in Italy. I drove from Milan to Pisa to Rimini to Florence to Venice to... Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. I have been all around the world. I was blessed in so many ways growing up. Towel is lived out. Towel wants to spend his days sitting in a chair commentating now because my physical vessel is broken. I assure you, I've seen all the places I want to see. Maybe in the future I will take, if there's ever a Mrs. Towel, I will take Mrs. Towel, and if there's a Towel family, the Towel family to Europe, so they too can enjoy those moments. But no, ladies and gentlemen, I have lived enough for a lifetime. I pursued graduate degrees. I became sick. I went back to school. I've studied to get a JD. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I know it seems like I'm still young, but this soul is old and tired, very tired. And I will tell you, my physical vessel breaking down does not make me sad. It doesn't. I have lived more in my 36 or whatever years on this planet than most people will live in a lifetime. I have seen so much of the world. I've been to Hawaii and almost all the states. I've traveled, I've lived, I've run the Hemp Fest on the Common or the Freedom Rally. I've helped write laws. I've helped interpret statutory frameworks. I've helped oversee governmental bodies. I've helped break up systemic corruption. I've gotten companies investigated. I've gotten people investigated and held accountable for their crimes. Ladies and gentlemen, I swear I have lived like 50 lifetimes, and I am 36. So, I don't know, I try to use the knowledge in a benevolent way, but no, I'm tired. I don't want to go out. I can't. My body is not capable of doing that. I don't need to go see any more of the world. I can watch the world. I'm keeping an eye on the world going by my window, as a famous group once said. And that, for me, ladies and gentlemen, is what I am about. Yes, Modelo Macy, Chapter 180 of the Acts of 2022, which was an update to 935 CMR 500.00 and 935 CMR 500.001. I crafted some of that language. I put a dedicated levy with the help of my friends, but it was mostly Little Towel and one other person who she knows who she is. We put a dedicated levy on the adult use cannabis tax, ladies and gentlemen, of 15%. $25 to $30 million every year goes to the Executive Office of Economic Development in the form of grants and loans for small companies in Massachusetts. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, not only do I help craft statutes, I implement and oversee their regulatory enforcement. I ward off regulatory capture. I write about corruption in both sides of the political spectrum. I cover criminal cases. I am generally a towel. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, yes, Towel truly feels so blessed that in his short lifetime, he has lived so much. I lived hard, ladies and gentlemen. Never let anyone tell you that Little Towel did not live up every moment before his body collapsed. I did what I could. I saw the world. It was tough on Little Towel even back then, but I did it. Yes, I know, we're coming back. Okay, we're back. Thank you for not distracting Towel with more talk about Towel's injuries. Hold on, we're here. Here we go. We are back. We only missed 1 second. Here we go.
Jurors, we appreciate the long break. We did it in an effort to make sure things go a little bit more smoothly from here on. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
Please.
In addition to what's been marked as evidence item 111, there's a document that's heavily redacted. Do you recognize, or do you see that document?
I do.
Do you see a word on that document?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be a redacted form of the document that is the same document or the same page or copy of that page that you saw this morning from those notes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'd like to have that marked as next in order, the redacted document with the court's permission.
Okay.
And with the court's permission...
Hold on.
Sure.
Exhibit 114.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I, with the court's permission, put a side-by-side of the single word that we discussed at sidebar from evidence item 111 and what's been marked as 114?
Is there an objection?
There is.
Yes. Not at this time, Mr. Jackson, no.
In your opinion, having seen those two words next to each other, do they appear to be the same or similar handwriting?
In my opinion, they appear very similar, yes.
Okay, thank you. May I inquire with counsel for just a second?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. May I approach one more time, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes. Can I see it now?
Of course.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant, could you just flip through that briefly and tell me if you generally recognize what that document
Absolutely.
is?
I do.
Thank you, Sergeant. What is that document generally?
Generally, it appears to be screen captures of a text message conversation.
Is that the document that you earlier referred to as having received from Brian Higgins?
It's a printout of the document, yes.
You saw something in electronic format, I take it?
Yes.
And you reviewed it on a computer?
Yes.
Did you receive the electronic file on a thumb drive or a CD or something like that?
I did.
Okay. And this appears to be a true and accurate representation of that electronic copy that you received from Brian Higgins?
To the best of my understanding, yes.
And is that document reflective of the text messages that Mr. Higgins indicated to you were between the string, as I use that word, between Brian Higgins and Karen Reid?
This is what was provided, to the best of my understanding, and now has been printed out.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd like to ask the witness to read the text messages that he was provided by Brian Higgins.
So we're going to mark this
for identification only.
Exhibit EE for identification.
You're certainly not asking him to read this whole document.
I expect to.
All right. I'm going to see counsel.
Sidebar, ladies and gentlemen, we have a sidebar. It is related to Alan Jackson apparently trying to get, oh goodness, it is Alan Jackson trying to get the witness to read a huge document. Judge Cannoni does not feel it is appropriate to do so. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, there's Miss Peggy O'Keefe. God bless Miss Peggy O'Keefe and Paul O'Keefe. I think we should put some honorary hearts and towels in the chat for Mrs. Peggy O'Keefe. God bless you, Peggy. The towel friends support you. You are loved and heard and seen. And you, on this Mother's Day, Miss Peggy O'Keefe, we keep you in our thoughts. Yes, a sidebar indeed. The sidebar, oh, it's Harvard Yard. God bless you, dear friend. It's so wonderful to see you every time your name pops up. I become a pleased towel because towel friends are wonderful. Yes, God bless Miss Peggy O'Keefe as we watch this extended, protracted sidebar. The sidebar has now become infamous, ladies and gentlemen. Other channels even have now started titling their streams Sidebar with 4 A's and 3 H's. And if you know anything about this stream, horse racing announcer Towel loves nothing more than taking the ponies down the park and talking about the sidebar. You can't understand how pleased I am to say sidebar. Oh, there's Mr. O'Keefe, Papa O'Keefe, of course, the man. Karen Reid tried to use John's papa and the fact that he was a plumber against John in the hours before John's death. Karen tried to tell John she was going to have a plumber come over, random plumber named Richie, at 8 a.m. during a blizzard. Ladies and gentlemen, John's papa and John had done plumbing for years. Karen was just tormenting John. She just wanted John to keep talking to her because she knew the relationship was over. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, God bless Papa O'Keefe and God bless Miss O'Keefe. Yes, there is blue. Paul is in a suit. Paul O'Keefe, John's brother, looking in fantastic and composed in a suit. Miss Peggy O'Keefe, in front of her son Paul, sits stoic. The world watches. God bless the whole O'Keefe family, says the towel chat. And we, ladies and gentlemen, yes, we are able to watch the O'Keefe family. Towel has even been able to pause the shot. We are not back from sidebar. I repeat, we are not yet back from sidebar. But the moment we do return, little Towel will be ready, ladies and gentlemen. The sidebar, it continues. We even got to pause the stream until the sidebar ended so we could see Miss Peggy O'Keefe and Paul and Papa O'Keefe. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis, and we are at Sidebar. Mr. Reid does not look like he's doing too well. He has barely been able to hang his head up today, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, this is the only stream where you can watch a live view of a courtroom listening to a man who thinks he's an anthropomorphic towel, who also thinks he's a horse racing announcer, talking about the defendant's father hanging his head with a court officer seated next to him. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Someone asked if I could channel Casey Kasem. I was listening to him. You know, folks, I was listening to American Top 40 last night, and we have another hit on our hands today from Bill Reid as he sits with his head in his hands. Strangely, this old man may have used the courtroom to benefit his daughter by covering up a large conspiracy involving himself. Let's listen to this old man. Take it away. There you go. You may now call me Casey Kasem Towel. Did you know that Casey Kasem starred in the excellent film Scooby-Doo and something about a chilly mountain? Yes, the theme of that Scooby-Doo film was Casey Kasem himself being a radio DJ up in the remote mountains of Nepal. Now, I think I'm better suited for BBC announcer towel than I am for Casey Kasem towel. However, I obviously have a wide range and a number of different intonations that I can take on. I'm not sure where you want me to go next, ladies and gentlemen. I am monitoring a man in a courthouse trying to keep his head up. He is the defendant's father. His name is Bill Reid. We did have a request there for Towel to become Casey Kasem Towel, but I don't think I should do that for a permanent state because that intonation is very hard. You have to breathe in and talk at a high pitch. Talking at this pitch, however, is okay for Towel. I can sustain this without very much breath. Also, I think it's really the breath work that allows me to speak in this way for so long. I think I'm simultaneously breathing and speaking, which would explain why I'm able to do this for so long. Okay, yes, I know I cannot make the sidebar go faster, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, if you... Oh, we haven't even done any of these today. If you're new to Towel Stream, we're 4 hours in. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And we're going to put our donation drive on hold until next week for Miss O'Keefe if we do this, our billboard. So, you can support Towel Stream today. Did you know if you become a member of Towel Stream, you even get special emojis? But liking and subscribing is free, and you can do that too. And Towel appreciates all of your support. We are heading towards 1,000 Towel friends. Yes, I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, we are rapidly heading towards 1,000 Towel friends. We are about to get to 900. Will we hit 1,000 today? Time will tell. This is the only place you can watch the Karen Cam. Furthermore, ladies and gentlemen, so many Towel friends have been sending their support and asking how they can help. You have been sending your super stickers. I saw every one of them. God bless all of you. And you have been sending your donations. Towel, even if I don't announce them, because if you don't claim them publicly, I try not to announce them, but I will reply to them privately. God bless every one of you. You can find information on how to support this public information service rooted in the Reithian ideal of educating, informing, and entertaining the public in that order while using entertainment as a hook to engender cogent public discourse and ward off usurpation of our representative form of government. By, much like PBS or the BBC, realizing that this stream is supported by viewers like you. You don't see any ads, although you do hear me talking about 7-Eleven pizza. You don't see any sponsorships, ladies and gentlemen. It is just viewer-supported public information broadcasting designed to protect the integrity of our beautiful form of government. And you, ladies and gentlemen, are the underlying core that makes the fabric of this Towel universe strong. And as much as I want us to come back into Sidebar, and as much as I'm willing us to come back into Sidebar, I cannot do it. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Paula, that's a great insight. I'm trying to strengthen my core muscles, which will help my spine and hopefully help my esophagus and airway. I have been told by my doctor that my esophagus and airway, when I swallow liquids and try to breathe air, looks like that of an 80-year-old because I need to tuck my chin in order for the air not to go into my esophagus and the food and liquid not to go from my esophagus into my airway. And are you wondering, Towel, have they strapped you to a literal, inverted x-ray machine and done a modified barium swallow where you had to eat Oreo cookies coated in barium and drink liquid barium while they tipped you upside down to watch this happen in real time? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, they put me on a board. Now the Oreo is good, but the barium, I don't know why they have to coat it in liquid barium. It's horrible. Who would want to feed someone an Oreo with barium on it? You get them all excited. We're going to give you an Oreo, and then you put barium on it and strap them to a table and put them upside down? Do you know what little Towel thought the first time I had to go through a modified barium swallow? I was like, what the hell is this, and why does this exist? But then I found out it exists for good reason. Because if they need to if they need to track the degradation of your airway and esophagus, especially if liquids and solids are penetrating across, they do it that way. But let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, you do not. If your doctor ever says, do you want me to do a modified barium swallow, say, do I have to? Now, there's something worse than a modified barium swallow, and let me tell you right now, the worst thing I have ever gone through in my life, I have had lumbar punctures. I have had multiple lumbar punctures. I have gone through some horrifying medical procedures. Lung biopsies. Oh my dear goodness, that was horrible. Ladies and gentlemen, the worst thing I ever had to do was a metanomic analysis or something. They had to they had to intubate me basically and put this machine into my esophagus and airway. It was the worst thing I've ever experienced in my entire life. If you ever are asked to undergo that, run, unless it's medically necessary, run the other way. Little Towel will never become a doctor, and Little Towel is never going to undergo that procedure again unless the doctor says you will undergo it. And the only reason they got me to do it last time is because the doctor ordered me to do it. And then they intubated me because I couldn't do it. It was a horrible experience. Oh, dear goodness. It was horrible, Paula. The whole experience. The modified barium swallow is actually not as bad as that other thing I was talking about, whatever that procedure is called. I don't even remember the name of it. I think I blanked it out of my memory, but it's like, it's some kind of like meta something. It involves like a long plastic tube, and it's very unpleasant, and it's like not serrated, but it definitely has like sensors that it uses to demonstrate or to track like how your esophagus is functioning. It was the worst thing in the world. I know that the reason why we're talking about this is just to get through this long sidebar, but let me just tell you, I don't like the fact that I have to go through medical procedures, but that was the worst one. The modified barium swallow was a walk in the park compared to that other thing. I never want to go through that other thing again. But the modified barium swallow, at least you get to eat Oreos, ladies and gentlemen. But anyway, is it with esophagitis? That's a good question, Deb H. The exact diagnosis, the wording of it is a little weird, but it's a medical term. So my diagnosis, at least with my airway and esophagus, is that I have cross-penetration of liquids and solids into the airway, and then it goes the other way. The airway cross-penetrates into the esophagus. So now some things, the best thing I can do is tuck my chin. So whatever now I could look at my chart. I don't have it right here. But my whatever condition results in that cross-penetration of liquids and solids into the airway, and whatever condition is fixed by me tucking my chin, and whatever condition requires a speech-language pathologist to teach me how to tuck my chin, then that's what I have. Ooh, I want some ice cream too. But ladies and gentlemen, this sidebar, oh my God, I have never been through a sidebar this long in my life. The jurors probably want to start leaving the courtroom. This is miserable. Yeah, Oreos covered with barium are miserable. I have taken probiotics, Macy, and I've looked into a lot of that. I have a very limited diet because of my colitis. Bread, cheese, rice, chicken, occasional cheeseburger, but that's an indulgence. But yes, I've definitely looked into my gut biome health. It's definitely something I have to keep an eye on for a number of reasons. But anatomically, getting the food to my stomach or getting anything to my stomach is a bit of an issue because it's hard for me to actually eat and drink. Ladies and gentlemen, the sidebar. Oh, it's finally over. God bless you all, too. Towel's going to go get food now, by the way. Speaking of that, I need to get some cheese and some bread into Little Towel. God bless you all. Watch this next developments. I'll be back with you for the lunch recess. All of you are in charge, Little Towels. It's going to be a collective towel in charge moment. You all are in charge. Yes, Charles in charge. Hold on. We're going to call you all Towel in charge.
All right, so jurors, we're really trying to be expeditious as we can be. So there was a big stack that of messages that are going to be marked as the next exhibit. And I have two instructions for you folks. First is, as I've told you before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication was in fact here, the defendant, or Brian Higgins. If you do not find that it is more likely true than not that Ms. Reid was the person who authored or created or transmitted the electronic communication, or Brian Higgins was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication at all in deciding your case. Now, if it gets past that and you do find that burden has been met, these messages are not being offered to show the truth of the statement. They're simply to show that this information was in fact provided to the Mass State Police for their investigation. Those are the instructions. All right, with that, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Yes, I'm going to let the witness have that pack. Oh, he's got one. Oh, you know what, Chrissy? I'll take one back. The one for ID will now be the exhibit, and I'll take the other one.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant Buchanan, do you have the document in front of you that's been marked as Exhibit 115?
I do.
If you could, starting at the beginning, do those purport to be text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reid?
Yes, they are.
Does that printout accurately reflect what you received in electronic form from Brian Higgins during your interview?
Yes.
Okay. If you could start at the beginning and read the text string indicating the date of the text, if it's dated, who it's from, who it's to, and the content.
Yes, sir. The text messages begin Wednesday, January 12th at 8:27 p.m. Incoming text message to Brian Higgins' phone from Karen Reid. Hey, Brian, it's the weed whacker. The response is a question mark, followed by a picture of a six-pack of Smirnoff Ice screwdriver in appears to be a package store cooler, followed by a YO response, and that is it for January 12th, Wednesday. Do you want me to continue, sir?
Yes. May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Going back to the Smirnoff container, that was from whom and to whom? For the picture of the Smirnoff.
It appears it was from Brian Higgins to Karen Reid.
Okay. If you could make sure to delineate from whom and to whom each text is
every time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, and go ahead and proceed.
Thursday, January 13th, 9:24 a.m. From Karen Reid to Brian Higgins. Did you try those Smirnoff? There is a haha acknowledgement response to that text message by Brian Higgins. The next page, it's the same bubble, but continue on the next page. I will repeat. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? Question mark. I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. A Bitmoji showing teeth. That is sent from Karen Reid to Brian Higgins.
If you could, and I hate to ask this of you, but if you could tell us who it's from before the content. For instance, from Karen Reid to Brian Higgins, content. That would just be a little easier, I think,
okay.
in flow.
The last one was from Karen Reid. She stated, did you try those Smirnoff? And that she stopped by at the Hilly last night for one. From Brian Higgins to Karen Reid, haha, followed by same person. How did you get my digits? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Karen Reid to Brian Higgins, the Melissa and Lito show. Brian Higgins to Karen Reid, ha ha. Brian Higgins to Karen Reid, I thought you creeped John's phone. Brian Higgins to Karen Reid, ha ha. Karen Reid to Brian Higgins, no way, with an emoji, X person holding an X in front of them. I was the last person in Greeter, Canton, who didn't have your pound sign, number sign. I think even Carrie has it.
I'm going to see counsel at Sidebar for just a minute, please. We're trying to make this easier for everybody to either read or listen to or look at. So we're just going to take a minute. We think that we have this document here. And also to make it a little bit easier for everybody, Sergeant Buchanan, you do not have to describe the emojis. You don't have to say anything about what the pictures are, and you don't have to say the punctuation now that we'll be able to have it. But you are being asked to read which text is from whom. Maybe if we agree upon the color, you won't have to say that. Can there be an agreement with that, Counsel?
We can do that.
I'll stipulate that the blue bubbles appear to be Mr. Higgins.
And the gray
bubbles appear to be Ms. Reid, your text response.
Okay.
That's agreed, Your Honor.
All right. I appreciate that. So you can just read the screen or read what you have in front of you.
Do you want me to start at the beginning or?
No. Let's just start where you ended, if you could, please. All right. Could we turn the lights down? Can you see it, Sergeant, with the lights off?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
I just don't give my personal number to anyone. How would Carrie have my number? Melissa had it. I actually don't know if Carrie does. Just felt like everyone had it. Haha. I knew she did. Sorry you felt neglected. Haha. So no dice on the Smirnoff? I have not tried it. Saw it in the store the other day and thought of you. I laughed out loud. Don't give Carrie my digits. Thought of me and everyone's grandfather. I won't give your digits to anyone. You don't like Carrie? I have no issues with Carrie. Just don't want her having my jack. Saving you as Karen, screwdriver, or weed whacker. Need to think about it a little. I'd prefer weed whacker. That's to think about nicknames. We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show. Wanted to see if you were game. You don't have a say? Vacation? Where? I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in Fort Laud. Something quick and easy. I'm queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I'm going to Nashville next month, 19th through the 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come. So you claim. Advertisement. Jesus, is he alive? Was he from Massachusetts? Yes, he is alive, not from MA. We were thinking late March. I guess the guy in his group is friends with Old Dominion Band. Kid Rock's supposed to be there too. I have a tough time with country. I was a Kid Rock fan back in the day. I agree. Of course you were. From Brockton. LOL. That's how I got my street cred. Funny. I didn't know you had any. LOL. Carrie said you tag along. No one would say that about me. How would I know? We all frequent the same watering hole. I don't know Carrie well. She talks about herself a lot, but I guess so does everyone. I don't ask questions, just make observations, assess, and decide. I am quiet. That's a good policy. You can read most people in a few minutes. Excuse me, mins. Yep, for sure. You go out with last night? Myself. I only had a drink and a half. Sadly, I know everyone at this point. Lame. Why is that bad? BC. That's how much I go in there. What do you do for work? I've never had a problem going to bar/restaurant solo. I go there a little. I'm a college professor. Solo is cool. I was in adjunct previously. Oh, really? Did you mention that? Anna Maria, Quincy College, and BHCC. I teach afternoons and work downtown during the day. What is BHCC? University of Southern Charleston, a.k.a. Bunker Hill Community College. Oh, nice. Trust is life. Line from Good Will Hunting in the classroom at BHCC. Funny, a savant from Brockton. I'm not making fun of BHCC. My parents met at community college. Fall River writes, you're very random. How so? You just are. I don't think so. What's random? Haha. I had no idea who this was last night, for a few minutes anyways. I mean, what's random about me? I think I'm pretty predictable. How so? You must go around beeping at a lot of weed whackers, excuse me. Nope, never. It was my one-time thing. Sounds like I'm scattered and all over the place. I learned my lesson. You have your shit together. That was mortifying. I am still really sorry. Not completely, but for the most part, yes. Sure you are. One thing I don't think you was sensitive. When was I sensitive? To the weed whacking incident. I just snapped when I think guys are being creeps. Can't help it. I'm not a creep. No, you're not a creep. Nope. You're kind of a loner, which I used to be. Not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I am tight with. So you think you got me figured out? Circle of trust. Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people? You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young? He died in March of 2020. I am so not a loser. You won't figure me out, LOL. No one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry, that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? Cancer. I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you arrive private and observant. I'm sorry. What kind? Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL. You're funny. Yikes, wow. That's rough. Jesus. I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. Don't be sorry, life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Who chats? Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest, so I'm sorry. We chat. That all you got? We chat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out. You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting the door lock. Oh. She has been out of play for like 3 months now. Out of rotation? Nah, just out of play. I am solo, no rotation. I am not a hoe. Solo? Solo like no rotation, or woman for that matter. Not locked down, haha. Good for you. That's the best way to be. Yep. Has its benefits for sure. Are you working? Remotely. Oh. Tough life. Live like a queen. I just got a Saturday invite. Did you say yes? Not yet, but did respond. What did you say, Mr. Elusive? No, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Haha, I am shy. We prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. Some PT, excuse me. I'm inviting you, haha. John said, quote, Brian is being wishy-washy now, end quote. Haha. Did you tell him to text me? No. You cranky now? Haha, no. Just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. Name a few. Name a few? I don't know. All of them? They all want to hang out with single people? I need a drink. I had a blueberry beer. I'm jealous. Hey, I'm trying to menu plan for Saturday, Mr. Elusive. Don't count on me. Boo. Haha. I am sure you will get over it. Just got my first drink. Where? Brick House. You tied one on last night? I was just thinking about you. Haha. Yes, 4:30 a.m. came early this morning. Eek, that's early. You out late with the Commodores? Solo? Yeah, but you're always lining up your after party. Nope, not me. Selective. I am not a hoe. Hey, no judgment. Haha, you make me laugh. I know, I'm funny. Haha. What's on your mind? Nada. Just about to start cooking. Okay. What's on yours? I'm going to a Hillside Regulars 60th tomorrow. This could be a new low for me.
Detective, if I could interrupt 1 second. When there is a date that's delineated, could you just state the date out loud so the jurors follow the date progression?
Next...
starting with the next one.
I'm saying the next text message date or
yes, sir.
Date within?
Where the
yes,
above
absolutely.
or below the bubbles.
Yep. So this screen here is Friday, January 13th at 3:33 p.m.
Thank you.
I believe I stopped before Bob Clinton. Everybody can't stand him. I detest him. His breath smells like ass. OMG, always. His daughter and I have mutual friends. I actually don't mind him when he's socially distant. I think he's friendly. Why detest? Yeesh. Talks like an ass clown. Maybe I am being too hard. He just says crazy shit. Doesn't know his audience. Geez. Is he different from anyone else in there? Haha. His wife and daughter are cooler than he is. I like his wife. Never met the daughter. A nurse? Yes. Her fiance is a firefighter. By coincidence with people I grew up with. Crazy. Sunday, January 16th, 12:59 a.m. You're nuts. Foul ball. You stink. You suck. And you're double. Trouble. You're hot. Are you serious or messing with me? No, I'm serious. Feeling is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here? I am fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. Rather you stay here? I wish. I think you're messing with me. Why do you think that? Because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? I just think you're like me. Meaning? Do you have your own kids? I have no kids. How am I like you? Hello? Aren't we alike? I think so. So, why did you get my number and reach out to me? Shoot straight with me. I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Yes, agree. Now what? I don't know. Shouldn't you know? Do you like me? Yes. From Jump. When was Jump? First time I saw you. When was that? Hillside for sure. When were you interested? I don't know. You're just my type. You think you can handle me? I thought you were happy. How do you know if I'm happy? I just assumed. Are you to handle? What do you like about me? I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. Yeah, ditto. And I think you're hot. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. What? That you're hot, smart, witty. But I didn't think you were interested. Witty. Yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Just thought we were the same, from the same neighborhood. Are you afraid to say what's in your mind? On? No. Didn't I? I am glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Yeah, I was basically begging you. You don't have to beg me. Beg. Huh? I will give you whatever you want. How are you texting right now? Ugh. Leaving me hanging. No. Kids? Kinda. How am I texting? Is everyone asleep? I'm just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Yes, you should have. That would have been distracting. So no what? Now. Now what? Ball's in your court. What do you want? Loaded question. What do you want? I asked you. Nope. You initiated this. Spit it out. Hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. Don't you have a boyfriend? Where are you? Canton. Where? My office at the PD. Why are you going to Mansfield? Where is that? Canton PD. I have a house there from before I reconnected with John. Oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind. Do you like me? Yes, clearly. Come over to my house. When? When works for you? Whoever, whenever. When works for you? I asked you first. I think you're messing with me. I'm glad you came over tonight. Me too. Ball's in your court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight. I don't know. What do you want? You always do. Yeesh, really? Why? I look great? You're full of it. I think you're hot. Always have thought that. Just have not revealed my thoughts. I'm hot for the hillside. Low comps. Knock it off. You're hot, period. Are you glad you walked me out? Yes. Are you? Def. Yes. Are you going home tonight or tomorrow a.m.? We kissed, right? Is this a trick question? I don't know when I'm going home. I am selling my house. What a trick question. Are you moving to Canton? I am following your lead with this. I live here, but I have a property in Enfield. Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. You started this, right? Why did you get my number and each out to me? Still have not told me. Sorry, should I not have? I am fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. You're mad at me? OMG. No, not at all. You're being silly. I told you. I just think you're like me, and I am attracted to you. A lot. Feelings mutual. I just never saw this coming. Why? Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. I was, but things have deteriorated. Why? How so? What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids. And then his sister died and everything got fucked up. He seemed very into you. I just told Melissa that I had your number, but lost it. That's cute. She wasn't suspicious? No, she's great. Does she know you like me? She's a sweetie. We just agreed that you're great. What does that mean? I was jealous that she had your number. Look, like you're either all in or you're out. Why would you be jealous? I am not attracted to her at all. I have always been attracted to you. Really? Yes. Since the first time I saw you, we would have fun. Where are you? I told you, Canton PD, my office. So are you selling your place and moving to Meadows? Yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years, and my house has been vacant. But I'd like to get closer to the water. Are you breaking up or staying together? I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I am very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. When was that? And how did you find out he hooked up? I don't want to complicate your situation. We went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel, all over one of our friends. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It does matter. Did they bang? Does that matter? Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I won't ask again. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Oh, okay. Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions? Dong. I am not, am I? You're kind of getting defensive. Not at all. What is the question? Do you feel guilty texting me? No. Okay. What do you want from me? Nothing. Do you want anything from me? I would hang out. Oh, gee, thanks. OMG. What am I supposed to say? You're being tough on me. None of us is married. True. So game on? We can say whatever we want. Game on? You send mixed messages. I wish I stayed. Okay, game on then. Kinda. Can you hang? Sure. I hope you toss and turn tonight. I always do. Why? Why'd you say that? I just do. Why? 'Cause you're fresh. No, I'm not. Okay. Do you always get what you want? Be sweet to me, please. I could be so sweet. I've been very sick. I had colon cancer and 10 surgeries in 18 months. I'm a wreck. I had no idea. Are you okay now? I never get what I want, just what I need. I am okay. What do you need? What need to be content? What can I do to make you happy? Haha, don't worry. I've always been very happy. You talk in riddles. Just tell me why you contacted me, huh? What's the big deal? I told you. Just think you're like me. What does that mean? Like you want to hang with me? You asked why I contacted you. Yes. Excuse me. Yeah. I did ask. We are attracted to each other, right? Reasonable question. Yes, 100%. Okay. We did kiss earlier. No? I think you initiated that. No? Yep. Do I owe you an apology? OMG. No. Why are you being sensitive? I am not. Kinda. No. Excuse me. Never. What do you want from me? What's on the table? What do you want ideally? the real deal. Sunday, January 16th, 7:37 a.m. Doesn't exist. Haha. Sunday, January 16th, 5:53 p.m. So you like Hennessy XO? Sunday, January 16th, 7:15 p.m. I am hurting so bad. Yeah, me too. The Currens went after it again at noon today. No way. This was about 2 hours before you came over. Haha. I am heading for drinks soon. Really? Yeah. Tuesday, January 18th, 5:09 p.m. What's on tap? Haha. What does that mean? Usually means, what are you up to? Cute. I just wrapped work. Unpacking some groceries. You? What's on tap? Also unpacking crap for my car. Anything good? Nothing on tap. Shame. You were a ghost yesterday. I can't be the cruise director every day. Shame. Julie McCoy. Wish I was at my cave house in front of the fire sipping a drink. Wish I knew how to use my fireplace. From Love Boat. How old is your bad self? Haha, that was my guess. 42 next month. I know the Love Boat. I was more Brady Bunch. Haha, what day? 2/26. Nice. You're just a tad poke. Pole. Got ya. When is the next party? Pole. Oops. It's all relative. What pole and poke? I'd have a party every weekend if it were up to me. No. 42 equals Ted pole. Oh. I keep reminding myself that aging is a privilege. The better parties are at my house. No kids. Why are they better? Well, first, BC, there's no kids. You were a ghost yesterday. Thought I heard the last of you. Phones work both ways. I don't want to disturb you, or you could be otherwise engaged. I don't know your routine. I didn't use the word engaged, did I? Huh? Engaged? As like doing something with someone? Yes, that's what I thought you meant. Are you being fresh today? No. Now that you sobered up. Haha. I felt sober next to everyone else on Saturday. Good point. You're still T trouble. Haha. Why am I? Just playing with you. What is that? Whiskey with a big ice cube. What kind of whiskey? Jameson, right? Cherry in the middle. What good does that do? Are you in W Rocks? So good, yeah. Do you have a 4:30 a.m. bell tomorrow? Why do you ask? Trying to figure out how many whiskeys you're going to have? Depends. I don't restrict myself from having fun. How many Hennessy XOs you having? None. I have none at my house. Haha. I am not really trouble. Want me to pick you up next time I go to the base? Usually cheaper and tax-free. Just a little based on your conduct. The base? Military base. I go through the Henny fast. I shop there a lot. I can as a veteran. My conduct? I'm not married. I'm the only one who does everything right. What kind of veteran? Where is the base? Dude, chillax. Teasing you. Are you serious? Veteran from Iraq. I can go to any base, but usually... Hanscom in Bedford or down the Cape. Which base down the Cape? Which branch? Army. I'm not abnormally sensitive. Joint Base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Oh my God, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I was just playing with you. You weren't, but that's okay. Stop being sensitive, please. I am not. Okay, so what's up? Did you figure out how many whiskeys? You mean tonight? Yes. Not sure. I am flexible and adaptable. Why are you so curious? Are you drinking? I haven't had a drink yet. Just want to see what you're up. Looking for an influencer. My day was long. Influenced? How? Are you in Canton or Mansfield tonight? Influenced to have a drink, even though it's Tuesday, in Mansfield. How often do you stay there? Is it a nice crib, house, or condo? I stay here once or twice a week. House. I guess it's nice. I like it. How long have you owned it? How many beds, rooms? 2017 or 18? 5 bedrooms. What? Why so big? I don't know. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms. More than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton? I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there for most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. A lot why? Do you even know what you want or who? Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine. And I never wanted kids. I thought you were in this happy relationship. Everyone is happy at Hillside. Oh, God. You avoid things. It's just a very, very complicated dynamic with the 4 of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. I am divorced since 2017 and have no kids. I try very hard, but they are very spoiled, and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel different if they were mine, or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on New Year's Eve while we were away, and that has really affected me. What did he exactly do? I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing with someone about raising kids. Why won't you tell me? He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure. Oh God, did they bang? So I was the kids celebrating New Year's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. Was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They're constant, and it feels like lose-lose. You clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside of you. Yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. You can vent, babe. Basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin, and sometimes it's thankless. You probably felt that way, too. I did at times. It was one, not two, thankfully. Want to grab a drink? If you gave me some notice, I could have. You said you were adaptable. I am. But I have my work truck with me and not my personal. You get angry when you don't get your way? That sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way. I don't make excuses. I don't make excuses. If I don't want to deal with someone, I tell them. Then I am a ghost. Why do you even want to hang with me? Don't we already hang out? I don't make excuses. Work truck, personal truck. What does that doesn't sound like a massive problem. I end up drinking with you at least once a week, I'd say. I can't use my work truck for transportation to go drink. You think so? What makes you so sure? Probably would be fun. I think I see you about once a week at a bar, no? Not lately, but yes. Okay. So you asked why I want to hang out. I'm just saying that I already hang out with you. Yeah, but we have never one-on-one. Does going to a friend's house qualify as transportation to drink? Yeah, because I can't just have one. Can't drive that banged up. Have none then. There's 5 bedrooms here. Does mine have a lock on the door? Haha, LOL. I don't even know. I think so. You probably have a spare key. I don't know if I ever shut and locked a door here. Funny. Trust me, I am tempted. Grab the Hennessy. Thanks, doll. Funny. I am confused. You don't feel guilty in inviting me over? Should I? I don't know. Who knows what you feel? Only know what you said when you were drinking Hennessy. Haha. Geez, I just explained everything, I thought. Wow. You get angry easy. What are you talking about? I'm not angry, at the least. Okay, good. And I haven't had a single drink today. Okay. I don't really think I should feel guilty. Why is that? Why should I not? Dude, I am just asking. Don't get your thong all twisted up. Yeah, I just don't know what the question was. You have no impact on my thong? I think I try my best to do the right by people, and sometimes people suck. And I'm not married, nor do I have kids. I agree. But you kind of have a live-in boyfriend. You act like you act like I ask dumb questions. Yeah, kind of. But it's been a long time, and there's ups and downs, so at some point you have to think more rationally. Do you plan on leaving him? I'm sorry. I don't think they're dumb. It's just hard back and forth on text to understand the question. When you ask what day, earlier, re my birthday, I thought for a full minute that you meant that you meant what day did I use to watch the Brady Bunch. And I had typed it a text every school day at 4 and 4:30. I meant what day was your B-day. I don't have any plans at the moment in either direction. Sometimes I go back and forth. Yeah, I figured that out. What's your interest in me? I assume people have been interested in you before. True. First, I think you're fun to talk to. I like sizing other people up. And you seem to be private, which I also like, and probably pretty independent too. So like, I am a ton of fun. I am super private and do not talk out of school. I am safe. Does that make sense? I am all of that and more. Safe? Like I am private. Don't talk out of school with what I do or who I hang with. Do I aggravate you? Haha, no. According to John, you may occasionally talk out of school. He said that about me? But that's none of my business. With respect to what exactly? None of my biz. So then why invite me to your house party? Now I am aggravated. Tonight's house party or last week? OMG, why? Last week. Like, why would he talk shut about me? Because we all like you. Everyone does. Geesh. You just said he talked shit about me. He wasn't talking shit at all. He always says how much he likes you. Just mentioned Brian does all right for himself. He has not said one negative thing about you ever. I just didn't think you were that private, that's all. I am about a lot of things. Don't be so sensitive. I am good. Oh, geez. Are your panties in a twist now? Stop. Nah, my boxers are just fine. Okay. You're not going to run your work truck through the gears tonight? I thought you were tons of fun. No, I am not. As much as I would like to. Moving on to the next call. Huh? Will you stop? You sensitive again? I can't really follow your thought process. You keep kind of insulting me a little. I am still confused why you want to hang with me. It's also out of left field. No, I am not. Are you single? Yes. I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me. And then on vacay and probably a few other occasions. You didn't really beg. I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Usually do it when they do live with someone. Do not. Maybe, maybe not. So you have sent me signs before? Did I miss them? John and I have had a lot of ups and downs, and we already did this nearly 20 years ago. And there's kids involved that get attached and things get muddy. I don't know what the answer is, but I feel very strongly that I've put my best effort in with all three of them, and the extended family too. At some point, it gets frustrating, and my actual feelings take precedence. I get it. I am not denying that, or that it gets tough. Do you remember anything you said to me the other night? I'm just trying to explain where I'm coming from. Yes. I get it. I deleted it because I didn't want to do my own text walk of shame. But I'm pretty sure I remember everything. Okay. So don't you think it would complicate and confuse your situation if we hang out? Fair question. Probably. Do you only do things with that simplify your life? Nope. I complicate my life on the regular. Yeah, so does everyone else. Just so you know, I thought you were extremely hot off the rip. Amazing personality. I could go on and on, but I do not. Want to pump your shut up too much. Thanks for saying that, but low comps at Hillside. You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. John has showed me about 5 times the Ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly. What? Yeah, he has cameras everywhere. You cops. Jesus. He like, Christ, are you guys hooking up? OMG, great. I don't need your drama, dude. No, it's fine. Seriously? I am serious. You legit planted one on me. I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. Oh my God, Bruins. So your slick move isn't on there? Of course not. OMG, I almost. It was a peck anyway. I kissed Carrie and gay Jeff too. Yeah, weak, I agree. LOL, funny. So now he is jealous of me? No. I told you, he likes you a lot, which makes this worse. You said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I think he is a good dude, too. Yeah, he is. Funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse the shot out of yourself. Shit. Because I am a lot of fun. So am I. I'm sure I'm more fun than you. How so? Details. I don't know. I hate people on the whole, but I've been told by many people that I'm a lot of fun. I don't do anything half-ass, nothing. So what do you want from me? I don't know. I just like you, so I reached out. You have zero idea? Nope. Oh, God. What now? Why, oh, God? Because I need some direction. Well, I'm not an FG oracle, sorry. That's actually funny. Do you eventually get what you want? I told you, rarely. So you're a quitter. A realist. So you reached out to me? A ballsy move. Now what? The things that worked the hardest for have meant the most. Does Melissa know you dig me? Ballsy? Not really. I already know you. True. But you have a man. I figured if you text with Melissa, you'd definitely text with me. She isn't trying to hang with me. Of course she is. Plus, I never really texted with her other than to see if they were headed out. I asked you over. Is what? You made excuses. That's fine. But I'm not asking again. She doesn't like me like that. I'm sure she does. What makes you so sure? BC, she said, I'd love to set Brian up with my sister. She deserves such a good guy like him. That doesn't mean she wants to. Bang me. He-self. And I think Lito is kind of a dink, so I'm sure Melissa likes you a wee bit. Herself. Yeah, he is interesting. Have you always had trouble accepting compliments? Yeesh. No. It all it at all. All yours came to me after a day of drinking. You were way more all over me that day. So what? Don't most compliments come that way? Like all over me with compliments and how you felt. It was 3:30 a.m. It was fun. I've complimented you today, too, and kicked my nuts in. Oh my God, how? If I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere. So I am all set with. That's fine, but I am not asking again. Well, it was 7 p.m., and I'm super cool. So right now, asking again. Excuse me. So right now, asking again. Coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. Now equals not. That sounds good. That's trouble. Why? Because you would have made me stay, locked me in your room. No, I wouldn't have. Haha, you wish. I don't share a bed with anyone ever. I have my own room in Canton. What? Yeah, I think sharing a bed is archaic. Is that the one you wanted me, TK, stay in? You sit like to be spooned? You don't? Not for more than a minute or two. Weird. You would rather sleep alone? I've got to make my sleep count. So doesn't everyone? Honestly, I am the world's lightest sleeper. I can hear an ant crawling across the floor, and I wake up almost hourly, which isn't fair to whoever I'm sleeping with. Okay, bet Melissa isn't like that. Haha. Lori wouldn't like that. I know for a fact Melissa isn't like that. She told me she can't even fall asleep unless they're spooning. Lito rolled his eyes and pointed a gun at his head. You've probably got to go to work on your truck. Talk soon. Whatever. Lighten up, Francis. Let me know when you figured you're shut out. That's a tailor-made joke for an Army vet. No one else has it figured out. Why do I? Combat vet. I didn't say non-combat. I told Sat, I think you're hot, and since told you how cool I think you are. Maybe you're actually a jerk. What do you want me to say / do? I'm pretty sure you're seeing people too. I am not a jerk. Don't change the narrative to suit yourself. Own your words. I don't think you're a jerk. I don't have simple answers to your questions. It's actually simple. What do you want from me? What do you desire? To start, I would just like to hang out because I like to talk to you and hear what you have to say. If that's it, I'd be happy. Okay, I will lock you into that statement. That's fine. I suspect you will give up eventually. Just so you know, I will still be your friend. Clearly, you're trying to give me a Heisman. No, not at all. Why would you say that? Because I've tried and I am failing. Tried what? Failing what? Hot and personality and what else? What's the I could go on and on part? BC, it feels like a Heisman, sugar-coated with a few compliments. That's okay. I asked you over on a seemingly uneventful Tuesday. Yeah, with 0 heads up. I have to get up at 4:30 a.m. Didn't hear from you yesterday at all, so I should have been a mind reader that you were going to extend an offer to your crib for a drink. If you want to give up, that's on you. You're being silly, for the record. No, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. No, you're sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have got carried away? You said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. Oh, okay. I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone for a drink. You're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it to you? Give yo to you? Give it up. I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of a carpe diem mindset. Been through. What am I avoiding? I'm not afraid to be direct. Some of my questions. Okay, which? Ask again. Nope. Tricks are not for kids. I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. Okay, I can't say that. Of course you can. Did I miss any other questions, sir? Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Yeah, on my second. Show me what you got. I went for some wine and downgraded to a mudslide. The taunting in me. Haha. I had to make another one because you got me all worked up. I could have made it for you, weirdo. Sure you could have. Done a lot. And you got yourself worked up, buddy? Yep, I am. What a crime? Excuse me. That a crime? Are you annoyed? Kinda. Why? Because you there, this offer on me, last minute of through. I could have made 3-round tips by now. Excuse me, I apologize. You could have made 3-round trips by now. Oh, I bet. Crickets. 4-round trips. Bite me. Geez, that's fresh. So you only say like one nice thing per day? Tough. You're impossible. Let me know when you figured this out. You're impossible. I've been pretty straightforward. You're wishy-washy. What do you want from me? Doesn't matter. Okay then. Wednesday, January 19th, 10:08 a.m. Sup? Sup? You tell me, playa. Just working remotely. Sweet. From Mansfield? Yep, you? I am in Canton at the moment. I want to drink. Haha. Is that bad? Really? I think day drinking once a week is okay. Go celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Tuck Rule. I can't wait until tonight. Wednesday, January 19th, 1:07 p.m. Where are you planning on heading? Not sure. Wednesday, January 19th, 3:34 p.m. I'd invite you over here, but you probably have your work truck. Here we go. I assume that's a pass. No problem. What's wrong with you? Excuse me? I didn't answer fast enough? Huh? Where'd you get that from? You're tough to make plans with. I'm headed out shortly. I tried. Where to? I'm meeting my friend in town till about 7, and then likely make my way back. Okay. Where are you headed back to, Shady? I assume that means Shady. I'm meeting my gal pal, who's from Canton, back to Mansfield. Do I know her? Name? I don't think so. Julia Mellon. Lives on Sherman. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't want any drama for either of us. I don't either. Okay. Trust me, I am tempted. I don't think it's a big deal. What, you coming over to my place? Or you coming over mine? I'm okay. You clearly are getting aggravated with me and my lack of participation. No, I'm not aggravated at all. Okay, we're good. I will see you around. I knew this is how you would act. Whatever. You can get most any guy you want, so you're not losing any sleep over this. None of that is true. I'm not talking to any other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, and neither are you. Neither is John. Was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning? What do you want from me? That's just how I feel. Excuse me. That's just how I think/feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I'm not judging you. Never have. Never will. You shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business. You just happen to know what I see, that I see someone. I don't have kids, and I'm not married. Aren't you afraid you might actually like me? I don't think that's a bad thing. Isn't that the point? Well, it would be complicated because you have a boyfriend. That's funny. You said we are all a lot alike. Because we are. Yeah, life never stays the same. Things always change. Okay. Why are we alike, according to you? Because we go with our gut and how we feel? Isn't that kind of what you told me? Yes, that's true. Have a good night. You're clearly irritated. Sorry to bother, young you. Either texting is bad or you're sensitive. I'm not irritated at all. I swear. I had been going out with someone for a few years when I reconnected with John. And John and I got on very well at the same time, so I broke it off the other guy. He was probably starting to see other people if I was completely honest with myself. I don't feel bad about any of that. I think it was meant to work out that way. So what's your point? Are you legitimately interested? Unhappy in your relationship? Mad because you saw him all over another girl? Or a hybrid of all of it? My only PT is that there's a difference between being married or someone and dating someone. And we have no intention of ever getting married. The PT of dating is to not get tied down if you're not confident you should be. In my mind, anyways. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. Okay, so he is cool with you dating other people? And I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he is seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. Okay. You don't agree with me? You make some valid points. No shit, Sherlock. Come on, I'm funny. Sit on that and spin. See? Now you have to go below the belt. Love it there. Do you wear belts? Only once in a while. Okay. When I go into the office. Okay. Rando. Haha. I was teasing you. You getting all dressed up for me. I pretty much wear all black every day. Love it. Where you going in town? Newbury. She works there. Doing? She works for my friend who's a plastic surgeon. That's how I know her. Coincidence? She lives around the corner. So funny. Around the corner from your second home? Haha. Oh, haha. I had to come downtown earlier, so told her I'd meet her for a drink. You there now? You would like my spot at the Cape. I have a great spot for dinner and drinks down there. Are you there tonight? I'm a beach worshiper. Where's that? I'm in West Roxbury, a spot in West Rocks, Dedham line. I have a pass to drive my Jeep on the beach. Lots of fun to be had. I heard. I used to rent with my friends on the beach for 7 straight years. I miss it. I've been thinking about moving to Tiverton. I can give you all the beach life you can handle. Stopping for a drink later? By where? My spot in West Rocks. Probably not for a bit. Okay. At a bar? I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Okay. If you don't want to, that's fine. No pressure. I will. A drink? What do you drink? Are you out now? Sorry. I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. Haha. Send me a pic of you two. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please. Bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why?
Excuse me. I'm sorry, Detective. There may have been a page that is missing in that document, or it's not comporting with the...
Oh, you're right. I did accidentally turn the page.
No problem.
I apologize.
I think starting at, I usually drink whatever the person with me is having.
Yep. I usually drink whatever the person with me is having. Oh, okay. I don't take selfies either. I don't really even know how. Whatever. I wanted to see her smile. Ugh, I hate having my photo taken. Weak. Sorry, I am a very particular person. What's that mean? Okay, never mind. Go enjoy your friend. Go clean your house, will ya? My shit is spotless. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please, bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why? Are those statements tempting? Nope. Oh, which statements? Perhaps you should drive directly to Mansfield. You said bite me like 3 times. Okay. 8:30ish is too late? For what? Drink. No, why? Are we not meeting up? You can stop over for a drink. Balls in your court. Are you gonna give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to. But I'm leaving town now. I am up for a drink. Okay. Should I drive around? Should I drive around W. Roxbury? I assume it says yelling your name, question mark. It's cut off. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. All right, that repeats itself. I apologize. So, okay, should I drive around W. Roxbury yelling your name? Haha, no. Where are you now? Newbury. Do you really want to come over? Only if you want me to. Can you take charge? I thought we already settled this. Haha. Okay, well, I am in my car. and now getting on the highway. This feels like I am forcing you. Not at all. I am game. Okay. Well, I'd like to know where the hell I'm going. Pike or 93? You just want to meet me at the crib, or do you want to come over? Pike, I would say. You decide. I don't know either. Whatever you want. I don't either. Play so wherever you're comfortable. You know anyone in West Rocks? I don't think so. Ha ha ha. Then just stop by for a drink. Up to you. No pressure. Just give me an address. I hate texting while driving. Bryant Road. Text me when close. Okay. I will show you where to print. Park. That's W Rocks? It's not coming up. Yeah. Then put Boston in. Bryant Drive, West Roxbury Township, New Jersey. Searching for a friend. And then add your phone contacts so you can search for their address on maps. It's a screenshot sent through. First one. What app do you use? Turn around on the street. Park at the top of the street across from the red minivan. LMK when you're here. Here. Wednesday, January 19th, 11:13 p.m. Home. Alive? Cool. Thoughts? Maybes. You? What? You asked my thoughts. You didn't answer. I don't know my thoughts. Okay, I think I get it. You have any? Thursday, January 20th, 12:27 p.m. Hi. How was your day? Good, yours? I am exhausted. Yeah, that makes two of us. But I want a drink. Really? I'll give you Hardy's digits. Who? Hardy from 98.5, Midday Show. He hangs out at the Currents sometime. He's a spokesperson for Recovery Center of America. Haha, I don't have a problem. Kidding. I know. Good riddance. Haha, stranger. Hey, I was at Hilly all weekend. Have not heard from you. Haha, I apologize. Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m. Phone works. Thought you were all set. With talking? No. You sure? Friday, 11:32 p.m. Well. Saturday, 11:54 a.m. John died.
All right. Lights, please.
Jurors, we're right at 1 o'clock, so we can go.
Court, all rise to the jury.
Ladies and gentlemen, you just heard it. Alan Jackson, in a shocking move, has presented to jurors, probably to try to get ahead of Hank Brennan, evidence that Karen Reid tried to start an affair with John O'Keefe's friend by lying to John O'Keefe's friend, ladies and gentlemen. By lying to that friend about John hugging a family friend during a vacation in Aruba about a month before John died. Ladies and gentlemen, not only that, but Karen herself was trying to punish John with this affair, to torment John emotionally, and John's friend broke off the affair when he realized what Karen was doing. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it was a horrible look for Karen. It's almost like Alan Jackson sabotaged his own client. Hank Brennan yesterday, by putting Trooper Michael Proctor's text messages up ahead of time before Karen Reid's attorney could introduce them on cross, has tricked basically Alan Jackson into devastating Reid's defense. Oh no, ladies and gentlemen, I will explain more for the towel friends. That was just a devastating end for Reid's own cross. How could Karen Reid's lawyers have done that on cross? It was not a genius tactical play. It completely undermined Karen's entire case. Oh, goodness, Karen tried to start an affair. She didn't like John's niece and nephew. She wanted to break up with John. John wanted to break up with her. And Karen Reid, oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, has now shown the jurors, her own lawyers, have shown the jurors evidence that Karen Reid started an affair with John's own friend on a false premise. And then, ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reid, John O'Keefe's own friend, Brian Higgins, shut that affair down when he realized Karen was just trying to torment John on the way out. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Aruba is going to come in, and you know what? We're going to watch the clip right now on Towel Stream during lunch. We're going to watch what we're going to find out about Karen Reid having lied to Brian Higgins about the Aruba trip as the basis to get Brian Higgins to enter into an affair with Karen so Karen could try to torment John, only for Higgins to end the affair when he realized Karen was just trying to hurt his friend John on the way out of the relationship. Oh, that was a horrible, horrible decision by Alan Jackson. It went nowhere. No big moment before lunch. Just text message after text message humiliating Karen Reid. Oh, tune in, ladies and gentlemen. Let's break it down. Come see Towel Analysis. Chat with the Towel friends. We'll talk more about the morning's developments. That was horrible for Karen Reid. YouTube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my word, we must share that with the Towel friends. In a new series of text messages shown to jurors by her own attorneys, Karen Reid celebrated Tom Brady leaving the Patriots. No, I'm going to put that part at the end. Karen Reid was confirmed to have started an affair with John O'Keefe's friend to torment John as the relationship between Karen and John broke down. Only for John's friend to end the affair when he realized what Karen was only trying to use him to hurt John. This was a huge tactical misstep for Reid's defense, and it very much looks like Hank Brennan by showing text messages from Michael Proctor to the jury before Reid's defense could mention them, has induced Alan Jackson to fall into a legal spider's web of the most precarious order. Oh my word, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my word. I cannot even tell you how bad that was for the Karen Reid defense. For me to put it into words would not properly do justice to how damaging that was for Karen's defense. My name is GrantSmithEllis. I need to just copy a little bit more from my previous post in order to wrap up this post. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that was absolutely horrible. That was just absolutely horrible for the Reid defense. Alan Jackson is quite literally openly openly sabotaging his own client in court right now during cross, as we head into the luncheon recess until 2 p.m. Eastern. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, just devastating for Karen Reid in every way, in almost every form. Watch that clip from Reid's first trial here. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that was just a huge tactical misstep. Now, look at this. Ladies and gentlemen, I have things to show you. I am a towel. I am a towel, and I got what you all want to see. We saw text messages in that exchange from Karen Reid saying that John, quote, cheated on Karen in Aruba. And no, ladies and gentlemen, and remember, Hank Brennan said he's only going to bring up the Aruba trip if it came up during from the defense. And the Marietta Sullivan and Laura Sullivan are on the witness list for the state. And what are we going to hear from Laura Sullivan? John never cheated on Karen. Karen lied, and Karen herself apologized for that, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies, listen to this in real time, folks. My name's GrantSmithEllis. We're on Lunch and Recess of the Karen Reid and John O'Keefe trial. We're going back to the first trial, and we are going to see that Karen Reid apologized for misunderstanding John hugging that family friend, but then went on to use that very same incident weeks later to justify starting an affair. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, she manipulated Brian Higgins, Karen Reid did, about that January 31st, 2021 incident. And ladies and gentlemen, in December 31st, 2021 incident. In January of 2022, ladies and gentlemen, just a few weeks later, after Karen Reid apologized to the Sullivan sisters, although she only apologized to Marietta, or to Laura Sullivan, she couldn't even apologize to the woman she screamed at. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it's bad. It's as bad as it can be for Karen Reid. Let's watch Laura Sullivan's testimony from the first trial. You're about to hear just how, remember folks, by December 31st, 2021, by that time period, Karen was already apologizing, saying, of course, John didn't cheat. She just hugged her family sister, her family friend. Actually, ladies and gentlemen, we have to watch one thing before we even watch this. We have to watch Marietta Sullivan describe the incident. Ladies and gentlemen, describe the incident where Karen Reid has now said to Brian Higgins, John cheated on her. Does this sound like that, ladies and gentlemen? No. Guess what Karen Reid actually did? Karen Reid had an absolute meltdown. Is it possible that Karen Reid was a little bit jealous of Marietta Sullivan? Well, perhaps, but let's listen to what actually happened. Did Karen Reid did John cheat on Karen? Absolutely not. Did Karen lie about it in order to manipulate John, in my opinion, manipulate Higgins to try to start an affair with Higgins to hurt John on the way out? Absolutely. Let's listen to Marietta Sullivan tell it, though. Hold on, allow me to get the volume going. Dear towel friends, we'll start this one more time. This is from Karen's first trial. This is what Karen lied about. Here we go.
So the elevator gets sent down to the lobby. You walk out with anyone you see when you come out.
So when the elevator opens up, the first person I saw was the attendant standing behind the desk. I didn't see anybody else in the lobby with me until I stepped out. When I stepped out, I looked to my left and I saw Johnny coming in through the first set of outside doors.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, was there any other sort of term that you would use to refer to him?
Johnny or Godfather.
And, Your Honor, I think this may be the appropriate.
All right, so folks, I'm going to say again that first instruction I gave you with the last witness, that you're about to hear testimony about certain conduct or behavior allegedly committed by the defendant. Ms. Reid is not charged with committing any crimes other than those charged within the indictment. So this witness's testimony may not and must not be considered by you as any evidence that the defendant has a bad character or as evidence that she may have a propensity to commit the crimes with which she's been charged. You may not take the defendant's prior acts that you'll hear about as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here. But you may consider the act solely on the limited issue of the defendant's state of mind and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe as it might go to motive or intent. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed these acts, that she must also have committed the offenses with which she's been charged. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. And for the same findings that I made at Sidebar.
Proceed, John?
Yes.
Thank So you walk out of the elevator, you're by yourself, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you see Mr. O'Keefe. Could you see where Mr. O'Keefe was in relation to the lobby or where he was coming from?
He was coming from the outside doors into the lobby.
Is that where the pool bar is located?
Opposite side.
Opposite.
Yes.
And when you see him come in, who, if anyone, do you see with him initially?
Nobody with him.
And what, if anything, was he doing, or how was he acting sort of when he came?
So he sort of stumbled in. I came out of the elevator and my initial response to him was, "Whoa, you okay?" I actually said, "Whoa, Godfather, are you okay?" But yeah, he was stumbling into the lobby.
And did you go over to him at that point?
I did. I went up to him and I gave him a hug.
And what happened then?
I pulled back. He was glassy-eyed, looking above me. We never made eye contact. He was looking above me. It looked like he was looking for someone. I asked him, "Where are you going?" assuming that he would be coming to the pool bar to meet us. He kept looking around and he indicated that he was going that way and pointed toward a bank of rooms to our right. And I said, "Well, you should go that way." And I stepped back and I guided him toward the area that he was going.
Now, as far as the bank of rooms to the right, you indicated that you were familiar or aware of where Mr. O'Keefe was and where the children were. Is that correct?
I know they were on the first floor. I'm not 100% positive as to where exactly their rooms were.
And if you know, did you know whether or not that Mr. O'Keefe was staying in the same room as Patrick and Kaylee at that point?
I didn't know if they were staying in the same room or not, no.
So you point him in that direction, and what happened?
So I pointed in that direction. He walked off. I continued out to the pool bar when I heard very loudly his name screamed across the lobby very angrily, and it made me stop in my tracks.
And when you stop in your tracks, what happened?
I started to turn around to come back in. So once you go out to the pool bar, you kind of go around a corner and you go out of view. So I turned around to go back in. As I'm going back in, I hear someone yell, "Who the fuck was that?" And as I come around the corner, I see Mr. O'Keefe walking toward a woman. And he said, excuse me. He said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister."
And what happened then?
When I came back around the corner, I said, after Mr. O'Keefe said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister," I said, "Hi, nice to meet you." That's when Miss Reid's head snapped up, and she very loudly told me to go fuck myself across the lobby. And I said, "Yeah, fuck you too," and walked away.
And just to be clear, when you say Miss Reid, this is someone that you became familiar with as the trip went along?
This was my first interaction with her. I had never been fully introduced to her at all. I just had seen her sitting by the side of the pool when I had been talking to Johnny earlier in the day.
And the person you know to be Miss Reid, do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you just describe as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
Sure, she's in a black and white checkered blazer. She's 2 people in from you.
Does that record reflect identification presented by the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. As far as Ms. Reid was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the defendants beyond the yelling? What, if anything, did you observe as far as her demeanor or how she was acting at the time that this interaction was going on?
She was just very loud. She very, energetically screamed for me to go fuck myself. She was waving her hands. Johnny was trying to calm her down. And after I said, "Yeah, fuck you too," I went out to the pool bar, so I didn't see much after that.
And could you hear anything as far as when you were walking out to the pool bar, as far as any other conversation between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe?
Not after that first time, no.
You go back or you go out to the pool bar, and who, if anyone, did you talk to?
I went straight up to my older sister, Laura, who was out to dinner with the couple the night before. And I said,
I'll allow this part.
I went up to her and I looked at her and I said, "John O'Keefe's girlfriend?" And she looked at me and said, "Karen?" And I said, "Yeah, you guys like her?" She said, "Yeah, she's okay." And I said, "Well, she sucks."
following that, at any point in time later in that evening, did you see either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reid later on that evening?
I did not see them, no.
And when was the next time that you did see?
I saw them briefly on the 2nd, which was the day that we rented cabanas on the island.
When you say you briefly saw them, about, can you describe?
So we had all rented the cabanas. Each family had one or they were sharing one. I was sharing one with my family down at the end. We got about halfway through the day and realized that their family cabana was still empty. So I saw them about halfway through the day when they did come to the cabana, and I briefly saw Miss Reid and Mr. O'Keefe at the pool, the island bar that same day, but there was no conversation.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reid, at some point in time on that day of the cabanas, what, if any, conversation did you have with your sister regarding that?
So my...
Objection.
I don't know what this is. I'll see you at Sidebar quickly.
Ladies and gentlemen, you might be saying, that's what Karen Reid said was John O'Keefe cheating on her? That's how Karen Reid tried to bait Brian Higgins into an affair? Now, also, folks, you may not have noticed. Do you know what the date was? Ladies and gentlemen, do you know what the date was that Karen started that affair with Higgins? January 12th, 2022. What date was that? The anniversary of the passing of John O'Keefe's double orphaned, at that time, now thrice orphaned, niece and nephew's father, Steve. Steve, who had passed away in 2014, just a few months after John's sister, Kristen, died in November of 2013 from a medical condition. Steve, the children's father, died himself. That's what led John to adopt his double orphan niece and nephew. And ladies and gentlemen, Steve's, John's brother-in-law, so it was Kristen's wife, Steve, who passed away on January 12, 2014. And on January 12, 2022, like they do every year, folks, the children and John were observing the anniversary of Steve's passing. And Karen was probably upset she wasn't getting attention. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Karen started the affair with Higgins on the day of the anniversary of John O'Keefe's double orphan niece and nephew's father's passing, when the kids were getting all the attention that day. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it was just, it's devastating to think about. And what did Karen do to start that affair? She told Higgins John cheated on her. You just listened, folks, to that description from Marietta Sullivan. Does it sound like John cheated on Karen? No, John hugged a family friend in the hallway on a trip, and Karen Reid had a meltdown. And ladies and gentlemen, I have even more to show you. Are you ready for what's next? I think you towel friends are ready for what's next, because guess what we have? Are you wondering, Towel, do we have Laura Sullivan's testimony? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we absolutely do. Are you ready for this? Do you want to hear how Karen, why it gets so much worse? It's not just that we have Marietta Sullivan saying that, of course, John didn't cheat. Karen just saw them hugging and started screaming. Karen apologized to Marietta Sullivan's sister and admitted John was not cheating on her. And then weeks later, Karen lied to Higgins about that hug. And we're going to listen to Laura Sullivan explain how Karen didn't even have the stones to apologize to Marietta directly. Instead, Karen only apologized to Laura Sullivan.
Area where you were, is that right?
Correct.
And do you know where Mr. O'Keefe was at that point?
I do not know.
And when your sister comes out to the pool area, what happened?
She said...
Yeah, that's sustained. I thought you were doing something else.
When your sister comes out to the pool area, how would you describe her demeanor when she comes out?
No, I'll allow that.
She was frustrated.
And at some point, did you have a conversation, without regard to what the conversation was, at some point, did you have a conversation with her about something that had just happened?
Yes.
Now, following that conversation with your sister, at some point subsequent to that, Mr. O'Keefe come back out to the pool area?
After I spoke with her, yes, he came out to the pool area.
And you know about how long a period of time it was between the time that your sister came out to the pool area and Mr. O'Keefe came out to the pool?
I mean, I would say approximately 20 minutes, but I don't really know exact timing.
Now, when Mr. O'Keefe came back out, did you have any conversation with him?
I did.
And can you describe that conversation?
All right, is this the instruction that you were talking about instead of the other one? All right, so jurors, I have another instruction for you. So you're about to hear evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe. Is that accurate now, Mr. Lally?
Yes.
All right. These statements are being admitted only for a limited purpose of establishing John O'Keefe's state of mind. You're not to consider this testimony as proof that the defendant has a bad character or propensity to commit crimes. The testimony of witnesses recounting conversations with Mr. O'Keefe can only be used as they go to the defendant's motive or intent on January 28th or 29th, and only if you find that the defendant was aware of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind, so long as you reasonably can infer from the evidence that she did learn of it. Okay, Mr. Lally.
This is subject to our objection.
Yes. Yep.
So, Ms. Sullivan, if I could take you back again. So Mr. O'Keefe comes out, you have a conversation with him. Can you describe to the jury what that conversation was about?
I turned around and I was pretty shocked to see him. I said, "What's going on?" And he said, "Nothing." I said, "Did Etta and Karen have words?" And he said, "I don't know." And I said, "Well, that's not what Etta said." And I asked him if everything was okay. And at that time, his phone was lighting up, and it looked like calls and texts, and it said Karen on his phone. Yes, she's crazy. I got to take care of this.
And was that the last time that you saw him on New Year's Eve?
It is.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, New Year's Day, did you see either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reid at all on that day?
I did not. I saw the children, but we didn't see them that day, no.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, being January 2nd, what was sort of the plan as far as what was going on that day?
Our hotel has a private island. The hotel that we stay at has a private island, and we rented all 8 of the cabanas between the 60 of us that were there. And when the cabanas went on sale, I had reached out to John and asked him if he wanted me to get him one. And he said, sure. So I booked one for him, and he paid me for that cabana. So we all went out that morning. And it was probably around, 10 o'clock in the morning, and they weren't there yet. And so I sent him a text and I said, are you coming, or do you want me to sell this cabana? Because there was other, couples there. At least he could have made, the money back. And he asked me who was there. And I said, everybody. And I named off a couple names. I'm not really sure, but I said, everybody's here.
And when you said that, how did Mr. O'Keefe respond?
He said, well, apparently I made out with your sister the other night, according to Karen.
Now, is that the first time that you had heard that?
Yes.
So fair to say whatever you had heard from your sister on December 31st was not that? Objection.
No, I'll allow that.
Correct.
And what was your reaction when Mr. O'Keefe told you this? Objection.
I'll allow it.
I was shocked. I immediately found my sister and said, did you make out with John?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, when you went to talk to your sister, who was it that your sister was with when you went to talk to her about that?
I don't recall who was standing near her. Maybe my mom. I don't know.
As far as your sister was concerned at that time, was she dating someone?
Yes.
And the person that she was dating, was that person on the trip as well?
He was, yes.
And was that person that she was dating that was on the trip as well? Were they at the cabanas on that day that you?
They were, yes.
Now, as far as you have some conversation in regard to your sister, and then at some point you go back and have further conversation with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yeah, I said I texted him back. I said, I just talked to Etta. She said, absolutely not. That did not happen.
That's sustained. I'll strike that.
Now, at some point after that exchange, did Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reid and or the kids come out through the cabana area?
They did, yes.
And at any point, how would you describe sort of how Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reid was acting when they came out to the cabana?
Karen immediately went in the water. I just recall her being like floating in the ocean for a good chunk of the day. John was hopping around from the different cabanas talking to people. One of my favorite pictures of him is with my son from that day.
Did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe once he came out to the cabana area?
No, we kind of just kept it light. We didn't really talk about anything that had happened. I was just kind of trying to stay out of it for now.
And following sort of the cabana situation or the cabana day, what happened then?
Suppose that day, I think I saw John one other time. I saw him in the pool. It was the one time that him and I were alone. He didn't seem like he was himself.
I'll allow it.
He seemed distant, and I asked him if he was okay. And he kind of just, shrugged it off. And I said, are you happy? And he kind of, just rolled his eyes and shrugged it off. I said, well, something along the lines of life is too short to not be happy. And he goes, well, Laura, it is what it is. And I did ask him if he wanted to talk about it. I said, do you want to talk about it? And he's like, not really.
And so following that exchange in the pool area, when was the next time that you saw them?
I had spoken to him. We all went on the Jolly Pirate. We had all bought tickets in advance, so we had basically rented the whole boat for everybody to go. Had bought 4 tickets, and we had gotten a bus from our hotel, and he didn't show up for the bus and wasn't answering my calls or my texts. And then we finally got down to where the boat was. The boat was about to leave, and he messaged me. He's like, not going to make it. Kids slept late. And so I didn't think anything of it. Then after that, I saw him and Karen the night before they left. They ended up leaving a day or two early so that the kids could get back to school.
And when you saw them, where was that in relation to the hotel?
Right outside the hotel is a marketplace that has a bunch of restaurants and arcade. I was sitting at the 5 o'clock somewhere bar that looks into the arcade with my best friend Val, and my friends Dave and Laura and Karen and John walked up.
What, if any, conversation did you have with either Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant at that time?
Karen grabbed me and she said, hey, I'm sorry. I thought I saw something that I didn't, and I would like to pay for some of your sister's room.
And how did you respond to that?
I said it's absolutely not necessary. Just an apology will do.
And did she persist in wanting to pay for the room?
She did.
And how so?
She just said, I will apologize, but something along the lines of, I want to pay for some of her room. Can I just have her room number? I don't remember if I gave her the room number or not. I don't really know.
And with regard to that trip, when was the next time, or when was the last time that you saw her?
So the day that they were leaving, I saw him by the pool. He came up, he gave me a big hug. He said, I love you. This was a great trip. thank you so much. And I said, well, you're definitely in again for next year. And he said, absolutely. And that was the last time I physically saw him.
And so that conversation, just turning back for a moment, as far as with regards to Ms. Reid, you know what day that would have been, as far as in relation to when they were leaving? Early January, 32nd?
I want to say it was the 5th. I want to say it was January 5th.
Now, after Ruben, did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe after that?
I talked to him via text a couple times about a couple different things, but one of them was, as I mentioned, we start planning a year in advance. And I said, rooms are coming available. Are you in? And he said, let me recover from this trip first.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's devastating. It's heartbreaking, but you heard it. Karen Reid herself, weeks earlier, admitted she did. John O'Keefe did not cheat on her. John O'Keefe just hugged a family friend. Karen Reid admitted to it. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reid admitted that there was no cheating by John. It was just an affair. It was just a hug. And then Karen started an affair 2 weeks later and lied again to John's friend to try to bait John's friend into an affair, which John's friend quickly ended. Oh my word. Folks, the reporting I'm seeing is that journalists are very tuned out and confused, and some of them even looked at Karen Reid with shock, literal shock. Karen's own lawyers introduced this, ladies and gentlemen, and it has completely backfired. It has backfired in ways that no one could have anticipated. Listen, folks, there have been bombshell after bombshell. When you are playing tennis and you commit a double fault, you call it an unforced error. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reid's legal team has, because they got completely spun around by Hank Brennan. Hank Brennan introduced Michael Proctor's text messages ahead of Karen Reid to try to, to just get ahead of the text messages. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reid's defense then got so overwhelmed by that they responded in the worst way possible for their own client. They tried to get ahead of Karen Reid starting an affair to torment John O'Keefe as the relationship was ending, an affair that John's friend ended, with texts that make Karen look horrible. Ladies and gentlemen, well, I don't know how to describe what it is that I am seeing. That was hands down the worst possible legal strategy by a defendant that I have ever seen. There was no substance to it. There was no big moment. It did not benefit the defense. There was nothing to weigh the strategy against. It was simply a tactical misstep by Alan Jackson, who wanted to show up Hank Brennan. And it didn't work. It not only did it not work, it has led to, I think, a serious question now about whether Alan Jackson has just sabotaged Karen Reid. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that could not have gone any worse for Alan Jackson and the Karen Reid defense. They thought they were being incredibly clever by trying to get ahead of Karen's affair that Karen started. Karen started the affair, but it only made Karen look horrible, as Karen lied to John's dear friend Brian Higgins about why Karen wanted to start the affair. Now we have proof that Karen, weeks before, on December 31st, 2021, apologized for accusing John of cheating when he just hugged a family friend. But then Karen brought it up again 2 weeks later to Higgins. We know now, Karen, this will show to the jury that Karen is a liar again. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is as bad as humanly possible. As bad as humanly possible for Karen Reid. Oh, and Hank Brent, well, yes, and you can't have a trial within a trial about these texts. It's a state trooper reading text from Karen Reid to someone else, and the third party is not even in the court. Oh my God, it was the worst possible move. Now listen, ladies and gentlemen, you can see this is a much different retrial. This is so different than the first time. The Reid defense is on the defensive. You can see how they are on the defensive. ladies and gentlemen, and you can see how the Reid defense is on the defensive because they are reacting to Hank Brennan. This was not their plan. Karen Reid's plan was not to introduce this on cross. No way. This makes Karen look horrible. It undermines Karen's credibility. It lets Hank Brennan now build in so much more of his case that he wasn't originally going to build in. Remember, this goes to Karen's motive. The relationship between John and Karen was breaking down. John asked Karen to leave his house. She was being possessive. She was trying to keep John around just because she was being told the relationship was ending. And so on the way out, Karen tried to start an affair with John's own friend. And she lied to that friend, as we just proved with those videos. She lied to John's friend and said John had cheated on her, when in Karen's own words, Karen said John had just hugged a family friend weeks earlier. There was no cheating. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this could not have gone worse, in my opinion, for the Karen Reid defense. I don't even know how to put it into words. Absolutely. It was torture. It absolutely was torture, and I do think Karen was just trying to torment John emotionally because John wanted to end the relationship. Karen was the person with the motive to hurt John. Karen was angry and in an argument with John in the moments before John was struck and killed by Karen while Karen was allegedly drunk driving. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is the worst of all worlds in so many ways. It is a horrifying reality to be confronted with the real Karen Reid. But folks, it's something in some sense that we must do. Also, I apologize. I scrolled far too up on your comments. I will reload the newest ones now. They are at lunch. Yes, folks who are asking if we are at lunch, we are indeed at lunch. And give Little Towel a second. They are at lunch. We should be coming back into session within the next 20 minutes. I'm Little Towel. Hopefully it's closer to 45 minutes than 25 minutes, but we are monitoring. Alan Jackson has made the worst procedural misstep I have ever seen. I don't think anyone thinks this is going in Karen's favor. I think that people, a smaller and smaller group by the day, down to 4 to 6 people, folks, are out there, maybe a few online, saying that everything is great for Karen, things are beautiful, it's happy talk. But the reality is, for an objective mind, for people who see the legal tactics, where this is going, the tit for tat, Alan Jackson made a huge mistake here, revealing your own client's affair that was designed to torment John O'Keefe in the weeks before his death, when Karen Reid knew the relationship was ending between John and Karen, when Karen was told to leave John's home and wouldn't do it, ladies and gentlemen, when Karen admitted that weeks before she started the affair with Brian Higgins, that Karen knew John didn't cheat on her and John had just hugged a family friend. Ladies and gentlemen, my word, this proves, the text messages prove that Karen Reid lied to Brian Higgins. And we will look at it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's run it back. We're going to run it back, and then we're going to listen to Marietta Sullivan's testimony to prove that Karen Reid lied, ladies and gentlemen. We'll listen to both of them as we wait for court to come back into session.
Kids slept late. And so a place that has, and John walked up. And I would like to pay for some.
Is that in relation to
at the 5 o'clock somewhere bar that looks into the arcade with my best friend Val and my friends Dave and Laura and Karen and John walked up.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's do it. I'm bringing up the towel stream. We're going to be good little towels. We're going to do it, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to prove Karen Reid lied to Brian Higgins in real time. Yes, only on Towel Stream would you see such an adventurous attempt to show Karen Reid as a liar in real time, but we'll prove it. Ladies and gentlemen, we will prove it together. We will be good little towels. And you might be saying, sir, I understand you are a towel. I really appreciate that you continue to inform us of that. And I will say, dear God, yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am a towel. But we also need to go back in these text messages, so give me a little second, little towels. Yes, towel friends, we are going to go back and prove, we are going to prove, ladies and gentlemen, that Karen Reid lied to Brian Higgins. Now, we need to do this. We're not going to listen to these texts read again, but we have to actually scroll through the text together. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, because we need to see the moment on screen to play it back to back with when we actually see what Karen said. Karen knew John wasn't cheating. My word, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to watch, we're going to scroll through these texts together. Here we go. Are we going to listen to them? No, because no one wants to listen to all of that again. We're going to get to the part where Karen talks about John cheating on her. And then we're going to juxtapose it with what Karen actually said. Now, we will turn the sound on because it will actually make it easier for me to find where we need to go, ladies and gentlemen. You're not actually seeing what I'm looking at on the screen.
I'd prefer a weed whacker. That's to think about nicknames. We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show. Wanted to see if you were game. You don't have a say? Vacation? Where? I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in Fort Laud. Something quick and easy. I'm queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I'm going to Nashville next month, 19th through the 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come. So you claim. Advertisement. Jesus, is he alive? Was he from Massachusetts? Yes, he is alive, not from MA. We were thinking late March. I guess a guy in his group is friends with Old Dominion Band. Kid Rock's supposed to be there too. I have a tough time with country. I was a Kid Rock fan back in the day. I agree. Of course you were. From Brockton. Hello.
We're watching, friends.
That's how I got my...
We're looking for a specific moment.
Right now, Carrie,
we're looking for when Karen Reid lies to him.
With last night? Everyone. What do you do for work? Bar professor.
She calls herself a college professor.
In the classroom. You're very rank. Who this was, pretty putting at a lot of weed and all over the place.
Don't worry, friends. We're looking to prove Karen Reid lied. What could be more interesting during the break? And I think we're going to be able to do it, too. My name is GrantSmithEllis. Appreciate your patience as we go through this slightly laborious process. But, ladies and gentlemen, there is a point to it. Karen Reid lied to Brian Higgins, and then Karen Reid herself is her own undoing, as her own words proved John O'Keefe never cheated on Karen in Aruba. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is bad and getting worse for Karen Reid's defense, and we are going to see it together.
Yes. Sure you are. One thing I don't think you were was sensitive. When was I sensitive? To the weed whacker.
What is it? 1 second, little towels. Bear with me.
Weed whacking incident. I just snapped when I think guys are being creeps. Can't help it. I'm not a creep. No, you're not a creep. Nope. You're kind of a loner, which I used to be. Not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I am tight with. So you think you got me figured out? Circle of trust. Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people? You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young? He died in March of 2020. I am so not a loser. You won't figure me out, LOL. No one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry, that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? Cancer. I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you arrive private.
That's really weird. She was like, I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them. What the hell does that even mean? But that's not what we're looking for, friends. We're looking for the cheating.
Life is WeChat. Solo. That's life.
We're going to find
No,
this.
I just don't want to. We prefer to hang out, intrude on your couple's night. Haha. I am shy.
Karen was like, John and I prefer to hang out with non-couples.
Couples. 2, solo. Haha. Being wishy-washy now. And you cranky now? Haha, no. Just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. No, just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. Name a few. Name a few. I don't know. All of them? They all want to hang out with single people? I need a drink. I had a blueberry beer. I'm jealous.
Yeah, I'm wondering,
trying.
like, why was Karen saying that? Though that was just weird. But hold on, ladies and gentlemen. I want to show the point where she talks about the affair that John didn't have, where she lied to Higgins to induce Higgins with a lie. We're going to find it, ladies and gentlemen. It went on and on, but we know it is in there. They are very weird conversations. But yes, it is absolutely proof of manipulation. It's just going to take us a second, towel friends, to go through and find the moment. We are going to find it. We have time. Court is not back in session. As it were, I would see the Karen cam if court were coming back into session. Part of what's going on, though, ladies and gentlemen, is it's just a lot of information. It was a long text string.
I'm going to a Hillside Regulars 60th tomorrow. This could be a new low for me.
Detective, if I could interrupt 1 second. When the next one?
I'm saying the next.
Below the bubbles.
Yep. So at 3. I think he's friendly. Why the test? Yeesh. Talks like an ass clown. Maybe I am being too hard. He just says crazy shit. Doesn't know his audience. Geez. Is he different from anyone else in there? Haha. His wife and daughter are cooler than he is. I like his wife. Never met the daughter. A nurse? Yes. Her fiance is a firefighter. By coincidence with people I grew up with. Crazy. Sunday, January 16th, 12:59 a.m. You're nuts.
Oh, you see, they must have seen each other at a bar because he's like,
Foul
they're flirting.
No, I'm serious. How long have you thought that? Are you okay driving?
She was trying to pick him
Why
up
do you
here.
That these feelings come from? I just think you're like me, meaning you. So jump. What's that? Happy. I just feel like you're from. I have all.
We're looking
we
for
were
it.
The same. Yeah, I was me hanging. I should have stayed. LOL. Now what? And we don't have kids. We can do whatever we
Karen
want.
calling herself single.
Don't you have a boyfriend? Where are you? Canton. Where? Canton PD. Come over to. Come on, Karen. Dude, you're full of it. Yes.
Here's where they kissed.
I am moving to. And each told me. I am fine. OMG. I told you. Feelings mutual. I was, but things have deteriorated. Why? How so? What did Melissa say when you asked for He seemed very into you. You like me? I have had all my niece.
Here we go. I found it. I found
Are
it.
you breaking up or staying on vacation? Or staying together? But I'd like to get closer to the water. Are you?
Hold on.
And my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I found it, and we're going to show both clips back to back. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. As we get ready to return for 2 p.m., more testimony after lunch in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reid trial. Karen Reid's lawyer, Alan Jackson, and her defense team have just made a huge mistake. Karen Reid and her team showed to the jury text messages where in mid-January 2022, just weeks before John O'Keefe's death, Karen Reid induced one of John's friends and started an affair with that friend named Brian Higgins to try to torment John emotionally. Now, Higgins quickly ended the affair when he realized Karen was only using him to hurt John. But ladies and gentlemen, we now have proof that Karen Reid, in those text messages, which her lawyers never should have played for the jury, the only reason her lawyers started playing those for the jury today is because Hank Brennan tactically outmaneuvered Alan Jackson and introduced Michael Proctor's text messages before the defense could do so. So Alan Jackson, I believe, overthought and started introducing Karen's text to get ahead of the affair. But in those texts, ladies and gentlemen, it came out that Karen Reid in mid-January of 2022 was trying to tell Brian Higgins that John cheated on Karen on December 31st, 2021, just a few weeks earlier on New Year's in Aruba. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to watch the text where Karen says that, but the problem is it was a lie. And it wasn't just that Karen lied to Higgins. 2 weeks earlier, Karen had admitted to people on the Aruba trip that John had just hugged a family friend. So let's watch it. We saw it, ladies and gentlemen. We only have a few minutes before court comes into session. Little Towel shall play the clip for you now.
Are you breaking up or staying together? I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I am very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. When was that? And how did you find out he hooked up? I don't want to complicate your situation. We went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel, all over one of our friends. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It does matter. Did they bang? Does that matter? Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I won't ask again. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Oh, okay. Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions, Dong? I am not, am I? You're kind of getting defensive.
Oh, Higgins knew, ladies and gentlemen. Brian Higgins knew. And let me show you. We're going to bring it up on the screen right now. Listen to Laura Sullivan, the sister of the woman John hugged, tell the world at Karen's first trial that Karen herself admitted John never cheated. He just hugged the woman.
What, if any, conversation did you have with either Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant at that time?
Karen grabbed me and she said, hey, I'm sorry. I thought I saw something that I didn't, and I would like to pay for some of your sister's room.
And how did you respond to that?
I said it's absolutely not necessary. Just an apology will do.
And did she persist in wanting to pay for the room?
She did.
And how so?
She just said, I will apologize, but something along the lines of, I want to pay for some of her room. Can I just have her room number? I don't remember if I gave her the room number or not. I don't really know.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it. Karen Reid lied to Brian Higgins. The evidentiary record proves it. And if you're wondering, well, who was this woman that that John O'Keefe hugged? It was this woman. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reid exploded on her. Karen Reid screamed at her, and it was just a hug in the hallway. This was a woman who viewed John O'Keefe as her godfather, a family friend, and Karen admitted to lying, to getting it wrong, and it was just a hug. On December 31st, 2021, then 14 days later or so, on January 12th, 2022, Karen initiates an affair with John's friend on the day, the anniversary of John's double orphaned niece and nephew's father's passing. Karen initiates an affair and says, even though Karen had admitted there was no cheating, John just hugged a family friend. Karen tells Higgins, John's friend, that John cheated in Aruba. Karen lied. Higgins picked up on it. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidentiary record proves it. My name is GrantSmithEllis. We should be coming back into lunch from lunch any moment now. Join the Towel Friends, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Now, ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis, and we have things to do. We're going to get the Karen cam up and ready. We need to prepare the fan cam. I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we must prepare the fan cam. Yes, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. The fan cam has returned. We are getting ready to come back into session. My word, we have a question from someone. The views are coming back. There is no court to look at right now, ladies and gentlemen. And if you were wondering what testimony we were watching, that was Laura Sullivan from the first trial when there was no Karen cam. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Court is not in session, but I am returning us to the Karen cam screen. Give Little Towel a second. There is so much going on. Rapid developments as always in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reid trial. Just 2 hours to go during this week's presentation of testimony. Here we go. My name's GrantSmithEllis. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you for watching Towel Channel. Wait a minute. Get ready. We should be coming into session any second now here, folks. Little Towel's going to prepare the Karen cam. Karen cam activated. Get ready, folks. Ready your towels.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, you had an opportunity, obviously, you read them, so now you've familiarized yourself with that series of text messages that you received from Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
Would you, I'm going to ask you the same question again. Would you consider those text messages as you reviewed them when you received them from Brian Higgins as being flirtatious or romantic in nature?
I would not categorize them to that extent. Certain parts of it might be, but the total conversation, if you want my opinion, I can provide you with it.
Was there some flirtation in the text messages that you noted?
There are terms that I used. You're hot, witty, stuff like that. You know, talking about banging and hooking up.
What word would you use to describe them if not flirtatious?
The totality of the conversation?
Sure. Let's start there.
My opinion is that it's a angry girlfriend trying to set up a hookup to her John.
To her jump?
To her John.
To her John.
Yeah.
Would you consider the responses from Brian Higgins to be flirtatious?
There are terms that I used. You're hot, witty, stuff like that. You know, talking about banging and hooking up.
What word would you use to describe them if not flirtatious?
The totality of the conversation?
Sure. Let's start there.
My opinion is that it's a angry girlfriend trying to set up a hookup to her John.
To her jump?
To her John.
To her John.
Yeah.
Would you consider the responses from Brian Higgins to be flirtatious in nature?
There are conversation parts that are enticing, maybe a little of advances, but the totality of, you know, to put a label on the whole thing, my opinion is that she's trying to get revenge.
Get revenge?
Yes, get revenge.
On John?
Yeah.
For what happened on New Year's Eve?
Yes.
Okay. When you say revenge, you don't mean physical revenge.
Well, emotional revenge. She's trying to hook up with Higgins and then hurt John by cheating on him.
And in fact, you did note that John O'Keefe was not privy to these text messages, right? Objection.
I'll allow that. Do you know that?
I do not, Your Honor, no.
He's not on these texts, is he?
I don't know if their accounts are synced at this point. I don't know if he's seen them. I don't know.
He's not. His phone, you know what his phone number is. You guys got his phone, right?
We do have his device, yes.
Do you have any evidence that his account was somehow, I don't even know if that means synced with what Karen Reid's account?
Not from his device, no, but he could have seen the text messages.
Okay, so there's no evidence that he was synced. His account was synced with anything, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
There's no evidence.
You were facing the other way, I didn't hear.
There's no evidence that his account was synced with anything.
Not his device that we have, no.
And you don't have, as you sit here, you don't have any evidence whatsoever that he saw any of these text messages, correct?
We don't have that, but I do not know.
Okay. So as you sit here, my question is very simple. Do you have evidence, affirmative evidence, that John O'Keefe ever saw these text messages?
I do not have evidence that he saw them, no.
So would you agree that the text messages show a romantic interest, for whatever motivation, a romantic interest from Brian Higgins toward Ms. Reid?
You have to ask that differently.
In your mind, as you read the text messages, did you determine in your head that there was a romantic interest by Brian Higgins toward Karen Reid?
In my mind, I saw the text messages for what they were, initiated by Karen Reid, and began a text message conversation with Brian Higgins.
And Brian Higgins was responsive to those text messages, correct?
They did communicate back and forth.
He was responsive to the overtures that Ms. Reid made toward him, correct? Suggestions. Let's get together for a drink, come over to my house, I'll come over to your house, things of that nature. Those went back and forth between the two, correct?
Yes, they were back and forth. Yes.
And did you determine that there was an interest by Brian Higgins in Karen Reid?
I read that he repeatedly asked her what's her plan, what's her goal, what's her interest, what's her intent.
Did that show you an interest on his part, in her?
I think at one point he said he was confused, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, or what's the term he used? He was unsure what she wanted.
He called her hot.
And then he did, yes. Her, John, right from the rip, yes.
He said he wanted to spend time with her.
Spend time, yes, yeah.
He was interested in going over to her house.
Yes.
He was interested in her possibly coming over to his house.
Yes.
He told her that he thought she was hot, his words. from the jump, correct?
From the jump, yep.
How do you interpret that?
From the jump, I would interpret it as right from the beginning, maybe the first time they saw each other, laid eyes on each other. I mean...
As a matter of fact, he basically said that, didn't he, in the text message? From the first time I saw you, I thought you were hot.
Yes.
Okay. He constantly was using phrases, to use your words, phrases interested in knowing how she felt about him, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. To ask it differently, Mr. Jones.
Did you interpret any of his text messages as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how she felt, what she was thinking about him?
Objection.
Ask it again.
When you first saw these text messages and you reviewed them, did you interpret those text messages in your mind? That's what I'm interested in your mind, as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how Karen Reid felt about him.
I believe his statement indicates that he was interested in seeing what her interest was, what her intention were, and questioning the fact that she's dating live-in boyfriend with his buddy.
He used the word ghost several times, correct?
I do recall reading the word ghost.
How did you interpret that word?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I interpreted ghost in the common slang terminology as to abandon conversation, stop communicating.
He indicated that 2 different times in the text string, correct?
I know I read the text messages. By reading them out loud to a room full of people, I might not have remembered how many times the term ghost came through.
Fair
I was
enough.
concentrating more on the reading, not on the comprehension of each word.
Fair enough. But you did note that he used that term in his text messages to her, correct?
I think I recall at least once that the term ghost was present in the communication.
Did you interpret that? I'm looking for what was in your mind. Did you interpret that, the use of that word by Brian Higgins, as showing some level of frustration at her abandonment of the conversation?
No, I did not. No.
Not at all?
No.
Have you ever heard the phrase, "you ghosted me"?
Yes.
How do you interpret that phrase, just in general?
I've heard it communicated between other people. I've never used the term ghosted. I think it's a little after my time in communicating with others, but I take it as you stopped responding to my text messages.
Do you take that, do you interpret that, or did you interpret that as a positive or a negative comment? You ghosted me.
I interpret it as a matter of fact, like you stopped talking to me. I never thought about it in a positive or negative connotation. I never gave it any thought.
As you sit here now, if you do give it thought, would you put a positive or a negative connotation on the phrase, "you ghosted me"?
Objection.
Sustained.
You're aware that, based on the text messages that we just saw, there was a series of text messages that went back and forth starting in mid-January and basically ending around January 23rd, correct?
This chain of text messages began in January 12th and ended January 29th.
Right. I'm going to get to the 29th. But the back and forth ended on January 23rd, did it not?
I don't recall a specific specifically. I can leaf through it and tell you what it is. I know I read the dates out loud, and again, I was concentrating on reading.
Do you have the document in front of you?
I do.
Could you turn to the last page?
Yes, sir.
I believe it's the last page. It may be the second to the last page or something. Do you see an entry on January 23rd, 2022, a text message from Brian Higgins, thought you were all set?
Yes.
And Ms. Reid responded with talking? Question mark. No. Period. Correct?
That is her response.
Mr. Higgins then responds, with 4 N's behind the H. Correct?
That's correct.
And then he responds again. By the way, did Ms. Reid respond to the
No, she did not.
And then he follows up with, you sure, with no punctuation. Correct?
That's correct.
Did Ms. Reid respond to you're sure?
She did not.
The next text is on January 29th at 11:32 p.m., correct? I'm sorry, January 28th at 11:32 p.m. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Is that from Ms. Reid or from Mr. Higgins?
At 11:32 p.m. on Friday, January 28th, it is from Mr. Higgins.
That's all I ask. And now, can you tell the jurors what that text is? And then the next text immediately after it.
Well.
So between January 23rd and January 28th, would you describe Ms. Reid's side of the conversation as having ghosted Mr. Higgins?
No, she initiates the conversation. You had me read the second text message in the chain.
Between January 23rd, when that last text message was sent by Brian Higgins, until January 28th at 11:32, would you describe that as Ms. Reid having ghosted Mr. Higgins for those 5 days?
Strictly looking at the text message communications and not knowing whether they...
I'm not asking you to speculate. I know there's other stuff you want to say. I'm asking you just to read just to answer the question that I've asked. Based on the text that are in front of you, Sergeant Lieutenant, does it appear that Ms. Reid ghosted, as you define the term, Mr. Higgins, from January 23rd until January 28th?
One could read into that in that manner, yeah.
And then on January 28th, Sergeant Lieutenant, when Brian Higgins sends, well, did Ms. Reid respond?
No, she did not. They were together at the same location.
Did she respond to the text?
On that day?
Correct.
Not on a text message, no.
You said they were together. That means that Brian Higgins was together in the same room with Ms. Reid when he sent his text, correct?
Yes.
And she ignored it, didn't she? Okay.
Sustained.
You also received from Mr. Higgins certain text messages between him, Mr. Higgins, and John O'Keefe himself, correct?
Yes, we did.
And one of those text messages, one of the last text messages that they exchanged was, as a matter of fact, the last text message that was exchanged was Brian Higgins at 12:20 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, texting Mr. O'Keefe, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks, correct?
I would have to take a look at the document. I don't have a memory of it specifically. I know I reviewed it, but I don't have a memory of the time and content.
May I approach Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. No, no worries. Based on this extraction, I cannot definitively say that this text message was sent on January 29th because of the file source time and and the JPEG being so small. I can't testify to that, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, Mr. Brennan has kindly offered to stipulate that the "you coming here" text was sent. I would offer the following stipulation: that "you coming here" text was sent on January 29th at 12:20 a.m. from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe's phone. Quote, "you coming here," 3 question marks following it.
What was the time?
I'm good. 12:20 a.m. May we enter that stipulation with the court's permission?
Sure. So, jurors, you've heard that the lawyers agree that that fact is true.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant. So you were aware of the timeline on or about January 29th when, first of all, Karen Reid had not responded to a text message from January 23rd throughout January 28th and into January 29th. Sorry, throughout January 28th by 11:32 p.m. or so. She just not responded. Correct?
So the text message that she sent to Brian Higgins, the last time she sent a text message was on the 23rd.
Right. And he responded with several text messages to which she did not respond on January 23rd. Correct?
I believe she sent 2 and he said 3, I believe.
So the answer is yes. There was a text message that she sent, he sent to which she did not respond. Is that right? On the 23rd.
He was the last one to send a text message on the 23rd.
That was following multiple text messages back and forth between the two of them, spanning a couple of weeks. Correct?
Yes.
Then, on January 28th, 2022, Brian Higgins is at the Waterfall Bar and Grill after 11:30 p.m. Correct?
He was.
Karen Reid then walks into that same Waterfall Bar and Grill, accompanied by her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. Correct?
They did.
Brian Higgins then texted Karen Reid, who's standing in the room. Well, correct?
Correct.
Karen Reid ignored that text. correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Karen Reid did not respond to that text.
There's no text.
Brian Higgins, then, a little less than an hour later, texts John directly, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks, correct?
Correct. It's been stipulated.
That is an accurate timeline of the events that we've just talked about, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're also aware of a call. Your investigation revealed a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the 29th, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did your investigation reveal a call between between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sidebar, ladies and gentlemen, sidebar. I repeat, we have a sidebar. It is an extended sidebar. The fan is on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, look. My name is GrantSmithEllis. We have a new situation at Sidebar. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and you're just tuning in. There has been a development. There is a court officer literally standing up to prevent the jury or Bill Reid from looking over at the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at Sidebar. Alan Jackson has just sabotaged his own client's case by showing the jurors text messages where Karen Reid lied to one of John O'Keefe's friends and tried to bait that man into an affair by saying that John had cheated on Karen by hugging a family friend in Aruba when Karen herself had admitted no such cheating ever occurred. Karen Reid was trying to torment John as the relationship was ending, and Karen Reid's father as a court officer blocking his view of the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, things are absolutely heating up in the Karen Reid and John O'Keefe trial. It has all backfired on Alan Jackson, ladies and gentlemen. The state trooper reading the text messages about the affair was able to tell the jury on cross that these were the texts of a woman, Karen Reid, trying to torment and get revenge on John O'Keefe. It was Karen who was angry at John in the moments before John's death. It was Karen who allegedly struck John with her car while drunk with a BAC 2 to 4 times the legal limit of 0.14 to 0.28. And ladies and gentlemen, it was John O'Keefe's phone that never moved from the spot on the lawn where Karen is alleged to have hit him, and then where John hit the lawn, causing a traumatic brain injury. And then Karen left John to die in a blizzard from hypothermia. Ladies and gentlemen, it has all gone wrong. It has all gone wrong for the Karen Reid defense. And I, ladies and gentlemen, am watching as a court officer prevents Bill Reid from looking at the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, is this the case? Has Bill Reid, as we watch in real time an extended sidebar in the Karen Reid and John O'Keefe trial, day 13, you can only watch these angles on Towel Stream. Towel carries this wall to wall. Bill Reid blocked from looking at the jurors. Ladies and gentlemen, we have found out what the kerfluffle was about, most likely. The court officer is tactically preventing Bill Reid, Karen Reid's father, from looking at jurors. Ladies and gentlemen, Patricia Allman, your question is astute. It very well could be because Karen Reid's father was trying to influence the jury with his looks. Ladies and gentlemen, we're welcoming new honorary towels to the feed. We are at Sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at Sidebar. The vote is 99-1 that Karen Reid's move to introduce these texts is hurting her defense. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reid's father looks absolutely devastated. The sidebar is about to end. The court officer now moves. We know she's blocking him from looking at jurors. It's clear. My name's GrantSmithEllis, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Join the chat. Come hang out. We broke a towel record. Over 300 viewers. Let's keep going. Over 6,000 on the X. I'm a towel. Here we go, friends. Ready your towels. To peaceful invasion of northern France. We will be back into session now.
Just a moment.
Sure.
Sergeant Buchanan, did you become aware during the course of your investigation, then I'll narrow the time frame, during the course of your investigation, that there were calls between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at approximately 2:22 a.m. on the 29th?
During the course of my investigation, I was not aware of that. If you have a document that I can see, I can tell you if I've ever seen it before.
Did you seek to secure Brian Albert's cell phone to determine what calls he did and didn't make on January 29th or January 28th?
No, we did not.
Okay. Would, in your experience, would a phone extraction, a cell phone extraction of Brian Albert's phone have revealed calls made and received in the time frame that we're talking about, the 28th and the 29th of January 2022?
If a phone is extracted, the records of phone calls being made and received would show those records.
You did receive information from Brian Higgins' phone, specifically the texts that he claimed he pulled off of his phone and gave to you, correct?
We received text messages that I read today that Brian Higgins provided from his phone.
Did you seek to secure his actual phone for a forensic download or a forensic mirror image to get the actual calls made and received or text messages made and received from his phone?
No, we did not.
At some point, this is just yes or no, at some point, did you become aware of a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the morning of the 29th? Just yes or no?
No.
As you sit here today, this is new information to you. Let me rephrase that. This is new information to you. Let me rephrase that. This is unknown information to you. You do not have any information about that?
Objection.
Sustain. We need a time frame, Mr. Jackson.
I realize that, Judge. That's why I'm asking it this way. As you sit here, are you aware of a phone call between Brian Albert and Brian Higgins at 2:22 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Look, you just shared that with me. I have no memory or record of seeing that it actually took place. I do not know.
Okay, so you've never heard that before. That was what I was getting to. You've never heard that before?
No.
Okay. You indicated that you did not seek to secure Brian Albert's phone to do a phone extraction at any time, correct?
We did not try to get Brian Albert's phone for any reason whatsoever.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation that Brian Albert destroyed his phone?
I'd like to be seen. Objection.
Yeah. Jurors, disregard that question. Come over to sidebar, please.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Alan Jackson is collapsing here. We're seeing it in real time, and we can also jump forward, ladies and gentlemen. We jumped forward. Alan Jackson is collapsing in real time. Oh, this is very bad, folks. This is bad for the Karen Reid defense. Alan Jackson just got shut down. He went way overboard. He abandoned his line of questioning about Brian Higgins entirely. And then Alan Jackson simply moved on. And now he's in even more trouble with Judge Cannoni. Ladies and gentlemen, I am doing my best to provide actual, astute, informed commentary on this. All I can tell you is Alan Jackson made a huge procedural misstep with what he did earlier by bringing up those texts. He let it fall on the floor like a dud, went nowhere with it, and now wildly is gesticulating and has changed courses with just no purpose whatsoever, has just changed course, now got objected to multiple times and sustained on cross. He's out of his mind, folks. Alan Jackson has lost it. He's just flailing. Legally, he has just, in terms of his tactical deployment of some of his tactics here, he's lost it. He got tripped up by Hank Brennan revealing those Proctor texts. Alan Jackson lost his composure. I don't know why he pushed for this. He got himself way too wrapped up in trying to outmaneuver Hank Brennan, and by doing that, he's totally screwed up his client's case. Ladies and gentlemen, it is simply a shot. It is just almost... You cannot turn away. It is like a real-time Hindenburg. The good ship free Karen Reid, the Hindenrieger, is collapsing in real time. I made that up. Karen Reid does not have a blimp. By God, no one give Karen Reid a blimp. Can you imagine what would happen if we put Karen Reid in a blimp? Ladies and gentlemen, oh my word. All right, I have some cannabis news to break. Breaking news. CCC Commissioner Nerys Camargo, who is in the middle of a high-profile lawsuit between State Treasurer Deb Goldberg and former agency chair Shannon O'Brien, has announced she is stepping down from her position. Oh, word by word, ladies and gentlemen, Little Towel is a multitasking towel. If you're wondering, towel, do you cover lots of things? Yes, I am a towel. A huge hearing in the Goldberg versus O'Brien case, which involves allegations that CCC staff and some commissioners, including Camargo, may have plotted to take out O'Brien for her efforts to reform the beleaguered regulatory juggernaut. This is a developing story. More as Towel knows it. I'll see you at the next break.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you become aware of a call that was made by Brian Higgins at 1:35 a.m. while at Canton Police Department?
I am not aware of that, no.
So you did nothing in terms of investigating any phone call that Brian Higgins did or didn't make while at Canton PD on the night or the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022?
We never sought to get Brian Higgins' phone. He was not looked at as a individual that we would need to get his information for any reason at that point.
Even after you received and read all of those text messages between him and Karen Reid?
Correct.
And even after you became aware of the timeline that we just walked through, starting on January 23rd, going all the way into January 28th and into January 29th, you did nothing to investigate that?
We had the information that we had. We did not need to get his phone.
And the information that you had came from Brian Higgins himself, not from a forensic extraction, correct?
The extraction that Brian Higgins provided was a forensics extraction of his communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Karen Reid. We had Mr. O'Keefe's phone and we had Karen Reid's phone, so we can verify and confirm that those text message communications were accurate, unredacted, not deleted, and were true representation of what their communications consisted of.
And that was a representation made by whom?
The totality of it.
That was a representation made by whom? A person made that representation to you that it was fair and accurate. Who made that representation?
It wasn't a person, it was the extractions between the three devices.
Well, an extraction that you were handed on a device by someone, correct?
No, I said that we had all three devices, and as I told Mr. Higgins in our interview together, I said, Brian, we have those two devices.
Meaning
if
John's
you
and Karen's.
correct.
Okay.
If there's anything deleted or altered in any way, we will have proof of it. So please make sure that you understand the magnitude of the situation. We're investigating a homicide. It needs to be accurate, and it was.
And you trusted that coming from Brian Higgins rather than simply getting an extraction from his phone. Correct? Yes.
I trusted him, yes, because we trust and verify. And after verifying, the extractions were correct.
And following that in mind about any possible motives Brian Higgins may have relative to John O'Keefe.
Suspicions of motives? Is that your question?
Correct.
No, the evidence spoke for itself. The honesty, cooperation of all the witnesses and corroboration. That's one of the factors that is part of the entire investigation, yes.
One of the other factors is that John O'Keefe's body was found in the lawn at 34 Fairview, just feet from the front door, side door, and the garage door. Right?
That is when Mr. O'Keefe was found on the left side of the lawn, yes.
And one of the factors was you originally said that it appeared that it may be an incident involving a cocktail glass to the face. Initially, please.
Based on verbal reports, initially, that was a possibility. Again, it was before we spoke to
before a lot of other things happened, but initially, that's what I'm asking about.
Yes, initially, it was a possibility.
And when you saw John O'Keefe at the hospital, he had a big contusion above his right eye, correct?
That is not correct.
He had a big egg just above his right eye?
That is not correct.
You did not see that?
His eyelids were swollen, not above his eye. And there wasn't a contusion.
If two different paramedics said that they saw what they described as an egg above his right eye. Well, let me ask you differently. Did you speak to any of the paramedics?
Yes.
Did they describe an egg above his right eye?
I'd have to see a report to actually be described as an egg above his right eye.
Did you notice a laceration at his right eye?
His right eyelid did have a tiny, tiny laceration.
Did you see a small laceration at his nostril on his nose?
A tiny, tiny laceration, yes.
You noted that he didn't have any broken bones or fractures other than to his skull?
I did not know that. I didn't conduct x-rays or conduct the autopsy. I'm not a medical professional.
You didn't ask the doctors at the time you went and visited him and saw him in the hospital whether or not he had broken bones or fractures?
I don't believe they reported that.
And in the Another factor that you considered was the fact that in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, around 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., there were no taillight pieces found at that location? Zero? Did you consider that?
At what point?
On January 29th, between say 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m. Consider that?
Once we learned that there was damage to the defendant's right rear taillight, I could only consider at that point because I didn't know what I didn't know.
Right.
We don't know, we don't know. We work with the evidence that's presented and we develop the investigation.
And the evidence that was presented at that time, Sergeant, was a leaf blower was used to search the area, the exact area that you described for this jury as being the area around fire hydrant, flagpole, where John's body was, and no taillight material was found at all in the first searches. You're aware of that, yes or no?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you're also aware that no taillight material was found until after that SUV was in Massachusetts State Police custody and sitting at the Sally Port in Canton. Correct?
I believe the first taillight piece was found after it was in our custody. I don't know the exact time. I'd have to see it.
When you talked to Brian Higgins, did you ask Brian Higgins about potentially seeing John's body when he left 34 Fairview and headed over to Canton PD?
Yes, I did.
You knew that at that time, say 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, there was about 0.2 of an inch of dusting of snow, correct? Very light.
At that point in time, there was a coating. I cannot speak to the amount of snow that was on the ground.
But Brian Higgins told you in that interview that he didn't see the body because it was hidden by a snowbank.
Objection.
Did he say that to you?
I don't have a memory of that, Your Honor.
May I approach you, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take a look at page 3 of the highlighted portion, if you wouldn't mind. May I approach?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that Brian Higgins said something about a snowbank at the time when he left 34 Fairview?
He stated the reason he did not pay attention to the grass is he was concerned with his snowplow on his vehicle and was not paying attention to anything over the snowbank, just with the plow in front of him as he operated the vehicle.
And of course, you knew at the time, as a detective and an investigator, you knew at the time that with the dusting of snow, there is no snowbank. Right.
He mentioned plowing the driveway for the Alberts when he arrived, so there might have been coating and he was just plowing it and then creating a line. I cannot speak to how much snow was actually being plowed with the dusting that was on the ground. So there might have been a small snowbank. Again, he was referencing it. He was not paying attention to anything behind the snowbank. So behind it.
Snowbank being in the yard. Actually, he said the lawn.
Yeah, he's.
Sorry. He talked about the snowbank being in the lawn, not the driveway, correct? That's how he described it.
He said he was not paying attention anything past the snowbank being the lawn.
And did not pay too much attention to the lawn area behind the snowbank, correct?
Right, off to that area, right.
Did that raise any suspicions in your mind that Brian Higgins may have been being less than truthful with you?
No.
Getting back to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, you were also aware that Brian Albert was at the Waterfall, correct?
At one point, yes, we learned that.
And you knew that Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were friends with each other. Is that right?
We learned that as well, yes.
You've already indicated that you did not seek Brian Higgins' phone records. I may have asked you this, and if I did, I apologize. Did you seek Brian Albert's phone records or an extraction from his phone?
No, we did not.
Did you look at the entirety of the Waterfall video? Did you review the entirety of the Waterfall video when you first obtained it? Or have you looked at it since?
I have at one point or another viewed the entire video, yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, this has already been marked as evidence, but I cannot read it. It's not my notes. Exhibit 22, I'm told.
Okay.
May we exhibit that for the, or present that for the jurors?
Yes.
And I'm asked to advance this to runtime 8:30 to about 11:08, so a couple of minutes with the court's permission.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play that. Can we pause it briefly, Mr. Wolk?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Can you please, if you can, point for the jurors whether or not you see Brian Higgins in that video?
I'll use the screen in front of me for initial indication. I believe that that is Brian Higgins right there.
Can you do me a favor, just so everybody has a perspective? Can you also point to him there? Okay.
There you go, right there. I believe that is Brian Higgins.
Okay. Do you see Brian Albert in that video?
I can't tell you exactly. Maybe if you run it a little bit longer, or zoom it in, I could possibly tell you, but from right here, right now, I cannot.
Sergeant, why don't we play this for a couple of seconds? And if you don't mind, if you get to a point where you recognize the person that you know is Brian Albert, could you just tell me to stop and I'll pause it?
Absolutely.
Let's go ahead and play it with the court's permission.
Sure.
Can you pause it?
Stop it.
Go ahead, Sergeant.
Brian Albert is is the individual right there. Right there.
Can you describe what Brian Albert and, by the way, for the record, Your Honor, the witnesses indicated the person toward the left, right under the 2-9 on the chyron on top, the 29?
Yes.
Can you describe what you see the two individuals, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, doing in this scene?
It looks like they are facing each other, possibly squaring off in a stance.
Can we go ahead and play this forward, please? Can we pause it? Sergeant, did you see either of the two men or both of them squaring off in what you would consider to be a fighting stance?
I guess it could be considered that. I would look more like roughhousing. It's a couple of buddies messing around.
Not suggesting they were actually fighting, but a fighting stance.
Yeah, no, they were not. They were not fighting. No.
Go ahead and play it. Can you pause it? Sergeant, do you happen to see in this shot, just for orientation, do you see my client, Ms. Reid?
I'm sorry, I was paying attention to the two gentlemen.
That's fair. That's kind of an unfair question. Could you, if we play this a few more seconds, could you look around, scan around, and tell me if you see someone that you believe is my client?
Yes, I will try.
Let's go ahead and play. Go ahead and pause it. Do you see anybody that looks like Ms. Reid?
Yes, I believe she's in top left, top right corner of the frame talking to Mr. O'Keefe and I believe two other gentlemen.
Long hair?
On your client?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this up to 11:08, please. Is that up to 11:08? Okay, thank you. We can take that one down briefly. This is, if we have the lights, thank you. Sergeant, this is at the Waterfall just before midnight on January 29th, 2022, correct? What you just saw.
That footage is from the Waterfall just before midnight on 28th.
I'm sorry, my mistake. On the January 28th, 2022.
Correct.
Going into midnight, January 29th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
All right. This would be just minutes before everyone headed out of the Waterfall and went back towards Fairview, correct?
Not everyone. The band didn't go to the Fairview.
Well, obviously, I'm not talking about the band or the bartenders. I'm talking about Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, John O'Keefe, Karen Reid, those folks. Correct?
It's before some of those individuals left the bar and headed to 34 Fairview.
If we could push to runtime 16:35, 17:22, while you're queuing that up, did you see, after I asked you the initial time about the stance that the two men were taking, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, did you see them continue to take what could be reasonably described as a fighting stance toward each other, even in jest?
They were squaring off and roughhousing, yeah.
Okay, what does squaring off mean?
Facing an opponent in like wrestling or a martial art, I guess.
Hands up?
Yes, squaring off, yeah.
You are former military?
Yes.
And current law enforcement?
Yes.
Is hand-to-hand fighting taught in both military and paramilitary organizations like law enforcement?
I had hand-to-hand combat training in the Marine Corps. I had defensive tactics in law enforcement capacity in the Marine Corps, federal, local, and state academies.
Are you aware that Brian Albert is former military?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I am aware that Brian Albert is former military.
And Brian Albert was also a Boston police officer?
I am aware of that as well, yes.
Are you aware that Brian Higgins was former military and a combat veteran?
Now I am, yes.
And are you aware that Brian Higgins, at the time this was taken, this video was taken, was also a federal law enforcement agent?
I was aware, yes, I was,
okay.
Yeah.
If we can go ahead and run at 16:35 to 17:22 with the court's permission.
Okay.
If you can pause it. Can you describe for the jurors what you see Brian Albert and Brian Higgins doing in this footage?
Based on my understanding, it looks like he's giving him the Heimlich maneuver, or abdominal thrust, I guess. I don't know what he's doing.
Brian Albert's got his hands around Brian Higgins, correct?
That's what it looks like from here. I have no idea what he's doing.
Could it be described as wrestling or grappling?
I guess, yeah.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it. Thank you. If we could take that down. During the course of reviewing this video, or the entirety of the video, not just the clips that you just reviewed, did you see where John O'Keefe was, generally speaking, relative to Brian Higgins and Brian Albert?
Throughout the entire time?
He wasn't standing still, I understand that, but generally, was he standing with them, or was he closer to the bar in the back of the video?
I believe after Mr. O'Keefe arrived and embraced a few people with hugs, I guess if I had to estimate, most of the time he was on the other side of the table, which would be closest to the bar area.
And after you saw Mr. O'Keefe walk in and greet everybody with salutations, did you ever see him interacting with Higgins and Brian Albert throughout the evening again? On this video?
On this video, I did not know.
I'd like to play runtime, one more clip, Your Honor. Runtime 1915 to 1957, about 45 or 50 seconds. Can you pause it? Just to orient the jurors, can you see any individuals that you earlier described, Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, John O'Keefe, Karen Reid, any of those individuals in this clip as yet? Or do we need to play it a little further?
I would need you to play it a little bit further, please.
Is it possible, with the court's permission, to zoom in on the upper portion of the video?
Okay.
You could center that just a little bit toward the right. Other way. There we go. Thank you. And if we could go ahead and play that from 1915 to about 1957. Pause it. Do you recognize the three people center screen now?
I really can't make it out. I would have to be assuming,
I don't want you to assume.
guessing. I can't make it out
Okay,
to identify each individual.
Let's play it forward if we can. One more time. At this point, go ahead and pause it. At this point, can you make out any individuals?
Yes.
Okay.
At this point, I can say that that looks like Brian Higgins in the middle of the three gentlemen.
What is he wearing?
It looks like a hooded sweatshirt.
Okay. And the person to his, sorry, let's do it from your perspective or the juror's perspective. The person to the left of Brian Higgins?
I believe that's Brian Albert.
And the person to the right of Brian Higgins?
To the right from my perspective?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I believe that's Chris Albert, but I'm not positive. I'm not
let's go ahead
positive.
and play it. Stop. Did you see Brian Higgins just do something?
I was not paying attention to his gesture. We have to replay that, please.
Does it appear he's looking a particular direction?
He is looking in a particular direction based on that frame, yes.
Is that toward the bar area?
It's in that direction. I don't know exactly where he's looking, whether he's looking at the bar, to the right of the bar. I can't tell from this.
Okay, okay. And John O'Keefe, you indicated earlier that John O'Keefe, that's where you saw him most of the video, toward the bar area, to the right of the bar.
If you scroll to push the screen to the right, I can tell you where Mr. O'Keefe is.
With the court's permission.
Yes.
Do you see Mr. O'Keefe in that group of people?
I cannot make him out. Could you play the video? Maybe he is behind an individual.
Let's go back to, if with the court's permission, I'd like to go back to the full video,
Okay.
and let's play it from here. Pause it. Could you see what was happening with Brian Higgins?
He was gesturing to someone. I was trying to see Mr. O'Keefe We were talking about Mr. O'Keefe, so I apologize.
Understood. With the court's permission, could I play the video one more time with it focused on the other side of the bar?
Okay.
Thank you. Last time.
Can you tell me who to focus on, please,
Yes.
so I'm not looking for the wrong person?
Sure.
Thank you.
Pause it. Do you see John O'Keefe there?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you point to where he is for the jurors, please, on both televisions?
Mr. O'Keefe is right there wearing the sweatshirt, multi-tone gray sweatshirt with the hood on it and his hat.
And
this
the other TV?
right there. He's appears to be at the bar paying the bill.
Okay. With this perspective, could we just go ahead and play that, the 30 or 45 seconds one more time? But please focus on Mr. O'Keefe. Pause it. Do you see where Mr. O'Keefe is looking at this point?
Yes.
Where is he looking? What direction?
Well, from this vantage point, it looks like he's looking to the left on the screen at the individual he appears to be conversing with.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Pause it. And what about now?
Same individual.
Okay.
He's still engaged in conversation.
Pause it. And what about now?
He's taking a sip of beer.
Right. Which direction is he looking?
In the same direction.
Okay. Go ahead and play. And go ahead and pause it. If we could go back out to the full screen. At this point, does it appear in the video that Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Chris Albert have all left the bar?
There's someone standing across the table from Mr. O'Keefe to his rear. I don't know who that is, so I can't testify to that the others have left.
Given this perspective, now that we've seen both of them zoomed, do you have an opinion as to whether or not it appeared that Mr. Higgins was gesturing toward John O'Keefe just before he left the bar?
Given this perspective, he might have been. I don't know who he was gesturing at.
Okay. We can have the lights up. We'll take that down. I want to change gears for a second. Let me ask one more series of questions, if I could. Sergeant, what we've just seen was literally Brian Albert, Brian Higgins leaving Waterfall to go to a different location. What was the location they were heading to, based on your investigation?
They were heading to 34 Ferry Road.
And shortly thereafter, who else followed to go over to 34 Fairview?
I'm sorry, you said Chris Albert?
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't? Okay.
Nope.
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, they went to 34 Fairview, and then Mr. O'Keefe also traveled there.
Thank you. I want to shift gears, if I could, to another video. Did you review certain ring videos, specifically relative to One Meadows, the outdoor ring video servicing the carport area?
Yes, I have reviewed those videos.
If we could, Your Honor, may I have just a moment? This has previously been marked as 12A. Okay. If we could, with the court's permission, zoom in on the Chevy Traverse in the upper left-hand, the vehicle in the upper left-hand corner of the video.
Okay.
Pause it. Let's go ahead and zoom in on the upper left-hand corner. Okay. Go ahead and play. Pause. Did you see anything happen with the the left rear tire of the other car in the driveway?
Which car are you talking about?
The highlighted portion, the parked car, which is the left rear tire that's zoomed in on.
I wasn't paying attention to the tire. Can you play it again, please?
With the court's permission?
Okay.
Let's try that one more time. Pause it. Okay, you can take that down. Did you see anything happen with that left rear tire of the Chevy Traverse?
Based on that video, it appears there might have been movement there.
Last year, and you've seen this video several times, correct?
I have.
You saw it during the course of your investigation, not just in the course of proceedings, correct?
Right.
Last year, you indicated that you observed the vehicle, Miss Reid's vehicle, come near Mr. O'Keefe's car. Which one in that video was Mr. O'Keefe's car?
The Chevy Traverse.
And that would be the car that was parked and static, not moving, correct?
Correct.
Having seen this, do you still believe that the SUV came near the Chevy Traverse, or do you believe it struck the Chevy Traverse?
With the clarity of that video, there is a lot of movement in the shot. Not with great certainty. It appeared that there was movement of the tire, but I cannot say with 100% certainty there was movement.
You can't say with 100% certainty that that tire literally shifted and wiggled upon some sort of impact.
Based on the video, there appeared to have been movement.
Okay. You had this video for the first 3 years of your investigation. You had this video very early on, correct?
That's correct.
And for the first several years of your investigation, did you either deny, well, let me ask it this way. Was it your assessment that the SUV did not contact that Chevy Traverse?
My assessment with the totality of it all was that based on the video, there was no damage that occurred to either vehicle at that point in time.
That wasn't my question, Sergeant. My question was your assessment that there was no contact between the two vehicles? Is that what you assessed during the course of your investigation?
I did not assess that there was no contact, no.
Even as recently as last year, you testified in another proceeding that the SUV came close to the Chevy Traverse, correct?
Yes, I said there's a lot of movement in that shot. It's difficult to tell if there was more for me to observe and push that certainty level up. I would have testified differently.
As you've seen the video enhanced, zoomed in on, do you wish to amend that testimony from last year? Objection.
Ask it differently.
Sure. Given what you've just seen, what is your testimony now about whether or not that SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
There is movement of the tire. There is movement
of the tire. Could be an earthquake, could be someone standing there pushing the car. I'm asking you, based on what you just saw in this video, do you believe that the SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
logically speaking, the two vehicles had to have come into contact for the tire to move.
They had to have collided, correct?
At a slow speed, yes.
Which area of the SUV collided with the Chevy Traverse? The front, the rear?
It appears from the video it's the right rear area of the Lexus SUV that comes into contact with the Traverse.
What time was this video taken?
I believe that is at 5:07 a.m., if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you, Sergeant. I want to change gears again, if I could, and ask you about a dog.
Oh no!
You're aware that the Alberts,
not Chewbacca.
Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, had a dog that they named Chloe on on January 28th, 29th of 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow the question. Were you aware of that?
At what point in time, sir?
January 28th, 29th, that area.
Was I aware that they owned a dog on January 28th or 29th?
No. Are you aware now that on January 28th or 29th, they owned a dog? There was a dog in the house.
Now I am aware, yes.
Okay. During the course of your investigation, you learned that, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your investigation, did you also become aware that the Alberts got rid of their family dog?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Sure.
Sidebar, ladies and gentlemen, we have a sidebar, and we are now caught up. Ladies and gentlemen, oh no, it's the fan. Oh no, ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. I actually interrupted for the first time ever during pending proceedings. I normally wait till the break, and I said out loud, oh no, when Alan Jackson mentioned Chewbacca. I mean a dog named Chloe who's wearing a wig and is actually Chewbacca. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Alan Jackson has gone Chewbacca. He has gone Chewbacca defense. Pull out the Chewbacca defense alarm. We did not think it was going to actually happen. No one thought that the sidebar would be about Chewbacca, who's actually a dog named Chloe in a wig. But don't tell Alan Jackson that. He'll probably try to locate Chewbacca. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this day cannot get any more ridiculous. 8 hours of cross. There's nothing. Alan Jackson doesn't even have anything to talk about. He's just like, oh, I don't want Hank Brennan to talk anymore. Sir, can you please tell me what you think about the Patriots? Do you think Tom Brady was a decent quarterback? Trooper, don't you agree that New England has good sports teams? Trooper, can't you understand that I don't want the next witnesses to take the stand? Trooper, please tell me a little bit more about the history of the conflict in the Balkans. Trooper, can you tell me a little bit about Baku? Now, Trooper, I know that I've been asking you a lot, so let's try to, figure out some more common ground. Tell me about Chewbacca. Oh, dear God, ladies and gentlemen, Alan Jackson has tormented all of us for 8 hours. Not one meritful question. Just literally, Alan Jackson may as well have stood up there and said, I know filibustering is an art form, so I'm going to talk for 8 hours so Hank Brennan can't call his next witness. Please help me. My name is Alan Jackson. I'm desperate. I'm drowning under Hank Brennan's brilliance. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is just a theater of the absurd. Alan Jackson, I am more entertaining in the past 30 seconds than Alan Jackson has been over the last 8 hours. And I don't mean entertaining in the form of actually keeping you engaged. I mean I had more to say, even though it was sardonic, in 30 seconds than Alan Jackson had to say in 8 hours. He may as well be reading from the dictionary. Oh, my dear Lord, ladies and gentlemen, if this is how I feel, imagine how the jury feels. This is just absolute nonsense of the highest order. I declare a writ of shenanigans. Someone get my broom. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what's going on. This is outrageous. Alan Jackson has lost the plot. We have been going in circles for so many hours. I think Alan Jackson's plan is literally to get the jury to give up and go crazy. Oh my God, I've never seen a defense strategy like this. It's part Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. It's part a dog in a wig who's actually Chewbacca. And it's part confuse the hell out of the country until everyone loses their minds. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what we're going to do with Alan Jackson. It's not just that he's a rampaging 200-foot tall Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. It is that he can talk for 8 hours and say absolutely nothing. Oh, dear God, I need some kind of redemption from listening to this man vacuously bloviate for 8 hours. It should not be legal. Who gave this man a microphone and allowed him to talk on national TV for 8 hours during a single cross? I swear it is outrageous. I am an incredulous towel. Ladies and gentlemen, we must exercise our rights to petition the government under the First Amendment, and we must say, Alan Jackson is outrageous and very boring and knows how to use a lot of words to say very little. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, do we have recourse for our grievances under the Constitution? Are Alan Jackson, Marshmallow Man, and Chewbacca-based grievances? I highly doubt it. But you know what? We absolutely can stand here and talk about how that was the most self-destructive, unforced error-based cross I have ever seen in my life. Jurors, I'd like you to know my client cheated on John and tried to emotionally torment him. Look at my brilliant legal strategy on Alan Jackson. What is going on here? Oh, my word, ladies and gentlemen, I need to express and vent my frustrations with Alan Jackson's existence. And I appreciate you listening in as I continue to act as horse racer announcer towel and express my incredulity. Oh, my word, it may as well be some kind of large sporting event, ladies and gentlemen. Instead, we're staring at Bill Reid on a court bench. Oh, my word. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been tormented. It has been torture. I forget what the sun looks like. Oh, dear God, Alan Jackson has drained from my soul every single ounce of brightness. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we have all collectively endured. We have endured 8 hours of Alan Jackson saying absolutely nothing. It's not even like I can comment to you on the merits of what he's doing. It is just Alan Jackson being an absolutely moronic, more self-damaging bloviator. There's not even a tactical benefit to anything he's doing. Oh, Nancy, I wish we could do anything but listen to Alan Jackson go on for 8 hours. I would love to be redeemed from this. I would love for the sidebar to end. I would love for Hank Brennan to do a short redirect and us to move on. But I don't think we're going to be liberated. Nancy, trust me, I am right there with you. If I did not vent that frustration after listening to that for 8 hours, I think it would have consumed Little Towel's soul. All right. Yes, absolutely. I'm just saying, folks, it's not. We're now at another protracted sidebar. After Alan Jackson spent 8 hours, 8 hours talking about nothing. And I know I'm doing my best to go into horse racer announcer towel mode and induce some levity. Okay, 20 seconds. But if I didn't, folks, I think I would lose it. He hasn't made a single point. Please liberate us, Mr. Jackson. End the torture. From my towel heart to your non-towel heart, let our people go. Let the towel people free. We should be back in the session any second now.
I think I forgot where I left off. May I, Your Honor? Thank you. Sergeant, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you learn that the Albert family had gotten rid of the dog named Chloe?
We learned that they no longer cared for the dog. I don't know if get rid of is accurate.
Well, they don't have it anymore, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what would you call it?
Giving it up for adoption, I guess? I don't know. I'm not a pet owner.
Or what if they didn't give it up for adoption?
I'm sorry?
What if they didn't give it up for adoption?
Rehomed, I guess.
Okay. So it's no longer with them, right?
Correct. They no longer own the dog.
Okay, so they got rid of it. It's like you get rid of a car, right? Right?
You can get rid of a car, yeah.
Okay. And you can get rid of a dog. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, you can get rid of a dog, yes.
Okay. At some point during the course of your investigation, did you find out that the Albert family got rid of Chloe?
We learned that they no longer owned Chloe, yes.
Okay. When did you learn that?
I cannot tell you exactly. I can tell you when we looked into it officially.
When did you look into it officially?
I traveled to the dog's home and assisted with identifying the dog and investigating that animal.
Okay. What documentation did you use to identify that animal?
It was veterinary records.
I want to stop you there. Veterinary records from whom? From the Albert family? When they entered?
I did not get any veterinary records from the Albert family.
The veterinary records that you did get were veterinary records that had been utilized with the Albert name? Where were these veterinary records?
The veterinary records were with the vet that's caring for the dog and also owns the dog now.
Okay.
And those records also had been dated prior to when the dog was owned by the Alberts.
Okay. So other than some veterinary records that, and by the way, the dog's not even named Chloe, correct?
The new owners renamed the dog, yes.
Cora?
That's correct. Yes.
And the new owners did not get that dog from Brian and Nicole Albert, did they?
No, they did not.
They got it from a separate person. Is that right?
That is correct.
Separate person named Riley?
That's her last name, yes.
Okay. And did this person Riley have any records showing purchase of Chloe or adoption of Chloe from the Albert?
No.
You did write a report about the newest owner of this animal, this dog, correct?
I documented my trip to the location and the steps I took and services I provided in the investigation.
And in that report, you omitted the name of the new owner?
I'm not sure.
Did you omit the location of where you actually came in contact with this animal?
You're going to have to show me my report. I don't remember.
Mayor Coach?
Yes.
Information is in this report?
It did.
And is that information in the report?
No, it is not.
You've got, there are some veterinary records that you supplied along with your report, correct?
Yes.
That you gathered?
I'm sorry, what was
That
it?
you gathered along while you were doing
Yes, yes.
Mayor Coach?
Yes.
Thank you.
If you'll take a look at those 4 documents. Do those appear to be the veterinary records that you gathered related to this animal?
Yes, it does.
Do any of those records, any of the veterinary records, the 4 pages that you're holding, even include the name Cora or the name of the new owner?
I browsed through it, and no, it does not appear that Cora or the new owner are included in any of these 4 pages.
May I approach?
Yes.
You don't have any transfer records for Chloe, correct?
All the records that are provided by the owner.
I'm going to go through a series of questions, Sergeant. If you can answer it yes or no, that might make it go a little faster. You don't have any transfer records, correct?
I wouldn't know what it looks like. That's why it's even quicker me telling you that that's all the records that I have.
Okay. I want to answer my question. You
Okay.
don't have any transfer records.
I don't know what a transfer record would look like, so
the
I
answer
can't.
is no.
I don't know.
Okay. You don't have any rehoming records.
I don't know.
You don't have any purchase records.
I don't know.
The only records you do have are those 4 pages of veterinary records that don't have the name Cora and don't have the new owner's name. Correct?
That's correct.
You would agree, shifting gears for a second, that timely report writing obviously is an important aspect of any investigation, correct?
It is important, but we can only write reports as feasibly and possibly we're capable of doing. Sometimes investigations are rapid, so you can't write a report. You take notes, and some time goes by before you actually document the information on the official report. The information's there, it's gathered, it's maintained by the investigator, it's shared, it's acted on at times, but the official reports might take some time to write.
So obviously, if you're, like you said, things are fast moving in an investigation. It might be that you interview a witness on a Tuesday, you're super busy on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It might be Friday before you can even sit down and draft a report about that interview that you did on Tuesday, correct?
Different circumstances dictate differently.
That would be completely normal.
Yes, it is.
But most of the time, it's best practices, and you're taught, and you teach your subordinates that it's best practices to reduce to writing and memorialize a report as close in time to the event in question that's being memorialized as you can, right? Obviously, perfect world.
In a perfect world, we'd write it as it's happening.
Are you aware that more than 20 official police reports in this case were not recorded for more than 100 days from the time that the event in question was done, was being memorialized?
I did not know the exact date and delay.
Are you aware that there are 11 reports that are more than 300 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I was not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 3 reports that are more than 400 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 4 reports that are more than 500 days from the time of the event that's being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that the longest delay of any report in this investigation was 581 days?
I am not aware of that, no.
You became aware early on in your investigation of 2 individuals named Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson, correct?
They are witnesses, yes.
Both Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson, you learned, were outside 34 Fairview in the early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
We did learn within our investigation at some point, yes.
And you learned, Sergeant, very early on in that investigation because you interviewed Ryan Nagel in February of 2022. It was just days after the event, correct?
I'm not sure of the exact date.
Obviously, as you just said, you became aware that Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson were witnesses in your homicide investigation, important witnesses, you'd agree, correct?
They were witnesses.
You learned that they arrived at the house at 34 Fairview sometime after Karen Reid and John O'Keefe arrived and pulled up behind their parked SUV, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. You learned that where they fit into the investigative puzzle is that they pulled up behind Karen Reid's SUV when Karen Reid and John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview. They pulled up sometime after that and pulled up right behind them, correct?
That's not correct.
What is not correct about that?
They arrived simultaneously. Karen Reid took a right onto Fairview. They yielded to them and followed towards 34 Fairview, stopping at the driveway as Karen Reid proceeded further up.
Did you listen to the testimony in this case up to this point?
No.
There's a sequestration order, correct? Correct?
Yes, yes.
Which means you can't listen to the testimony of witnesses, eyewitnesses, who are testifying in front of these jurors.
Correct, yes.
You don't know how witnesses have testified from that witness box in front of these jurors, correct?
I have no idea.
Okay. So your information is that they pulled up simultaneously, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you just testified to?
That's my memory from what the the interview produced.
You certainly knew that there were eyewitnesses to the condition and the location of Miss Reid's SUV, correct?
Yes, from their interviews, yes.
And you also are aware that they would have been in a position to see the occupants of Miss Reid's SUV as they were behind it and then pulled around it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you become aware that they were in a position behind the SUV and as they pull around it, they could still see the SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
You knew what potential role they played in your investigation as eyewitnesses, correct? Generally?
When we interviewed them, when we learned of their existence, when we interviewed them, we collected information based on their recollection.
Okay. My question was, you're aware that they had a certain perspective as it relates to the SUV that night, the early morning hours, right?
Based on their interviews, they had a perspective with the brake light being on constantly.
I'm not asking you what they said. I'm asking you if during the course of your investigation you learned that Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson had a perspective. They were eyewitnesses to certain things. As
Yes.
relative to the SUV, right?
Yes.
You instructed your subordinate, Michael Proctor, to interview those witnesses in August of 2022, correct?
I'm not sure when they were interviewed. I don't have a memory of instructing him to go interview them.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant. Does that refresh your recollection as to a conversation, or I'm sorry, a communication that you had with Michael Proctor?
Unfortunately, it does not. I will take the document at face value. I do not have a memory of having these communications, but I will take the document if it's authentic and it is true and accurate that it took place. But I do not have a memory of sending these text messages.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Also, my name's misspelled in there. Is that from the extraction, or where is that from?
Couldn't tell you. Wasn't me.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I can't take credit for that. Thank you. Thanks. If your memory is not refreshed about that particular communication, do you remember in general communicating with Michael Proctor about interviewing Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson?
I do not know. I'm sorry.
Would that have been something that you would have found important relatively early on in the investigation? Yeah, these are eyewitnesses. Let's get them interviewed.
Yes, it is important to interview anyone that's an eyewitness. Sometimes it takes longer because... Are you listening? I'm sorry.
Thanks.
You asked the question. I just wanted to answer.
I know the answers to my own questions. Go ahead.
Okay. So while we want to interview every eyewitness, sometimes an important fact is already detailed and witnessed by another witness. So in this situation, we had already interviewed one of the occupants, the one that was driving, the one that had the observed the events taking place, and we asked him if we were going to talk to the other two would they have the same recollection, observations? Did they leave the vehicle to go in the house at all? Anything like that? Anything different? So that's...
Okay, so it would be important, obviously, to interview witnesses in a timely manner.
In some instances, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you remember when Trooper Proctor actually interviewed Ricky D'Antonio and... I'm sorry, when Michael Proctor interviewed Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson?
I do not have a memory of that, no. I'm sure a report would indicate when.
May I approach that?
Yes.
I may have misspoken. Sergeant, take a look at that. I thought that was a report from somebody else. It's a report from you, actually. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection as to when Ricky D'Antonio was actually interviewed.
Yes, this report, authored by me, was states that on Saturday, September 2nd, he was interviewed.
What year?
2023.
So that would have been a year and a half later, correct?
Yes.
Do you believe that's a timely report? Or rather, a timely interview for an eyewitness, the gravity of which is described in your report?
We again, perfect ideal world scenario, it would be quicker.
So that would be, no excuses, I'm not throwing bars, but that would be untimely, correct? Year and a half later?
We do the best we can.
You indicated that your memory was that the cars arrived simultaneously. That's a interview with Ricky D'Antonio. You see the highlighted portion?
I see.
Ricky D'Antonio actually told you that the car was parked, correct?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Yes, can I see that, please?
Folks, sidebar. GrantSmithEllis, Bill Reid looks like he's struggling, folks. He's got both hands on his knees. This looks like it's really taking a toll on this man. And listen, I'm the first one to say, folks, it does take a toll on you, ladies and gentlemen. It does. And you can see them. Look at the man. Both of his hands are down. Oh, my word. He is just struggling. Bill Reid says it all. Head down, agonized. Ladies and gentlemen, what a day. Alan Jackson truly has gone nowhere. He has exhausted the entire country. He has exhausted the towel friends. But I will say, if you're new to this channel and you'd like to stay around, you enjoy the Karen Cam coverage, we are getting close to 900 towel friends on the Towel YouTube subscribers. If you'd like to join, just click the subscribe button while the video is live. Apparently that really helps the Towel channel. And then furthermore, ladies and gentlemen, you can also like the video. Now, there's one thing that I was hoping folks could help with. Apparently Karen flipped off Sergeant Yuri Buchnick, during a session, during the early morning session. I don't know if it was before or after lunch, while text messages were being read up on the screen. Now, if you happen to see the moment where Karen's middle finger went up, sidebar might be almost done. I don't think Alan Jackson's almost done, but the sidebar is coming back. Let me know if you see that timestamp. Don't forget to support Towel Channel. I'm a towel. Sidebar is concluding. A few seconds. The countdown begins. The Towel countdown begins, and now I will have us jump forward in time, and hopefully it starts now. 3, 2, 1. I'm a towel.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Isn't it true that when you interviewed Ricky D'Antano, he indicated that upon their arrival at home, 34 Fairview, quote, a dark-colored SUV was parked in front of the home facing up towards Chapman Street. That's what he told me, correct?
That's what the report indicates for Ricky's interview, yes.
And in fact, you wrote this report based on Ricky's interview.
I wrote that report, yes.
Thank you. If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Oh no, another sidebar.
Your Honor, I'm just about to start.
Why don't we come to sidebar now from the floor?
Sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, Alan Jackson wants to torment every one of us. Ladies and Jackson, oh no! Towel is becoming delirious. Oh no! Ladies and gentlemen. But it is Mother's Day weekend, so let's take a moment, ladies and gentlemen, not just Miss O'Keefe, as we all say our God bless yous to Miss O'Keefe as we see her on camera, but to every mom out there, or person with a mom, or person who plays the role of a mom, or person who has some mom in their life, or even if you don't, I will play the role of towel androgynous figure. Ladies and gentlemen, it is towel. It is Mother's Day weekend. Show some appreciation. I'm sure there are mothers in the towel chat, and every single one of them, if you're a grandmother or a mother, whatever role if you nurture little animals, ladies and gentlemen, you are a mother. Ladies and gentlemen, God bless all of the mothers out there, including Miss O'Keefe, as we sit for this sidebar. Wicked Uma, my thoughts are with you and the thoughts of your mother, and I'm sure the towel friends join with you in reflecting on your mom, and we appreciate that you chose to share with us that you miss her, and those expressions of emotion and keeping people's memory around are very important, and it means a lot, at least especially to Little Towel, that you shared that. It can be a sad weekend, and ladies and gentlemen, let's also remember that if this is a sad weekend for you, if you are remembering a mother figure or a mother or someone in your life who played that role, honoring that memory is important. It is painful. It may be like a shipwreck in a storm in some sense, ladies and gentlemen. Lost at the very beginning can be like being hit with 50-foot tall waves in a manner that feels absolutely ceaseless. But over time, ladies and gentlemen, the waves of solace and the waves of torment ebb and flow. And we find, I think, that we understand and appreciate the lulls between the waves in those moments of, even though they are sad. And I will say, ladies and gentlemen, in particular for Little Towel, I think I struggle a lot with relating to not humans on a wide level, but individual humanity. And you help Little Towel ground himself a lot, and I appreciate every single one of you who shares. Oh, Allie 90211, I'm so sorry, and God bless you for sharing that, and I appreciate you choosing to let us know about the passing of your mom. And even as I was mentioning that these waves are like shipwrecks in a storm, I do think that part of what helps us get through those waves and those ups and downs are the people around us. And this is a strong towel community. So life in some sense is a position juxtaposition. And remember the good moments and also reflect during the bad. God bless you, Little Towels. We're going to be coming back into session in just about 20 minutes here. And I'm reading every single one of your comments, even if I can't respond to them all. And we should be done hopefully soon. Alan Jackson just will not give up. He just wants to torment all of us. So let us, in our moments of beauty and our moments of sadness, be a counterweight to Alan Jackson's pompous bloviating.
Especially as this moves along, I think it becomes more important for me to talk to the lawyers about scheduling to give you some idea on how we're doing. I can tell you that everybody's in agreement that we are right on schedule. So we're not behind schedule. Optimistically, maybe we're still a little bit ahead, but we are on schedule for that. Monday, I'm going to ask you all to come in at 10. So we'll start at 10 o'clock on Monday, and we will go a full day Monday. We'll leave every day next week, we'll use a full day. So we will see you next week. Those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful with your social media use, and have a great weekend. See you Monday at 10. Sergeant, we'll use that.
Now stay with Little Towel, folks. We're going to see if there's more scheduling. Folks, if you stayed all day, God bless you for watching the testimony. We're going to do our recap. We're also going to see if court comes back into session. We're going to find out whether or not we'll get scheduling updates. We just heard that we're starting Monday at 10 a.m. Eastern. So, yes, Kat gets to sleep till 7, 10 a.m. Monday. Now, listen, that might mean we're coming into court for a 9 a.m. motion hearing. So, ladies and gentlemen, stay with Little Towel. We're going to sit here. We're going to monitor. We're going to be attentive little towels. And truly, God bless all of you who stayed with us. The Jew Drops, I know you were here from the very beginning. God bless you, Towelette. Okay, hold on.
All right, so Monday we'll start with the jury at 10. If you need me before 10, please let people know so that we can deal with anything we can beforehand. I'll be here before 10. So, all right, we'll see you on Monday. Thank you.
Okay, that's it. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. What a ridiculous day. Alan Jackson just bored the entire world. 8 hours of nothing. He pulled a literal Chewbacca defense. Now, if you're just tuning in, let's do our recap. Ladies and gentlemen, let's do it. It was quite a day. It was quite a moment. Oh, God bless you, Jew Drops. Folks, please show some expression to wonderful Jew Drops. One of the most committed towelettes I have ever seen. Leaving comments in support of justice for John O'Keefe and the O'Keefe family throughout the towel day. Commenting on the stream, supporting folks, being a wonderful towelette, and engaging with the other towels. Jew Drops is the epitome of an erudite, compassionate little towelette. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's do our recap. How do you even recap 8 hours of bloviating? Oh, my goodness, it's Anthony Barton. It was great to see you, dear friend. Kelly Patton, I agree. And now you can hear it in Little Towel's voice. Little Towel wants to go outside, even though it's raining. So let's do our recap. How about we let Towel's voice rest after that? I'm still going to say, you know I'm going to go through all your comments and say goodbye at the end. But let's do our recap, shall we? You little towels give me the strength to persevere, and by God, I will do so. Oh, God bless you, Mandy Strong, for supporting the towel stream. It's so wonderful you found a new home to watch these hearings with. I will tell you, the towel friends have truly taken a liking to you, and you, Mandy Strong, are an honorary towel who stands among super towels, where we are thrilled to have you with us. All right, before Towel literally runs out of voice, which I'm surprised Alan Jackson did not do today, let's begin the recap in just a few seconds. If you're new to this, folks, we like to do a recap for those who missed today's Karen Reid trial presentation. And let me tell you, folks, oh, you feel you found a home, Mandy Strong. That warms Little Towel's heart, and I needed the inspiration. Now, let me tell you, folks, the people who watch this recap are really going to appreciate it. The people who are tuning in now, you do not want to watch. I beg of you, for your own sanity, do not watch the past 8 hours. Not because the information wasn't in some way like inaccessible, and Karen got absolutely devastated by some parts of the testimony by her own lawyer during cross. But my God, ladies and gentlemen, from the bottom of Little Towel's heart, don't do it to yourself. Please, it was the most mentally exhausting 8-hour circular cross. It was like reading a James Joyce novel with no compendium, ladies and gentlemen. We went in so many recursive circles, I'm surprised we didn't start talking about the Merovingian kings. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, oh my goodness, it's Murder by Maestro, and Modelo Macy, and Trevor McIntyre, and Dixie Doodles, and Soleil Nina, and Kelly Patton. Oh my goodness, Karen and Deb H. and Sis has contributed as a super towel. Ladies and gentlemen, you wanted Towel to get invigorated for the recap. You have Brighton Towels Day. I see so many towel friends popping up in the comments. How can we not take some time and say thank you not only to the people supporting Towel Stream after 8.5 hours, but also to so many of the beautiful and wonderful towels tuning in. Whether you're a towel, a towelette, a washcloth, a flannel, a soap dispenser, a paper towel, a hemp towel, a microfiber towel, or otherwise, or a beach towel, you are welcome here. It is a towel stream defined by an ethos of universal love, compassion, and small acts of service, and also talking about a dog named Chloe in a wig who's actually Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. But yes, okay, with all the towel friends here, let's do our recap. Wow, very rarely does Towel actually lose his voice. You can tell Towel's going to take a nice long nap, folks, and then until Mother's Day, Towel will be hibernating. Hi, P. McKinley. God bless you, dear friend. DJ. Oh, look at this. It's a membership parade from Wicked Uma. Some folks are about to be gifted from Wicked Uma the ability to use towel emojis. Suzanne, Deb H., Goldie Lawrence, Chastity, and Carrie Gold. Congratulations. Thanks to the kindness of our wonderful towel benefactor, Wicked Uma. You have now unlocked towel emojis. Thank you so much to Wicked Uma. It is amazing to have you with us, and I'm sure all the towel friends are extremely grateful. All right, let's do our recap, shall we? Let us center our towel zen. Let me get my voice back a little bit. Horse racing announcer towel. The pun on horse there is apropos. Oh, God. God bless you all. Murder by Maestro, you can be a pest dispenser. I'm totally okay with that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get our recap going. We've been chatting with the towel friends. Everybody's feeling a little bit better now that they don't have to listen to Alan the Marshmallow Man Jackson bloviate like a gratuitous Vico-style historical recursive circle. That makes less sense over 8 hours than my last sentence. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is quite a day to be a towel. We have so many towel friends pleased to see each other, and they're all coming in for the recap, and that is exactly what we are going to do. Oh, God bless you, Wicked Uma. I'm so glad you've enjoyed spending time with the fellow towels. This towel community is growing. Oh, Kelly Patton, God bless your dear friend, and I love that sticker. That is one of those stickers that makes little towel go... And then I giggle, and people say that's a towel giggle. How adorable. So thank you, Kelly Patton, and God bless you for all your support. To all of you, really. It touches Little Towel's heart, even if I go from one thing to the other in a much more cohesive manner than Alan Marshmallow Man Jackson, may I remind you. I still take the time and I reflect even as I lay my head on my towel pillow at night. And I say, I feel supported, and I feel as if my towel vocation, my eudaimonia, as the Greeks would say, or summum bonum in the Latin, is being fulfilled by engendering cogent participation and educating, informing, and entertaining the wider world in the style of Lord Reith's British Broadcasting Corporation in order to bring about a new world order defined by not expanding, preserving, and demonstrating power, but instead expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our capacity to demonstrate small acts of service for each other and thus bring about an ethos of unconditional love and toleration. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is why we're here, and also to facilitate sustainable towel production in either Brazil or Mexico, wherein we will thus pay workers $40 an hour, build up sustainable inter-economic cooperation between the Americas, protect the petrodollar, ward off the rise of the BRICS unless they want to negotiate, which we're open to if it's friendly, and then we will peacefully invade northern France. Yes, I have put this all together, ladies and gentlemen, and together we will bring about a towel-based world order. Oh, goodness me. All right, let me, first of all, make sure your comments are still actually strolling on the screen. All right, now let me get ready for the recap, because I know you all want to get in for the recap. So let me at least get centered. Let me get my zen back. How Towel got his fluffiness back is what they will say, ladies and gentlemen. All right, here we go. So is that actually what I want? I think that's what I want. Yeah, okay, that's what I want. There we go. Now let's get ready for our recap. I think it's just there's so many comments. Some of them actually aren't loading. That's okay. That's okay. I do want to see your comments, though, but that's okay. All right, here we go. I got them to load. All right, it took me a second. All right, here we go. Towel countdown. I appreciate all of you, too. Sorry, my the comment scroller got all thrown off because I was so pleased looking at the dancing stickers on your towel, on your donations. They make little Towel incredibly happy. All right. It's only, what, 4:09? All right, 6 minutes of Towel being a little ridiculous, a little moment of levity, some thank you to the wonderful Towel friends. There's nothing wrong with that. And by the way, this Bill Reid situation is explosive, ladies and gentlemen and fellow Towels. Explosive. Seeking justice? Huh. I was brought... Seeking justice, are you a pro-justice for John O'Keefe seeking justice person? We'll allow you to be a mod. We have other mods, but I think I like your username. It's just as a channel called Seeking Justice. That's pro FKR. I don't think you're with them, even though they've interviewed me before, so we'd probably have you anyway. All right, come on. Time to actually get it going, friends. We got to do our recap, or people are going to say Towel's 10 minutes behind. I can't be 10 minutes behind. I'm a Towel. Let's start the recap. It was Hank Brennan's day. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we give Hank Brennan the day? Let's give Hank Brennan the opening shot, shall we? Let's bring that right up for the Towel friends. Hank Brennan, ladies and gentlemen, won the day, even though he didn't have to say a word. All righty. Give it about 5 seconds. Oh, you know what I'm going to do, actually? Since we're done with our Karen Cam, let me free up some system resources. We'll make the Towel recap even more effective. I'm so pleased, Deb H. I love your analogy to Mary Poppins. Those were some beautiful words about Towel being a spoonful of sugar. Oh, Mandy, you're trying to join. I think to do that, you have to X out of chat. There is a way to become a member. I don't know. Oh, so it might be in the bottom right corner. Yep. So if you click the bottom right corner there, I think there's a membership thing that pops up. I actually haven't done it myself because I can't join my own channel. I did join, I think, our Nevada judges once, but it was on a desktop. So I wish I could be more helpful. But God bless you, Mandy. Don't be too worried about it. If you can figure it out for the Towel emojis, great. But you're such a wonderful supporter. All right. Here we go. Hello, Towel friends. My name is GrantSmithEllis. We are done with day 13 of the Karen Reid and John O'Keefe trial. And let me tell you right now, you're going to see some Towel friends in the chat agree with what I'm about to say. You do not want to submit yourself to the torment that was 8 hours of Alan Jackson trying to cross a witness in the most circular style I think I have ever seen. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it got so bad that I turned into incredulous horse racing announcer Towel and started yelling, ladies and gentlemen. Now, let's take a look at Hank Brennan's arrival at court to start the day. You can see Mr. Brennan. He's going to arrive. He's going to be walking into court on your screen in just a few seconds. Sorry, I meant to mute the audio for you because he doesn't actually say much. We'll take a listen as he gets to the stairs. It is Hank Brennan himself.
Video is great. Morning, everybody.
There you go, folks. You saw Hank Brennan's arrival. Now, little did we know, little Towels, little did we know that the day would just become absolutely ridiculous right away. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Towels, we're not even going to watch this for the testimony. Bill Reid, Karen's father, you can see in the clip, was seen seated next to a court officer the whole day, ladies and gentlemen, basically. There were reports that Bill Reid had been looking at jurors inappropriately from John DePetro, a reporter, a venerated journalist in the courthouse. But ladies and gentlemen, it wasn't just the court officer sitting next to Bill Reid. Let us take a look what happened just a little bit later. Now keep your eye, hold on. Keep your eye focused on the top here, folks. At 9:39 a.m. And what we're going to do, little Towels, is we had a request earlier from folks if we could zoom in. Oh, Kelly Patton became a towel fan. Enjoy your wonderful new towel emojis. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a request if we could zoom in on the video at the top of Bill Reid's interaction with a court officer. We are going to do that now because I am a towel. These are important recaps. These are big moments, and we need to watch. So let us take a look. Let us watch how it unfolded. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. This was day 13 of the Karen Reid and John O'Keefe retrial in a nutshell. We had a very strange situation. We're going to take a look at it right now. If you look at what happened right as the sidebar was starting at 9:30, around 8:33 a.m. or 9:33 a.m. this morning. Welcome to new member Kelly Patton. Let's take a look. Give it a second for the video to buffer, towel friends. What are we going to see? Take a look. What happens with Mr. Bill Reid? Give it all of 1 second. Wait for the sidebar to start. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, watch what happens. Karen gets up. Watch the bottom feed. Watch the bottom feed, folks. Look at the court officer. The court officer walks over to Mr. and Mrs. Reid. There is then an interaction. It's going to happen in about 10 seconds. This was exclusive on the towel cam, youtube.com/GrantSmithEllis. You can see the court officer almost as if she was saying to the Reid, stop looking over at the jurors. Ladies and gentlemen, it was a moment. It was a towel moment. It was captured right there. Now, the court officer then returns to her place. But look, ladies and gentlemen, the court officer stands, and prevents Mr. Reid from looking over at the jurors. And, ladies and gentlemen, I will say, this only became more intense with time. Now, if you take a look, I'm going to show it to you right here on the bottom of the video. When the court officer eventually does, when the court goes into recess, ladies and gentlemen, during day 13, which happened right after the moment you just saw, look, ladies and gentlemen, the court officer is standing between Bill Reid and the jurors. There was something that happened, ladies and gentlemen. You can see it right there. The video is playing. The court officer not just sitting with Mr. Reid, not just talking to Mr. Reid. That court officer is preventing Mr. Reid from looking over at the jury box, which is directly to Mr. Reid's right. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this was one of the moments of the day. And you could tell all day long the eyes of the world were on Bill Reid, trying to figure out why he was being cornered by the court officer in that manner. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to show you now further updates from the day. As you can see, Little Towel was doing real-time video editing because that is the type of thing you tune in to see. And now we will scroll up just a little bit further. And what will we see, ladies and gentlemen? We'll see the next update for today, which was Karen Reid's lawyers pulled out an absolutely ridiculous move. I will say, ladies and gentlemen, they pulled out an absolutely ridiculous move. But before we even go there, let's take a look at the moment that we did for honorary towel D Nice's mom. We created a clip of Karen. There you go. Hold on. We created a clip of Karen smiling entirely inappropriately in court. I'll bring it up for you now, towel friends. And that was one of the moments that capped the morning session. And if you're wondering, wasn't there some kind of exam going on, towel? No, yes, but really nothing was going on because so many Alan Jackson spent so much time pontificating. Now you're going to see it here, ladies and gentlemen. Karen Reid inappropriately smiling. We made the video for honorary towel D Nice's mom, and you all can see it yourself right there, Karen's inappropriate smile. Now, as if that weren't enough, ladies and gentlemen, it got worse. It somehow got worse. Karen Reid's attorneys brought up her affair with Brian Higgins, an affair Karen Reid started unprompted to torment John O'Keefe. Karen Reid lied to Brian Higgins about John O'Keefe hugging a family friend in Aruba a few weeks before Karen started the affair. Karen told Brian Higgins that John had cheated when John had done no such thing. When Karen had admitted on New Year's Eve to the family friend in question or her sister that John had not cheated. and John had simply hugged that friend who viewed John as a godfather. Ladies and gentlemen, for some reason, Alan Jackson brought those text messages up, and we even saw the moments where Karen Reid was talking about specifically that Aruba trip, and then Towel GrantSmithEllis, was able to put together the evidence showing that the previous testimony in the first Karen trial indicates that Karen lied to Brian Higgins about that Aruba incident, which made for one of the most devastating moments of all time, where Alan Jackson used his client's text messages, showed her affair, attempted to get ahead of Hank Brennan in a tactical tit-for-tat after Brennan got ahead of the Reid defense on Michael Proctor's text messages about Reid. And what did it lead to? Ladies and gentlemen, it led to Karen Reid being exposed as a liar, as a controlling high school level flirtatious woman who told Higgins she was single, who blamed John O'Keefe's adopted double orphaned adopted niece and nephew for the breakdown in the relationship between John and Karen. Karen was asked to leave John's home a few days before John was killed, and she wouldn't go. Karen was the one arguing with John in the moments before his death, and Karen tried to cheat on John with his own friend to torment him, an affair that John's friend stopped when he realized what Karen was up to and that Karen was only trying to hurt John. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's watch the moment. Gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. As we get ready to return for 2 p.m., more testimony after lunch in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reid trial. Karen Reid's lawyer, Alan Jackson, and her defense team have just made a huge mistake. Karen Reid and her team showed to the jury text messages where in mid-January 2022, just weeks before John O'Keefe's death, Karen Reid induced one of John's friends and started an affair with that friend named Brian Higgins to try to torment John emotionally. Now, Higgins quickly ended the affair when he realized Karen was only using him to hurt John. But ladies and gentlemen, we now have proof that Karen Reid, in those text messages, which her lawyers never should have played for the jury. The only reason her lawyers started playing those for the jury today is because Hank Brennan tactically outmaneuvered Alan Jackson and introduced Michael Proctor's text messages before the defense could do so. So Alan Jackson, I believe, overthought and started introducing Karen's text to get ahead of the affair. But in those texts, ladies and gentlemen, it came out that Karen Reid, in mid-January of 2022, was trying to tell Brian Higgins that John cheated on Karen on December 31st, 2021, just a few weeks earlier on New Year's in Aruba. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to watch the text where Karen says that, but the problem is it was a lie. And it wasn't just that Karen lied to Higgins. 2 weeks earlier, Karen had admitted to people on the Aruba trip that John had just hugged a family friend. So let's watch it. We saw it, ladies and gentlemen. We only have a few minutes before court comes into session. Little Towel shall play the clip for you now.
Are you breaking up or staying together? I don't know. He hooked up with another girl. On vacation. I am very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. When was that? And how did you find out he hooked up? I don't want to complicate your situation. We went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel, all over one of our friends. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It does matter. Did they bang? Does that matter? Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I won't ask again. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Oh, okay. Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions, Dong? I am not, am I? You're kind of getting defensive.
Oh, Higgins knew, ladies and gentlemen. Brian Higgins knew. And let me show you. We're going to bring it up on the screen right now. Listen to Laura Sullivan, the sister of the woman John hugged, tell the world at Karen's first trial that Karen herself admitted John never cheated. He just hugged the woman.
What, if any, conversation did you have with either Mr. O'Keefe for the defendant at that time?
Karen grabbed me and she said, "Hey, I'm sorry. I thought I saw something that I didn't, and I would like to pay for some of your sister's room."
And how did you respond to that?
I said it's absolutely not necessary. Just an apology will do.
And did she persist in wanting to pay for the room?
She did.
And how so?
She just said, I will apologize, but something along the lines of, I want to pay for some of her room. Can I just have her room number? I don't remember if I gave her the room number or not. I don't really know.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis, and if you're wondering why is this such a big deal, during Alan Jackson's Go Nowhere 8-hour cross today of a state police sergeant who used to be a Marine that served on the Presidential Helicopter Squadron Marine 1 out of Quantico. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to explain to you what just happened. Karen Reid's lawyers brought up text that basically exposed Karen Reid as having cheated on John to torment John by cheating on John with his own friend. John's friend ended the affair quickly after he realized clearly what Karen was up to. But ladies and gentlemen, Karen did that by lying. Karen lied, ladies and gentlemen. And if you're wondering, Grant, how do you know that? Well, ladies and gentlemen, look what I went through and found. I found the sister's testimony from the first trial, ladies and gentlemen, not Laura Sullivan's testimony, but Marietta Sullivan's testimony. And I must say, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to watch it now. I think in some sense, this testimony, it may now have to come in, is even more devastating for Karen Reid. You know how Karen said to Higgins, John cheated on me, etc.? No, ladies and gentlemen, if you missed it during the recap earlier, this is our Day 13 recap. Here's what's going to come out next week or during trial. Let's listen to what actually happened that night. That Karen lied to Brian Higgins. Karen already had told people John wasn't cheating in Aruba. Look at what Karen did. Karen manipulated Higgins, and her own lawyers tried to get ahead of it today. But eventually, the Sullivan sisters, Marietta and Laura, who you just heard from, are on the state's witness list. In rebuttal, Hank Brennan said he wasn't going to bring it up unless Reid went into it. She did. Now we're going to hear this testimony. Here's Marietta Sullivan. Remember, this is about Karen Reid's text to Brian Higgins about Aruba. Karen said John cheated on her. Karen was implying all sorts of horrible things. Let's hear what really happened. This is what jurors could hear as soon as next week.
So the elevator gets sent down to the lobby. You walk out with anyone you see when you come out.
So when the elevator opens up, the first person I saw was the attendant standing behind the desk. I didn't see anybody else in the lobby with me until I stepped out. When I stepped out, I looked to my left and I saw Johnny coming in through the first set of outside doors.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, was there any other sort of term that you would use to refer to him?
Johnny or Godfather.
Your Honor, I think this may be appropriate.
All right, so folks, I'm going to say again that first instruction I gave you with the last witness, that you're about to hear testimony about certain conduct or behavior allegedly committed by the defendant. Ms. Reid is not charged with committing any crimes other than those charged within the indictment. So this witness's testimony may not and must not be considered by you as any evidence that the defendant has a bad character or as evidence that she may have a propensity to commit the crimes with which she's been charged. You may not take the defendant's prior acts that you'll hear about as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here. But you may consider the act solely on the limited issue of the defendant's state of mind and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe as it might go to motive or intent. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed these acts, that she must also have committed the offenses with which she's been charged. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. And for the same findings that I made at Sidebar. Yes.
So you walk out of the elevator, you're by yourself, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you see Mr. O'Keefe. Could you see where Mr. O'Keefe was in relation to the lobby or where he was coming from?
He was coming from the outside doors into the lobby.
Is that where the pool bar is located?
Opposite side.
Opposite.
Yes.
And when you see him come in, who, if anyone, did you see with him initially?
Nobody with him.
And what, if anything, was he doing, or how was he acting sort of when he came?
So he sort of stumbled in. I came out of the elevator, and my initial response to him was, "Whoa, you okay?" I actually said, "Whoa, Godfather, are you okay?" But yeah, he was stumbling into the lobby.
And did you go over to him at that point?
I did. I went up to him and I gave him a hug.
And what happened then?
I pulled back. He was glassy-eyed, looking above me. We never made eye contact. He was looking above me. It looked like he was looking for someone. I asked him, "Where are you going?" assuming that he would be coming to the pool bar to meet us. He kept looking around, and he indicated that he was going that way and pointed toward a bank of rooms to our right. And I said, "Well, you should go that way." And I stepped back and I guided him toward the area that he was going.
Now, as far as the bank of rooms to the right, you indicated that you were familiar or aware of where Mr. O'Keefe was and where the children were. Is that correct?
I know they were on the first floor. I'm not 100% positive as to where exactly their rooms were.
And if you know, did you know whether or not that Mr. O'Keefe was staying in the same room as Patrick and Kaylee at that point?
I didn't know if they were staying in the same room or not, no.
So you point him in that direction, and what happened?
So I pointed in that direction. He walked off. I continued out to the pool bar when I heard very loudly his name screamed across the lobby very angrily, and it made me stop in my tracks.
And when you stop in your tracks, what happened?
I started to turn around to come back in. So once you go out to the pool bar, you kind of go around a corner and you go out of view. So I turned around to go back in. As I'm going back in, I hear someone yell, "Who the fuck was that?" And as I come around the corner, I see Mr. O'Keefe walking toward a woman. And he said, excuse me. He said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister."
And what happened then?
When I came back around the corner, I said, after Mr. O'Keefe said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister," I said, "Hi, nice to meet you." That's when Miss Reid's head snapped up, and she very loudly told me to go fuck myself across the lobby. And I said, "Yeah, fuck you too," and walked away.
And just to be clear, when you say Miss Reid, this is someone that you became familiar with as the trip went along?
This was my first interaction with her. I had never been fully introduced to her at all. I just had seen her sitting by the side of the pool when I had been talking to Johnny earlier in the day.
And the person you know to be Miss Reid, do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you just describe as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
Sure, she's in a black and white checkered blazer. She's 2 people in from you.
Does that record reflect identification of anybody?
Yes.
Thank you. As far as Ms. Reid was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the defendants beyond the yelling? What, if anything, did you observe as far as her demeanor or how she was acting at the time that this interaction was going on?
She was just very loud. She very, energetically screamed for me to go fuck myself. She was waving her hands. Johnny was trying to calm her down. And after I said, "Yeah, fuck you too," I went out to the pool bar, so I didn't see much after that.
And could you hear anything as far as when you were walking out to the pool bar, as far as any other conversation between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe?
Not after that first time, no.
You go back to you go out to the pool bar, and who, if anyone, did you talk to?
I went straight up to my older sister, Laura, who was out to dinner with the couple the night before. And I said,
I'll allow this part.
I went up to her and I looked at her and I said, "John O'Keefe's girlfriend?" And she looked at me and said, "Karen?" And I said, "Yeah, you guys like her?" She said, "Yeah, she's okay." And I said, "Well, she sucks."
Now, following that, at any point in time later in that evening, did you see either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reid later on that evening?
I did not see them, no.
And when was the next time that you did see them?
I saw them briefly on the 2nd, which was the day that we rented cabanas on the island.
And when you say you briefly saw them, about, can you describe them?
So we had all rented the cabanas. Each family had one or they were sharing one. I was sharing one with my family down at the end. We got about halfway through the day and realized that their family cabana was still empty. So I saw them about halfway through the day when they did come to the cabana, and I briefly saw Miss Reid and Mr. O'Keefe at the pool, the island bar, that same day, but there was no conversation.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and...
Ladies and gentlemen, Karen never apologized. You heard it from Marietta Sullivan, the testimony that's going to have to come in now. Karen has a history of this kind of lying, and Hank Brennan's going to expose it. My name is GrantSmithEllis. We only have a few more clips to review how this day went for Karen Reid. Alan Jackson went nowhere on cross. Bill Reid, Karen's father, was monitored by court staff. And I am going to show you, ladies and gentlemen, the moment that Alan Jackson induced a state police officer on cross to just humiliate his own client and say that the state police officer thought Karen Reid was trying to start an affair with Brian Higgins, including begging Higgins for intercourse just because Karen was trying to torment John. Let's listen.
Witty stuff like that, you know, talking about banging and hooking up.
What word would you use to describe them if not flirtatious?
The totality of the conversation?
Sure. Let's start there.
My opinion is that it's a angry girlfriend trying to set up a hookup to her John.
To her jump?
To her John.
To her John.
Yeah.
Would you consider the response?
Ladies and gentlemen, now let's listen to the next part. Trooper Buchanan absolutely dominated Alan Jackson. This was the highlight. 8 hours, and it was the witness who came out making Alan Jackson and his client look like a fool.
Yeah.
For what happened on New Year's Eve?
Yes.
Okay. When you say revenge, you don't mean physical revenge.
Well, emotional revenge. She's trying to hook up with Higgins and then hurt John by cheating on him.
And in fact,
you heard it, ladies and gentlemen. Karen Reid was trying to hook up with Brian Higgins to emotionally hurt John O'Keefe. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it was just a horrible day for Karen Reid in every sense of the term. Now, my name is GrantSmithEllis. There is far more evidence to come. Ladies and gentlemen, Alan Jackson got baited by Hank Brennan. Hank Brennan yesterday introduced Michael Proctor's text messages to get ahead of the defense. Alan Jackson outthought himself today, and instead of geniusly replying to Hank Brennan, Alan Jackson tried to get ahead of Brennan on Karen Reid's affair. And instead of looking good, Alan Jackson for 8 hours bored the entire Karen Reid and John O'Keefe retrial world, set a national television audience into delirium to the point where they were turning off their sound so they only had to watch captions and not listen to him, and ended the day with a highlight where the witness talked about Karen Reid emotionally tormenting John O'Keefe by cheating on John with John's own friend, who then quickly ended the affair when he realized what Karen was doing, because he didn't want to hurt John. Ladies and gentlemen, it was just it almost seemed like Alan Jackson was self-sabotaging. He overthought the reply to Brennan. He tried to get ahead of the text messages, and he only hurt his own client. Now listen, my name's GrantSmithEllis. If you've been watching Towel Stream, youtube.com/GrantSmithEllis, you know this is the only place you can watch the Karen Cam. Every angle, Bill Reid, Janet Reid, the court officer standing between Bill Reid and the jury. These pictures only exist because of your support of Towel Stream and the work the Towel Universe is doing to bind itself so tightly together, making an interwoven fabric that defies historical limits and creates a mosaic of the most beautiful order at youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. And then you'll get to hear me talk like horse racing announcer Towel, and you'll learn why they call me Grant, Howard Cosell, David Attenborough, Towel SmithEllis. Yes, tune in next Monday. It's going to be May 12th at 10 a.m. Unless we come into session early, I'll let you know. 10 a.m. I will be live at 7:30 as always. We get a special 2.5 hours together, ladies and gentlemen, on Monday. That means we'll have all sorts of reviews. We will have things to talk about. And ladies and gentlemen, we will be together again at 7:30. This is just the end of the clip. I'm going to go talk to the towel friends. YouTube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Help us get to 1,000 subscribers. It'll be a celebratory moment. Help us make the world a better place, one small act of service at the time. Help us find people to help. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what makes Towel feel like he's living up to his vocation on this earth. Or the Towels eudaimonia, as the Greeks might say. It might be ancient Greek. Or summum bonum in the Latin. I'm ending this clip. Enjoy the Day 13 recap. I will see you on Monday, bright and early. I'm going to go say hi to the Towel friends. Towel friends, it's so wonderful to see you. We have done an excellent job recapping today. We have learned things. We have discussed as towel friends. We have become an interesting group of people. We reviewed the developments of the day. We watched the clips in context. We learned about how humiliating Alan Jackson's not so brilliant legal maneuvering was. Ladies and gentlemen, it was truly a day. But yes, with the recap having concluded, there are only a few things left to do. One of them, ladies and gentlemen, just one of them, is Towel. Well, first of all, I want to leave the justice for John O'Keefe sign up. Towel has brought up your comments, ladies and gentlemen, and that means I get to go through and I get to say hello to so many of you and appreciate all of you that I can see in my scroll back, which might not be very long, but we'll take a look anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see what little Towel can find. Oh, yes, I think I have a decent scroll back here on this Towel chat. Deb H., God bless you. Oh, the Towels friends are just filling the chat. Oh, look at all of you. You have so much to say. Ladies and gentlemen, it was great to see you, Ange Whittick. God bless you, dear friend. Deb H., you as well. Oh, Alana, it was great to see you. Jew Drops, as always, you are such a wonderful towelette. Mandy Strong, thank you for joining the Towel Fold. It's been so wonderful to see you. P. McKinley, you have treatment on Monday. Towel friends will keep you in our thoughts. We will absolutely be praying for you. Folks, say a special prayer. Keep P. McKinley in your thoughts, please. We'll look forward to talking to you on Wednesday. God bless you, dear friend. Suzanne, I'm so glad we got to see you. Have a wonderful Mother's Day, dear friend. I'm going to scroll up now, so I'm going to be saying a lot of names. Lucy R., God bless you for being so kind to your fellow towel friends. Ange Whittick, dear towel friend, I think of you all the time. You're such a compassionate towel. Deb H., it's always wonderful to see you pop up. Dixie Doodles, God bless you, dear friend. It was such a pleasure to have you as always. Your username and your contributions brighten my day. Jew Drops, every time your name pops up, I'm going to say thank you. You are the wonderful towelette, the leader of the towelettes. Goldie Lawrence, God bless you, dear friend. It was so wonderful to see you pop up in the chat. Lisa Cox, I always enjoy seeing your comments. Eva, it was great to see you. I hope you enjoyed your yoga class. Yes, it's 9 hours later and Towel's still going. God bless all you towel friends who are still here. Linda O'Gara, it was great to see you, dear friend. I hope you enjoy some downtime. Lisa Cox, I saw you already. It was great to see you. Mandy Strong, again popping up. You towel friends are having a vociferous discussion. Who else did I see pop? DJ, it was great to see you. I saw you pop up in there. Thank you for all your comments and engaging with the towel friends. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Taylor, I saw you pop up in there. It was great to see you. We appreciate you and all of your comments. You have so many wonderful insights, Taylor, and your erudition is second to none. Ange Whittick pops up again. Always great to say hi to Ange Whittick. Kelly Patton, God bless you, dear friend. The super sticker brought warmth to little Towel's heart. And ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you, we're going to have updates on Monday about Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. In fact, we may even be able to leave us with, because reporter Towel Christina might be listening from work, I might be able to leave us with just one final update about Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Yes, if you stayed this long into Friday, as I say my thank yous to all the wonderful towel friends, you might get a special treat. Trevor McIntyre, dear friend, it was wonderful to see you. All of your comments brighten my day, and you are very insightful. Jude Drops pops up again. Of course, I'm going to say hello. Deb H., I saw you pop up in there. Luisa Ramirez, thank you so much for all your insightful comments and your questions. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Elevate the Process. Modelo Macy, I saw you both pop up. Heartstar, it was great to welcome you to the honorary towel fold. You enjoy your weekend. Suzanne, I saw you pop up in there as well. Bina, God bless you. You're still here, friend. It was so great. Brooklyn Rules, MBA, even if we disagree on the case, it's great to have you among the honorary towel fold. Thank you all so much. We are going to get, oh, hold on. Luisa Ramirez found the moment of Karen posting the bird. Luisa, can you please forward us your Twitter in the chat? You're able to leave links. If you do that, I'm going to bring that up as part of the ending to the stream along with our update from venerated reporter towel Christina. So, ladies and gentlemen, bear with us. We might have the image of Karen Reid flipping someone off. I just have to find Luisa Ramirez's Twitter. I don't necessarily have it on hand, but I'm sure I can find it. Stay with Little Towel. Yes, that is what you want to hear as we're going through our thank yous. We found an image of Karen flipping the bird. Let's see. I don't know if Luisa sent it. Luisa Ramirez. Let's see if that's her Twitter. Is Louis? Oh, you sent me the video. Ladies and gentlemen, I just went into it. I think this is it. I found it. Oh, we got it, ladies and gentlemen. We got it. It was posted by someone. Hold on. We have the video. Ladies and gentlemen, and because she was kind enough to cite to Towel Cam, we will even give her credit. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we have it. Thank you so much, Luisa Ramirez. Here we go. The video of Karen is sticking up her middle finger during court today. It's what you all wanted to see. You got rewarded for staying. Here we go. Luisa Ramirez, you are a wonderful honorary towel. I've been doing this for 60 hours this week. I've been talking, and I'm still excited because of what you found, so God bless you. Let's look at it, ladies and gentlemen. The middle finger seen round the world. And hold on, before we do this, I have to do a little towel maneuvering because we are going to see the full clip. We're at 9 hours in. We're dedicated little towels. Do we quit? Absolutely not. We say to Alan Jackson, you don't know the meaning of the word got no quit. I'll show you endurance, Mr. Jackson. I will absolutely show you what it means to have a level of endurance that can keep a human being somehow talking for 60 hours in a week. All right, here we go. This is the moment. This is the moment. You have a good night, Jude Drops. You earned your rest.
With others, but I take it as you stopped responding to my text messages.
Do you take that, do you interpret that, or did you interpret that as a positive or a negative comment? You ghosted me.
Oh, my word. Oh, she really did flip him off. That was so blatant. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I don't even know what to say. Luisa Ramirez, thank you for finding that. Claudia Montano, I saw you pop up. Thank you for being here, dear friend. Wicked Uma, I'm so glad I saw your name pop up in the comments. God bless you, friend. And yes, you keep it, you guys, you towel friends, you towel women, you all towels, however you are, you keep being on top of things like this. You all are prescient. You are on the ball. Ladies and gentlemen, oh, Joe O'Keefe, I'm so glad you popped up in the comments. And Lisa, it was great to see you. Hi again, Dixie Doodles. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, people flipping people off in court is deeply concerning. Deeply concerning. But, ladies and gentlemen, we will not end. That note is, you all saw that. We stuck around. It was worth it. I may even add that into the daily recap part there at the end, folks. But actually, you know what? We'll do that now because I can clip it. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, if you missed it, we have had one more update in day 13 of the Karen Reid and John O'Keefe trial. Yes, venerated reporter towel Luisa Ramirez has sent along this clip from Towel Stream earlier. And look what you can see, ladies and gentlemen, during a question about Karen Reid's affair. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Karen Reid started an affair with John O'Keefe's friend. to torment him, as you heard in the recap, and then she starts flipping off the camera.
Us, but I take it as you stopped responding to my text messages.
Do you take that, do you interpret that, or did you interpret that as a positive or a negative comment? You ghosted me.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it was bad news for Karen Reid. That's how we will end this recap, not today's stream, because now that I've done that, ladies and gentlemen, that was absolutely absurd. Yes, what are you saying was a great response, but we have one more thing to add. We've been going for 9 hours, and I can't not provide the update. Ladies and gentlemen, I have terrible news about Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Listen, I don't know how the Free Karen Reid supporters got a cauldron, okay, first of all. Second of all, I don't know how they kidnapped Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. But ladies and gentlemen, your towel stream for the week ends with a cliffhanger. Will Yuri Buchanan's cross finally end on Monday after 8 hours? And furthermore, what is going to happen to Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man? They have been taken hostage by what seems to be a group of Free Karen Reid-based Wiccans. I didn't even know Wiccans were a thing, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, it was an intentional middle finger, I think. You're right, Dixie Doodles. But ladies and gentlemen, on Monday, what is going to happen to Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man? Will we be able to rescue them from the FKR Wiccans who have some kind of cauldron? I think this is some kind of seance. I'm deeply concerned for the safety of Chloe, who is a dog in a wig that we think is Chewbacca, and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the worst possible predicament to end our Friday. The cross, the Alan Jackson cross, we can erase it from our memories. It was pointless. It only hurt Karen. It'll come back around in Hank Brennan's further questioning in a way that's going to hurt Karen's case even more. But this is the cliffhanger we have to be concerned about. Ladies and gentlemen, as you lay your head to rest on this Friday, please keep in mind the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca. Would you want to be captured by a bunch of FKR Wiccans with some kind of cauldron? Ladies and gentlemen, all right, 3 things to end the stream. Number 1, God bless all of you for everything, for all of your support, for all of your camaraderie with each other. This is a public information service. It wouldn't be what it is without your informed engagement, locating clips, finding timestamps, making videos for D Nice's mother, being good little towels. It's what keeps me doing this. It means a lot to me. Now, you can support Towel Stream in a few ways. If you're still here, click the like button, subscribe if you really find this content helpful for the wider world. Help it reach more people while the video's still live. Yes, we did Claudia Montano. We just watched it. Okay, we just found it. The exact timestamp, if you want to watch it, I'll reshare the video. It is 11:50 p.m. Eastern. So you can find that on Towel Stream, 2:11 p.m. Eastern. Just scroll back, look at the clock above or below where the witness is in the box. It will say 2:11 p.m. You'll know it's around 2:11:50. Ladies and gentlemen, a couple ways to support Towel Stream. You can like the video, you can subscribe. How many subscribers did we get to before the end of the day? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we're 5 away from 900. That's a wonderful strive. We are going to get to 1,000 soon enough, and we will be able to say we are 1,000 towels and washcloths and towelettes and beach towels and hemp towels and soap dispensers and flannels and washcloths and paper towels strong. Also, God bless Sheffield United. Congratulations on their win in the first leg of the championship playoff, 3-0. They're headed to Wembley. Furthermore, ladies and gentlemen, there are other ways you can support this public information service. There are no ads. There are no sponsors. This is literally user-supported public information content designed to keep people informed and engaged and entertained in order to engender cogent public discourse and protect our system of government. That's what it's about, getting to the truth of the matter, upholding the pursuit of justice, insulating the republic, protecting the petrodollar, warding off the rise of the BRICS, peacefully invading northern France. So if you want to support Towel's public information service, you can find information in the stream description, and because every 90 minutes or so on PBS or BBC, you get a reminder that these programs are supported by viewers like you, I think after 9 hours with only 2 or 3 of these, it is appropriate to tell you all how to contribute and support Little Towel. Now, God bless every one of you if you did send along support. I wasn't able to look at my phone every minute. I'm going to go through. I'm going to thank you. If I can leave a comment and reply, I will. If I didn't get a chance to, know that every single thing that you send along helps Little Towel deal with the expenses of this professional streaming software, and it allows the Karen Cam to keep going, and it helps Towel not worry about starving. And although I would love to go out in the countryside and just preach morality, which I found out was a thing in Russia and is apparently different than pilgrimaging, but we don't have time to get into that. I don't think I should just go in the countryside and preach and then die of starvation. Towel seems to be useful. Third of all, ladies and gentlemen, setting all of that aside, there are other ways you can do justice to the information you learned here. If you found this information valuable, if you found what Towel was trying to explain valuable about the wider world, go out and do small acts of service. It can cost you nothing, or it could cost you something. Find a reason to do small acts of service. A smile to a neighbor, a handshake to a person on the street, a donation to homeless veterans. Find a reason to help. Reach out to a family member you haven't talked to in a while. Say hello to a friend. Ladies and gentlemen, look for reasons to do small acts of service. Find a reason to embody the universal unconditional love and compassion that the Towel friends and the ethos of this community and stream is all about. And if you do that, if you come back and tell us next week, I assure you nothing will make Little Towel quite so pleased. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, doing small acts of service, looking for reasons to help people around you, like when Francis Frutel, the honorary towel, donated 200 tomato plants, who then themselves became honorary towels. That is what makes this such a beautiful world, ladies and gentlemen. Anthony Barton, dear friend. Christina, you made it back. Oh, God bless you. I saw someone just sent along a donation as well. Towel friends, you warm Little Towel's heart. Find reasons to help each other. Look for ways to make the world a brighter and better place. And through 6 degrees of authentic, non-Chewbacca-based separation, perhaps we will change the realpolitik of this world from one based on expanding, preserving, and demonstrating power to instead one based on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to demonstrate universal unconditional love through small acts of service. And if that is not a modern world and digital ethos that you can embody, I don't know what else to tell you. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, a new epoch, not the age of Aquarius, the water bearer, the age of Aquarius, the water bearer carrying a towel, a peaceful towel, into northern France. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Alex, it was great to see you. Christina, I know that you truly loved the towel update there at the end, and I know how pleased you were. You are our dedicated, venerated reporter towel. I want to make sure I got every single person and said hello. Eva, I saw you in there. Kat, I saw you. Macy, I saw you as well. Elevate the Process, I know I saw you. Dear friends, Cy and Crime, you've been such a great commenter. And Alex, dear friend, you have been as well. All of you are out there are erudite, wonderful towels who make my life better. You make each other's lives better. And I hope you'll do the same in response for those around you. God bless you, towel friends. I'm actually signing off now. It's past 4:57 p.m. Eastern here in the rainy Boston. Enjoy the rest of your Fridays. Please get some rest this weekend. We will see each other bright and early Monday morning for 2.5 hours of pre-show before the 10 a.m. start of testimony. God bless all of you. God bless all of you. Happy Friday. Be well. And towel friends on the YouTube, you know that you get a few extra seconds where I will say truly, God bless you. The community you formed over there is so special, not just because of who Towel is, not just because of our ability to engage with each other, not just because you're all Tesseracts who have this discussion on the screen in real time, but because of who you are as people and towels. You inspire me to be a better towel. You inspire the community to be compassionate to each other, and you may well just be changing the world for the better one day at a time. One small act of service, one small hello to a friend, one small fluffy embrace of a fellow towel, washcloth, towelette, beach towel, soap dispenser, flannel, hemp towel, paper towel, or otherwise microfiber towels included, of course. All right, towel friends, God bless you all. God bless you all. Yes, the guard was babysitting Mr. Reid, Claudia Montano. You can take a look at the clips on Twitter, absolutely, and we'll talk more about it Monday. Happy Mother's Day. Signing off, GrantSmithEllis. God bless you. Be well this weekend, YouTube friends. Enjoy your special few minutes with Towel. You know you earned it because the Twitter friends get a few minutes in the beginning where you don't get the music. But yes, happy Mother's Day. God bless. Be well. Towel loves each and every single one of you. And I will do my best to appreciate those around me, and I will try to live up to the Towel you will all know I can be.